their profile picture was kind of like okay, you guys saw the PFP, so I don't even need to describe it. What's up, Zach? Yeah, did you vote for Trump, Zach?
No.
Okay, we need to go over the ground rules of the live, ladies and gentlemen. Chris, thank you for the marvelous. So if you are in the guest request, make sure that you are at least 18 years old. Make sure that you're from America, because that's the only way that you could have voted for Trump. And make sure that you voted for Trump. If that is not you, if you do not fit those criteria, make sure to just take off for me. Don't hang out in the queue. Feel free to hang out in the chat, hang out in the Discord. I don't know. It looks like we're not sending out today after that 10-minute ban we got last night. That is truly unfortunate. We're going to go and give it a little bit to see if we can end up sending out. If not, I think that we're just going to go ahead and restart the stream, and we're just going to do whatever the hell we have done over the last 2 days. We'll use the same background. We'll switch up the bio again. We'll just we'll try to figure it out. But we're still looking for the first debate of the day, you guys. We got our first guest, Christopher, loading up in. But yeah, guys, we are just looking for debates. This is a bit troubling. Hello, Christopher. Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
You did vote for Trump, and why did you do that?
Honestly, I think it's because I live in a small town, and everybody in a small town seems to vote for Trump and pushes that agenda on people. And
well, that certainly doesn't tell me why he was a better candidate. So why was he the better candidate?
Well, honestly, I had more questions for you because I'm kind of on the fence between Trump and Kamala, and maybe I made a mistake. So I kind of had questions for you versus a debate.
Thoughts and tariffs, my good friend.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I wanted to ask you about. And I live in a very Republican household, so trying to debate my father, it's like.
Do you mind if I just ask you why you didn't do this research before the election?
Honestly, I think it's just media. I didn't really take time to do research. I probably should have done more research before I decided to go out and vote. But I think it's just the agenda that, was pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed, not only from media, but from family as well. So
here's what I'm going to recommend to you. We are just looking for debates, Christopher. But yeah, make sure just to watch the stream. Maybe, I could help inform you on a couple things here. But, just watch the stream. I guess that's going to be my main recommendation there, is just watch the stream. What's going on? 8, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did vote for Trump.
You're trolling. I could hear it in your voice.
No. I voted for Trump because, well,
Chris, thank you for the vestures.
It's my first election I voted in.
So why did you vote for Trump?
Well, my mom told me to vote for Trump, and
okay, so why is he the better candidate?
I think that he's the best candidate because of the authority he commands from the people.
What the hell are you talking about? That was word garbage that meant nothing. I'm not gonna lie, that was word garbage that meant nothing.
No,
the authority that he commands from the people. What?
He is a real leader.
Okay, you're trolling. You are. You are. I can just hear it in your voice. We're just gonna kick you and move on. My ultra instincts just know that she was trolling. So yeah, we're gonna move on. Hello, Dean Mode 2. Did you vote for Trump?
I did not. I voted for Kamala. I just wanted to get.
We are just looking to talk to people that did vote for Trump. For the first 2.9 thousand people in here, it looks like we're not sending out that much today. That could be after the 10-minute ban that we got on the account last night. A little bit scary. Definitely a little bit scary. I'm really concerned about us not sending out. The last 2 days have been great since we were able to get the account back, but it looks now after that 10-minute ban last night, we're not sending out again. But we'll see. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here, you guys. We are just looking for some debates here today. We might even need a restart. I mean, I certainly don't want to, but, if push comes to shove and that's something that we have to do, we will. But Joey, what is going on, my man? Did you vote for Trump?
Nah, I love your shit though. Like, keep it up, man.
All right, I appreciate you, Joey. You guys, please do follow the rules. We are just looking to talk to people that voted for Trump. I make this very clear. Please follow the rules, you guys. Eli, did you vote for Trump?
You bet your ass I did.
Okay, what time is it?
2 o'clock.
What state are you in?
Pennsylvania.
What's the capital of Pennsylvania?
Harrisburg.
Harrisburg. Did we already talk?
No, have I spoken to you before?
Okay, yeah, you're trolling because
I
we did
love
already
you.
talk and I remember it. All right, we're gonna move on to our next guest. All right, everybody, just do give us a minute here to get our next guest up in here. We got Carb God loading in. I don't know why it's taking so long to get our first debate of the day going here, and I do apologize for that, chat. Maybe a restart is in order. Maybe I just need to restart, drink a little bit more of my chai latte, my vanilla chai latte. Hi,
Never mind.
Levi, did you vote for Trump?
No, I must have requested a while ago. You can go ahead and skip me.
No worries, Levi. Moving on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Just looking for debates. Come on, chat. Please help me out here. Yeah, thank you for this one. Hi, did you vote for Trump?
Hello.
You're a child. Moving on to our next guest here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to lose my shit. It is so easy to follow the rules. Hi, Logan. Did you vote for Trump?
I did. Can you hear me?
I sure can. So, Logan,
All right,
I got a pretty crazy question for you here. Why did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, so for me, at least this election, like I think the biggest thing was world conflict. Also, I'm sick. I'm sorry. But in terms of avoiding a World War III, I think Trump was the better candidate.
Dude, I think we've never been closer. Dude, it is so bad. We are
Nobody's
isolating
talking
and
about it
destroying
either.
One moment. We are isolating and destroying our relationships with leaders in the EU, leaders in Europe, leaders of democracies. The EU has now started to come up with plans of how they're going to deal with and manage the tariffs that Trump is going to impose on them, and how they are going to continue to sustain the war effort for Ukraine because the U.S. is most likely going to bow out. Jenna, thank you for the world leaders. We have world leaders from France and Germany saying that maybe they'll even need to get involved in the war in Ukraine. And then on top of that all, right, Donald Trump is just growing closer with the warmongering dictators like Putin. And then he's lying about phone calls that he had with the president of Mexico, and then threatening to invoke a 25% tariff on all oil imports from Canada. Global relations, seriously, haven't been worse since the Cold War. Than what they will be under a Trump presidency. And I mean that very seriously.
Yeah, man. I think it's pretty scary. I also don't think that a lot of people, at least draft eligible guys, are actually looking at this. I think here's my thing is like, why are we in Ukraine in the first place? You know, I know
Because of the Budapest Memorandum.
And what is that?
Because we have... Yeah, it's a contractual agreement that we have with Ukraine from '94, stating if they denuclearize, we'll protect them if they're invaded. That was also an explicit red line in the sand to, preemptively fight against Russian expansion. The point of NATO is to prevent Russian expansion because when they've expanded, they've like killed a bunch of people and increased the probability of a third world war. The point of NATO has always been to prevent that. The Budapest Memorandum was just another gear in the machine of preventing Russian expansion, and honoring that is just upholding the red lines in the sand that we've set against Russia in the past.
All right, so what bothers me,
do you
though-
just want to prevent a third world war by letting Russia do whatever the hell they want?
No, not necessarily. However, I don't
Miss
think that
Andrew,
we-
thank you for the DJ glasses.
I don't think that we fund it. Like, I don't know. I don't think that our intentions are pure. I think it's kind of strange that we go in there in the first place and we supply
It's
them.
strange. I literally just told you how it's not.
No, I
strange.
understand
Like,
that.
You can't just say it's strange. I just literally gave you a 101 lesson in foreign
So,
relations
yeah,
and
and
history.
hear me out.
the
I'm a
Budapest
bit of a
Memorandum holding a
conspiracist
red
here.
line against Russia.
That's true. Okay. Well, okay. So why did you think Kamala was the better candidate?
Sure, it's very simple. She's not a 34-count felon adjudicated rapist that perved on little girls and isolated us from foreign world leaders and grew closer to dictators. Not to mention her economic policy was significantly better for the average American, the GDP, and she wanted to enshrine federal protections for every single woman and girl's right to choose.
Gotcha. I mean, I was severely unprepared for this. I'm still Team Trump. I don't think he's a good guy. Don't get that wrong. I'm not MAGA. But I think he's infinitely better than the Democratic Party at this point. I think there's a...
MAGA.
No, I'm not. I'm just anti-democratic party.
If you think that the rapist is infinitely better than Kamala Harris, you are MAGA.
No, I don't.
Cheyenne, thank you for the $30 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Cheyenne. Everybody, please show Cheyenne some love down below in the comment section. Cheyenne says, my weekly Dean donation, love you, Pookie. I love you too, Cheyenne. That's incredibly kind of you. Everybody, please show some love to Cheyenne. And Michaela, thank you for the $5 donation on PayPal as well. And Tristan, thank you for the hat and the mustache.
Shout out to Cheyenne.
Real.
Yeah, no, man. All right. Are you a conspiracist at all?
So when you say conspiracist, are you just asking me if I believe in things without evidence? do I believe in estranged false truths because my emotions find them appealing? No, I don't. No, that's not me. Is that you? Are you a conspiracy theorist?
I'm a bit. I dabble. You know what I mean, on Twitter.
Jesus Christ, you are definitely MAGA. Let's get that one straight, okay? But yeah, no, man. I mean, if you wanna give me any other reasons here why you voted for Trump, feel free. If not, I can move on to the next guest. But it's up to you, Logan. Where do you want to go from here?
I know. I've never been in a debate. The heart's pumping fast. Dude. I don't know.
I have an idea, Logan. I appreciate you for coming up.
One more thing.
I appreciate you for your time. One more thing. Why the hell not?
No, I think generally the Republican Party holds a little. It's not a morale thing, but I'm a Christian, and I think that they represent Christian values a little better than
I disagree.
The Democratic Party.
I completely disagree. Jojo, thank you for the watermelon. Why do you think that? Oh, sure. Great question. So Psalms 32, what does God talk about? When you provide to those that are poor, more needy than yourself, you will be given great glory in the kingdom of heaven. John 10, Jesus talks about how a rich man is just as likely to get into the kingdom of God as a camel is to pass through the eye of a needle. We see an incessant storyline reiterated through the gospel, through Psalms, through the entirety of the New and Old Testament, that enshrines, helping those that are more needy from yourself and inviting anybody to dine with you in this metaphorical sense of seeing all as equals, etc. And we do not see those same ideas parroted by the Republican Party. Would you be able to name any piece of legislation passed by a Republican in Congress that was designed for members of the low class? Thank you for the money again.
No, I'm not, but here's my theory and how we conquer whole...
Me neither. And now what about the whole everyone is equal, no one should be stigmatized bit? I have a question. Do you think that Jesus would invite a Muslim to dine at the dinner table with him?
Invite who? It cut in real quick.
Do you think that Jesus would invite a Muslim to dine at the table with him?
Absolutely.
Okay, so how do you feel about Donald Trump literally calling for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into the country?
Well, I think there's a purpose behind that. I really do.
And what was it?
So is that including legal Muslims?
Oh, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, that's what he a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims.
And is he talking about this being permanent forever, or is this a maybe?
Oh, it was a temporary thing.
So is there a legitimate threat from Muslims right now? Is my question.
That's like saying, is there a legitimate threat from black people? That is such an insane thing to say. That's like saying, is there a legitimate threat from people with blue eyes? That's like saying, is there a legitimate threat from people that are 5'4"? Like, it doesn't, like, that's just insane. Do you hear yourself? Like, I'm so sorry. I can't, like, sit here and, like, listen to you and be like, and that's just insane. We can't ignore history. Right, like the history where the Christians launched the Crusades and, like, fucking killed tens of thousands of Muslims. What about history? What about history do you want to reference?
9/11.
Jesus Christ. Okay, let me ask you a question. If it was a black man that did 9/11, would Donald Trump be justified in wanting to ban all new black people from coming into our country?
No, but it wasn't. It was
Oh, so it's only okay to profile, stigmatize, marginalize through this false generalization against Muslims, but not against black people.
Yeah, it's different though. It really is. I'm sorry.
One second. RC, motherfucker, you're down there saying that I'm scared to debate you. Meanwhile, you're not even in my queue. Oh, yes, you are. Caitlin, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo saying that you're such an icon. I appreciate you, Caitlin. Everybody show some love to Caitlin down below in the comment section. I really appreciate that. W's for Caitlin. RC, I just saw you comment yes to the question that I just asked. So you think it'd be justified to racially segregate black people if a black person did 9/11?
Oh, it's such a bad faith question.
No, what do you mean bad faith question? I saw you respond yes to it in the comment section, and then I bring you up so you could say yes again, but this time with your big boy voice.
So do all black people share a religion?
No, there's a difference.
Okay, so
one
the
is being
religion in
qualified on the
Islam
basis of a religion, and one is
Yeah.
being qualified on the basis of race.
So when that religion of Islam is like calling to behead the infidel, yeah, we got a problem.
Okay, I would agree that there is a problem with more extremist interpretations of the Islam religion, but let me ask you a question. Do all Muslims hold the same interpretation of the Quran?
No.
No, perfect, right?
But the
and I mean, in the same way that you could
fundamentalists
point towards, and in the same way that you could point towards particular sects of Islam that have very extreme, detrimental, and
Those are
harmful
fundamentalists, though.
interpretations that we absolutely should, right, disagree with. We also see like similar interpretations of Christianity. Have you ever been on Twitter? Let me ask you. Do you know what a groiper is?
I do.
Yeah, you sure do. And guess what? I don't even need to finish what I'm saying. You could make the logical parallel in your mind.
Yeah, I mean they're out here like threatening to grape men's wives and stuff. They're pretty disgusting, man.
Mm-hmm. And what do they surround themselves upon?
A lot of things. What do you mean?
What's the man one?
Oh, that they call themselves Catholic? They're not Catholic. They're not. They don't believe in Christ, man. They don't show the fruit of the Spirit at all.
And I honestly bet that there is plenty of Muslims, maybe some that are even watching this live right now, that would say the quote-unquote fundamentalist followers of Islam that hold to very extremist interpretations of the Quran and Sharia law are not true Muslims.
Well, you have to go to what the book says, though.
Oh, okay, sure. If we want to go to what the book says, Leviticus 25
Trump,
verses
though.
44 through 46 calls for the literal enslavement of people that are not God's chosen people, and 1 Samuel 15:3 calls for the genocide of all of the Amalekites. But if you want to get back to Trump, sure, that's fine. Yeah, you were just talking about that one reference. RC, buddy, let me ask my chat first. Chat, should I debate RC? I just say yes or a no. If you say no, we'll kick them and we'll move on. But we'll see what the chat wants. No, it's a lot of yes, a lot of no. It's a lot of yes, it's a lot of no.
A lot of no. It's just like yes, crazy yes. I don't see any no's.
Okay. Well, now we're seeing a lot of no's. It's
But
really,
why do you have
really all over
to
the
ask
place.
this question about me and not your other guests?
Yeah, because RC, I'll be honest. I'll actually give you a very real answer to this. Because there's a lot of beliefs that you hold to that you'll never change your mind on that are very extremist and very harmful, right?
Like?
And there be
Yes.
use of slurs, attitudes towards like black people, attitudes towards followers of the Islam religion, attitudes towards women, attitudes towards members.
I
of
apologize for the
community,
slurs
and
like you
extremist
did.
positions on abortion.
I apologize for the slurs like you did. Why don't I get forgiveness?
Buddy, you slurred me in my DMs.
Months ago. Like a month. Exactly. So
And
then why don't I get forgiveness?
And then you fucking deleted them.
Yeah, I apologized.
You didn't apologize. You literally deleted the message.
See, this is the thing, right? Like the left has forgiven you.
There's three. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and inform you. So there's three attributes of forgiveness. There's three qualities. There's three boxes that you have to check off in order to be forgiven. Okay. The first one is an apology. Maybe you've checked that one off. Okay. The first one is an apology. The second one is a genuine change in character. Right. And then the third one is a genuine sense to hold oneself accountable. So if you could apologize, hold yourself accountable, and change your ways, then you could be forgiven. I don't think you've checked off all 3 of those boxes. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say, ladies and gentlemen. We got Flame up in the box right now, ladies and gentlemen. We got them loading in. And you guys make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen right now, y'all. Let's try to get up to 1 million likes. What's going on, Flame? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
You sure did, and why is that?
Because he's going to help save the country.
Because
he's just put your mom on the mic, bro. Just put her on the mic.
All right. Now go on.
All right. Why did you vote for Trump?
Because he has a lot of ideas that's going to help save the country.
Okay, what's your favorite?
Well, my current favorite right now is Doge, the Department of, Government Efficiency. And they're going to stop all that waste of money. That's millions and millions of dollars going out of our door, out of our country, where many people here are suffering.
Doge sucks. The reason that Doge sucks is because he pointed 2 partisan MAGA hacks to run it. I will say, right, if he made Doge had nonpartisan or bipartisan leadership, maybe it would have been successful. Ebony, thank you for the hand arts. But with 2 partisan MAGA hacks in charge, right, it's not going to be efficient, right? And we already see Doge, right, calling for the defunding of things such as the ACLU. They don't have any government funding, and they don't even know that, right? And then on top of that, Trump, during his first administration, spent $8 trillion, more than twice as much than the Biden and Harris administration spent.
No,
and
that's
we already
false.
know that it's not.
Yes, it is.
No. This is coming from a committee for a responsible federal budget. The exact amount is $8.7 trillion signed into debt-related spending.
For Kamala?
For Trump.
No, how much was Kamala and Biden? How much did they spend?
$4.6 trillion.
No.
$2.2 trillion. Yes.
No, it was 12 trillion.
No. I'm giving you a source from a non/bipartisan government committee.
Mm-hmm. Well, you need to check your research then.
Okay, I have. So what's your source? I'd say they've signed $12 trillion into debt-related spending.
Mm-hmm. So,
the CRBF, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
I haven't looked that one up yet.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that violent offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
Should not buy guns?
Do you think that they should be able to?
Well, that is a huge mess. So you can't even.
The answer's no, right?
Huh?
So the answer's no.
That's a huge mess.
Is it a yes or no?
Like people to not be violent, but it's just such a mess. I don't even know if we could ever get out of that one.
I don't know. I'm literally just asking you if you think that rapists should be able to buy and own guns. Should that be legal or illegal?
Well, everyone has a right to a gun, even if you're a criminal. So I don't know.
Wait, did you just say black people?
No, I said everyone has a right to a gun.
No,
even if you're a criminal.
I swear to God, I thought I heard you say black people. And then I had, multiple people in my chat.
No, I did not say that.
What?
I swear to God, I heard her say black people, and
I did not say
I wasn't
black
gonna say anything.
I swear to God,
then I saw a bunch of people. You guys heard it too. You guys heard it too. The whole chat heard it. Oh, I know. I know that I wasn't crazy. I knew that I wasn't crazy.
So didn't you get canceled for saying the N-word when you were young, bro? So let's not.
I did.
Why?
Oh wait, I didn't get canceled, but I did say the N-word.
You just said I did.
I did say the N-word, but I didn't get canceled because unlike your guy, I could actually hold myself accountable and become a better person. Isn't it quite funny that a 20-year-old white boy on TikTok can hold himself to a higher level of accountability than the next president of our country?
How would you know I'm even 20, bro? That you just assume.
No, I know I'm 20. I'm talking about myself.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, yeah, wait, I have a question. Do you think I'm racist?
No, I really don't know you that well, but I've seen you a few times.
Oh, great. So is this just the more fake manufactured outrage from the right? Dean said the N-word, therefore bad person, but I love Daddy Donald Trump, even though he called all black people lazy, affirmed that that's something that he said, didn't rent to black people because of the color of their skin and then got civil litigation held against him, said that Obama wasn't born in America, but rather he was born in Kenya, even though he has a birth certificate from Hawaii, said that Kamala Harris turned black, said that he doesn't like black men counting as money, and called for the death penalty for the exonerated Central Park Five. Is that what we're getting on to?
Yeah, I'll be honest, you said a lot.
He's not a racist. He has many,
He's not a racist.
African American people that are in his cabinet. So I don't know.
Yeah, a white man having black people work for him isn't the anti-racist like clock you think it is. Like you're literally, oh, this white man has black people doing work for him that he isn't directly paying, because remember, Trump doesn't pay them, the federal government does. And you think that means that he isn't racist?
Wait, what was that?
Significant policy or executive orders by Trump will absolutely say that we are in Biden's economy.
Okay. And all right, I can understand that. I don't know how much I really believe that, but at the same time, I'm willing to hear you out. And then another reason I voted for him, aside from the economy, I feel like Kamala, I want to make sure I say her name right. Kamala, she changed her mind a lot. Like before she didn't want fracking and now she does. And it's just like, I think
that made her such a strong candidate. I think that made her such a strong candidate, Jenna. So in 2019, she wanted to ban fracking. In 2019, right, she wanted to go all green, right? But then over the course of serving as VP and working with Congress to pass the most legislation that has been passed by any modern U.S. presidency, right, she moderated her views to be able to work with both sides of the aisles better. That makes her such a strong candidate because it demonstrates that she's a good leader that can compromise to work with people that disagree.
Okay, I can understand that. The next thing was, I strongly believe Trump and RFK will make a good team. I know that's very controversial. I can tell by your face already. I do believe, though, that RFK does have our best interest in mind.
Jenna, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Jenna says, couldn't resist, had to send more. Love you. Love you too, Jenna. Everybody, please show some love to Jenna down below in the comment section for the $15 PayPal. You were phenomenal. And thank you for the hand arts as well, Gabby. So here's the thing. Maybe RFK does have her best interests in mind, but I mean, after like decapitating the bear, putting the carcass in Central Park, and having like worms eat his brain and like raping a woman, I just don't think you should be even given a shot. Let's be real. And then if this whole thing is like health, right? His whole thing is health. If we wanted healthier children, if we wanted healthier Americans, you should have voted for Kamala Harris, who would have given the average American more purchasing power and would have increased the child tax credit, which would have given families, particularly parents, more money to buy better food to put on their to put on their table.
And I understand that. And I also understand how Republicans can be kind of back and forth with that. I remember when Michelle Obama wanted to put better foods in our school lunches and stuff, like we had a problem with that. I personally didn't, but I do know like how some Republicans can be very hypocritical depending on the party that is putting these things in place.
Well, no, he's just estranged, man. He also wants to ban fluoride in water, right? We have studies since the 70s that demonstrate that low levels of fluoride in water is actually a good thing for your dental hygiene. It's also the case that he's anti-vaccine, all right, and has continued to hint at like this idea that vaccines cause autism, which has been scientifically refuted and never proven, and is only like provides more stigmatization towards anti-vax parents giving their kids vaccinations, which leads to very detrimental effects. Like none of these things are about health. Right? Like, I don't think that, like, there's really any positive things about RFK here, right? And that's why he didn't win the Democrat ticket. That's why he couldn't stand on his own two legs as an independent. And that's why he ultimately had to drop out and join Trump's campaign. And Sienna, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Sienna, Anthony, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. And then Big Country, Mr. Jackson, thank you for the gym gun.
So,
Tessa, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents on Venmo saying sending positive energy your way. I need it, Tessa. That means the world to me. Thank you so much.
Is he anti-vax, or does he want to do more research on them? So my thing is, I'm not totally against the COVID vaccine. Like, if you got it, that's fine. What I saw a lot of like weird things come about in people that I personally know. So this isn't based off statistics. I'm talking based off of, what I've seen and what I've experienced. I feel like after a lot of boosters, like people's health started taking a toll. I mean, and that can just be me being, just looking for things, but I'm also
There's always a way to determine if it's just you looking for things or a fact. Can you provide me any evidence that the booster shots of COVID are bad?
I can't give you any real evidence, but I have seen, different things.
Great.
But I said, that's
Then
me.
we should assume that it's a conspiracy theory because we have scientific and medical evidence that point towards the fact that booster shots save lives. And I don't think that your seemings or your anecdotal experiences are measurably enough evidence to determine that we should vote for a candidate who stands opposed to them, possibly putting the lives of many on the line. And Amy, thank you for the subscription.
I just feel like, I've seen a lot of, and I know I can be a little bit of a conspiracy theorist, but I'm not trying to completely be crazy with that. Because I do try and talk myself out of conspiracy theories, which is why I'm also here. Like, I'm not here to just debunk everything you say. But I did, and it could, again, be false or propaganda or whatever you want to call it. But I did see a lot of things such as blood clots after boosters, and
Gina,
that
thank
happened.
you for the $2 on PayPal. I do appreciate you for the love, Gina. And Sarah, thank you for the 69 cents. Telling me to start an effing thing. That's crazy. Okay, go ahead.
But I don't know. I just saw, and again, it could be propaganda, that there were a lot of blood clots and things of that nature happening after the boosters, not necessarily just the first vaccine, but as people got boosters, like the first and second.
Taylor, thank you for the $2 and the 22 cents on Venmo. So I'm actually looking up any evidence for what you believe in right now. And it seems like an incredibly rare side effect. You understand that all vaccines, all medicine have
They come with something, and I understand that.
Right, and
like
this
I said,
and what I'm actually seeing is that if you have thrombosis, which is some medical condition that I don't even know what it is, you're at an increased risk for you're at an increased risk for blood clotting. I don't see that it is anything negative.
And I'm not saying my beliefs are true by any means, but then again, you never. Well, I guess you're pretty confident in what you say. Sometimes I can be like, is this too far right on a conspiracy theorist level? But other than that, I do believe the biggest thing for me is the health in our country. I just think and people are saying, oh, well, Kamala was going to, help insulin be more affordable, etc. But can we get to the root cause of what is causing this in the American individuals,
If you want people to be healthier, then you should probably want people to be more educated, right? Because typically when we have a more educated youth, they grow up to make more money and make better decisions. Would you agree?
Yeah, I can agree with you.
And within
on that.
making better decisions and having more money, you're more likely to be healthy?
Yeah, and I do believe a lot of
so
it is.
So then we shouldn't want to dismantle the Federal Board of Education.
Some things I feel like shouldn't be in schools right now.
Like what?
In a lot of public schools, I'm in Chicago. So, in a lot of public schools, there's teaching about, homosexuality, which I have nothing against. But
why
when
is it bad to teach about gay people in school?
Under a certain age, I don't think it's right.
Okay, so what's being taught to who and why is it wrong? Clarify to me the grade levels and clarify to me the curriculum that you disagree with.
Sure. So, and I can give you this. My mom is a teacher for CPS, Chicago Public Schools. They have kindergarten through 8th at her school. I'm not going to say the name of the school, but they are starting to teach about being transgender, homosexuality in grade 4. They are talking about it.
And what's the specific curriculum? What exactly is being taught?
I'm not a teacher there, so I don't want to say anything wrong.
Well, shouldn't you explore that first?
Yes,
shouldn't you
but
explore the exact curriculum? Because, like, I'm going to be honest, man. I highly doubt that, they're going to be teaching fourth graders about like GAY intercourse. Okay, right? They'd be blasted on Fox News. It'd be all over the TVs. It'd be everywhere. It would be like the biggest piece of propaganda right now that would be taken advantage of by all Republicans ever, right, to further dispute and discredit the left. And what I bet, I'm going to take an educated guess here. Now, feel free to correct me. Is that if there's anything about members of the LGBTQ plus community being taught to fourth graders, all it is it's being taught that some people don't have a mom and a dad. Some people have two moms, or some people have two dads. Then about trans people, all that is being taught, right, is that people could feel uncomfortable with their bodies, right? A very age-appropriate curriculum, I think, is very vital towards a more disposed youth towards education to stay away from prejudice. When we could just like ingrain these very basic bare bones ideas even into like second, third, fourth graders, that, there is relationship and family dynamics that you may not personally be familiar with. And that's normal and whatnot. That's a good thing, okay? Because I'm going to be honest, right? We don't start learning about straight couples in fourth grade. We start learning about straight couples, at least most of us, and when we have our first conscious experience and we meet mommy and daddy. You know what I mean?
That's true. And I can give you that for sure.
Yeah, and I just think it's so important, right, for everybody to have some type of exposure towards people that aren't straight, because it's the alienation away from gay people that can cause a difference from self that inspires uncomfortability and prejudice to grow, right? And I'm talking literally from experience. I went to a private Catholic school from preschool to 8th grade.
Same.
I was never surrounded by anybody that was openly gay.
Did you go to public for high school?
I did, and we'll get to that.
It was a culture shock.
I was never surrounded by anybody that was openly gay, and every single time it was mentioned, it was talked about unfavorably, negatively, because of course it was a Catholic school. What that did is it kind of put a separation between me and the LGBTQ plus community and people that were in the LGBTQ plus community, and it creates alienation that can lead towards dehumanization and difference from self, which can grow prejudice. So age-appropriate content and material in schools, I don't find an issue with.
What the biggest problem for me is, and you can look it up, I'm sure it's somewhere, they are putting, again, in grammar schools, I don't know what I can say on here, feminine products in boys' bathrooms in a grammar school. I think that's, and teachers are getting CPS again is
what the hell is a grammar school?
Grade school.
Okay, could you give me one?
I don't want to do the one my mom gives, but let me look up another CPS school.
No, I'm just super curious. I don't think I have an issue with it, but what's an elementary school that where they have feminine products and
George Washington Elementary
bathroom?
George Washington.
Okay. Let's look at this. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping.
And the city of Chicago did donate money for this, and I live there, so.
Okay. Nothing popped up. If you look up George Washington Elementary School menstrual products in boys' bathroom, you will be presented with exactly 0 search results.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Elementary CPS.
Even if they were in there, I don't think it's a bad thing. Oh, scary tampons. Oh, you're more scared of tampons than you are AR-15s. Fuck. Keep the tampons away from our children, but no gun control, even though those bitches are the leading cause of death in our youth.
Okay, I'm pro gun, for many reasons, but yeah, I don't know if they would even advertise, not advertise, but make that public. But I was at the school, but no one's going to take my word for it, and that's fine.
Oh, I have a question. Would you be okay with like taking away a man's right to buy and own an AR-15, even if you knew it'd save the lives of more innocent children?
So where I'm at with gun control, if he doesn't have, I want a lot of background checks before someone is to buy it. If he is, there's no past, if it's just for self-defense and there's nothing showing that he's been a criminal or anything like that, then I say go for it. But
do you mind if you answer my question? I'm literally talking about taking away everyone's right to own an AR-15 if you knew for a certain fact that it would make less children die.
I don't think so.
Okay. I have a question.
Okay.
Are you pro-life?
I am.
Okay, so you'd be okay with taking a woman's right away from accessing abortion because you think it'll save the lives of more innocent children, but you'd never be okay with taking a man's right away to own an AR-15 even if it did save the lives of more innocent children. Don't you think that's a little backwards?
Well, my thought process is and I'm not completely right-winged on pro-life at all. I have different. I'm not like Charlie Kirk. Like, I'm not that crazy about it. But people who are having abortions just to have them, I don't agree with that. And you are taking away a life for sure. But how do we know these people?
What the hell did you just say?
What?
Dude, you said you disagree with people that are getting an abortion just to get an abortion. So do you think that there's like women there? Do you think there's seriously a single woman in America that has gone out there and gotten pregnant just so she could go and pay $1,000 to get an abortion? And
no, I don't think she's purposely
look it up on the Instagram.
Pregnant. I don't think she's purposely doing it.
For the galaxy.
But I feel like if you
like that's just like maybe the bar's not open on a Saturday night. They're cleaning, so she needs to go get impregnated to go down to the Planned Parenthood and have some fun, have something to tweet about, spend some money on, like hashtag love abortions, like it's a fucking like Six Flags or something.
I'm not
Michelle, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. You know that abortions are actually not fun, and whenever you see any type of celebration from the left surrounding abortions, it's not celebrating women getting abortions, but it's rather celebrating women getting the right to have an abortion. Like, no one looks at an abortion as like the first thing that comes to mind. This is just what needs to happen because I want it to. No, like everyone looks at abortions like the last step that unfortunately is the only way to prevent an unwanted pregnancy and for a woman to take responsibility and not place an unwanted child into an unready household. And that's the reality of the situation. But, it even makes me uncomfortable when these conversations debating the morality of abortion only surround the mental states and intentions of the woman. Like, it's so backwards. Like, I mean, if you truly believe that abortion was murder, you wouldn't really care about the motivations or intentions of the woman getting the abortion. You would just care that, like, a unique human is being murdered, It's just, it doesn't make that much sense to me.
So I wasn't necessarily saying that, but if you're engaging in the act and it wasn't one of the 3 exceptions and you did get pregnant, I don't believe you should get an abortion then.
Let's talk about it. Why do you think that's wrong to do? So we call those elective abortions.
Okay.
And why do you think that an elective abortion is wrong?
Because you engaged in the act, you were not harmed. None of the 3 exceptions happened. You know your consequences with engage, and I know a lot of people do. But at the same time, you are taking that risk.
Okay. And do you have any other reasons why you think it's wrong, or is that it?
That's my main thing. Yes.
Well, I mean, do you have any other reasons
besides them?
I want to give you a fair opportunity.
Sure. I mean, it's just that you know what you're doing when you're engaging in acts of that sort that can get you pregnant, and it's just a risk it comes with. Like, I'm going to keep saying that because it's the truth. That's my biggest thing. Yes.
Jenna, I'm going to be honest.
Yes.
I'm going to cook you, and it's going to be bad.
Okay.
Right? But before I do that, I just want to give you one last opportunity to give me all the reasons why you think elective abortions are wrong.
they're just unnecessary. That's all I'm going to say. And you can go for whatever you want to say. I can take it. So go ahead.
No, Jenna, I mean, seriously, you can't think of anything else?
It's just, there are so many people who want to have a baby that cannot, and you're going to have an abortion instead of give it to someone?
I feel bad. Chad, okay, Jenna, before this happens to you, would you agree that I've given you ample opportunity to give me every single reason you could think of why an elective abortion is wrong?
Yes, I'm honestly just waiting for what you have to say.
Anything else?
Nope, and no animosity. Go for it.
Jenna, you never mentioned the fetus dying. That's the biggest issue with these modern pro-lifers is you all sit here and you virtue signal out of your goddamn ass about how all humans are so unique and so valuable, and you're murdering an innocent child, but in all reality that is a thought that never crosses your mind, never crosses the mind of any pro-lifer, and you're all about controlling women that engage in actions in the context of romance, intimacy, and sex that you deem as irresponsible. You're not pro-life. Drop that slogan. I don't give a fuck. Neither do you. I gave you ample opportunity to tell me that you're pro-life and you think abortion is wrong because a baby's being murdered. Yeah. And then here we are. You're just about pro-controlling women. That's it. And then on top of that, by punishing that woman because you want to control her, because you think that she did something immoral or irresponsible, you then want to force an unwanted child into an unready household. And in areas with pro-life legislation driven by your thought process, we see higher levels of poverty, lower levels of income, lower levels of education, lower levels of employment, and lower qualities of life, because you are shifting the family dynamic away from financially well-off adults that consent to starting a family and desire to raise children into forcing young men and women into becoming parents against their will without the mother's consent, because the state is forcing her because you think she's irresponsible. Okay? Thank you for the galaxy. And listen, I gave you such a fair opportunity to tell me how much you cared about the little lovey-dovey life of the unique little baby in the mother's womb, and it never came to mind.
Well, I did say a child could go elsewhere for a couple looking for a baby who can't have them.
Which has nothing to do with the fetus dying, and all to do with you wanting to satisfy this eudaimonic worldview of further making women who get abortions feel bad because they're disadvantaging other men and women that are waiting, and you want to force them to become an incubator for those families. And it has nothing to do with the moral value of this child that's being murdered.
Okay. I definitely brought up their life and past points, but that's fine.
No, you can't work yourself out of this. You can't. Like, do you understand how this is just the point where you just come to the recognition that you might be a little wrong? Like Jenna,
no,
I was so fair. I asked you to name every single reason why you think that an elective abortion is wrong. And then I asked you for clarification if you have any other reasons. I asked you for clarification again and again and again and again. I even told you, I was like, Jenna, I'm going to cook you. Like, and I feel bad, so I want to ask you again if you have any other reasons. And I made it so clear, right? But, and the reason that this demonstration is actually so important is because it just shows very clearly that you don't care about the fetus, just like I don't care about the fetus, just like all the other pro-choicers don't care about the fetus.
I mean,
the only
I definitely
difference between us is that you just seek accountability and culpability on the part of the mother for quote-unquote being irresponsible.
I mean, I do, trust me, for my own reasons. I do care. They are a living thing at conception. I had a miscarriage after 1 month. I know what it's like. You lost your child because it is a child.
Oh, no, it's too late now.
No, but I'm telling you.
It's too late.
not-
Now,
no, you can-
also, did you just call this? Did you just call this valuable child that's getting murdered a thing?
What?
Shannon, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. You're like this living thing. Okay, hey, Jenna,
I'm
I have a
speaking
question.
your terms.
I just have a question. So if like your grandmother got murdered, and then I was like, oh yeah, that living thing died, like how would you feel?
Well, it happened 3 years ago. It wasn't that great.
Your grandmother got murdered? How about
I'm
we
not
use
going
another?
into that. Not murdered, but the living thing died 3 years ago. Yes.
How about we use another example?
Thank you.
Have you ever had any children that have died?
I had a miscarriage. Yes.
Have you ever had any siblings that have died?
No. We can use
There we go. If you had a sibling, right, that got murdered, right, and then I said, "Oh yeah, that living thing died." How would you feel about that? Upset, yeah. But even then, you turn around and you're calling like the fetus this living thing that's died. It's because we don't value the fetus. We don't look at the
That's what you
fetus the
guys
same
say.
way we look at people.
I don't
like you and
personally
me.
believe it, but I'm speaking your terms.
Okay, all right. Well, Jenna, yeah. Is there anything else you want to go over?
No. But thank
Okay.
you for having me and teaching me a few new things. I am open-minded.
Yeah, I appreciate you for your time, Jen. I appreciate you for like being level-headed. I'll give you that.
Okay, and everybody can clip what you did to me. Maybe we can talk again on a different topic one day. Thanks for letting me come back up on a different topic, though. I really appreciate that, Dean.
Feel free to request up. I don't think you're open-minded, but I do think that you do
A little bit. I'm willing to hear you out.
You operate yourself with respect in these conversations, and that is like surprisingly not something I see often. So appreciate you for coming up, Jenna. And Brooke, thank you for the $1 and the 66 cents on Venmo. I do appreciate you, Brooke. Country Posh, how are we doing? You've been waiting very patiently. Feel free to unmute that mic. Maybe they haven't been waiting patiently at all and they're not even here. Imagine that. Imagine Country Posh has just been on the live for like the last 30 minutes and they're just not even here. Yeah, I love running that line of dialogue on pro-lifers. It is just so telling, and it never fails. Hey, what's up, Anna? How old are you?
I am 25.
You're 25. Nice. Well, yeah, I believe you. AC Peps, how old are you?
35.
Nice. Did you guys vote for Trump?
I did.
Phenomenal. All right. Anna, did you vote for Trump?
No. Before you cook me.
Sorry, Anna. I do appreciate you for coming up. AC Peps, let's have a conversation. Why did you vote for the adjudicated rapist, 34 count felon?
So the reason that I voted for Donald Trump is because...
Tomato.
Yeah, right. I think in the last part of this, like the stretch into the summer leading into the actual election, that I myself has always voted Democrat. Always. There was a lot of stuff out there. You see people like yourself out there. And I think the health part spoke to me the most about anything. So personally, it was more so because of RFK and the Trump relationship.
Are you vaccinated?
I am.
Do you think that vaccines are bad for people's health?
I'm not. I guess it really depends on which one. There's some vaccine. There's one particular one, and of course, I don't know the name of it right now. They only had like, what was it? It was under 50 people that died before they started giving this injection for this particular vaccine, and it's an old one too. Like, why?
Okay, does a vaccine really matter that much? Does the vaccine that you're talking about? Like, okay, you're not anti-vax.
The point thing is really not the vaccine. It's just the point about, I feel like the American public was very conflicted and didn't really know what to do. And you had people saying, Kamala Harris, like all of a sudden she's saying she's black, and now you see Candace Owens with her whole thing about how she's not really black, and you just hear all these different points, and you research.
Jinx, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you for the love.
You research these things to like the best of your ability. You don't want to. Well, for me personally, I don't want to like listen to hearsay on the internet. But all these things are like alarming, and it's on both sides.
Do you think that Kamala Harris is black?
I don't know. It's very, very questionable. But I don't know. But I think everybody has a bottom and a low, and what they'll allow. And my bottom low was like, I cannot stand the fact that Trump
let's just
grade
discuss
A
that.
female.
I want to move on to that. Let's just discuss this. I'm white. Do you believe me?
Yes.
Do you think that my whiteness is questionable at all? James, thank you for the hat and the mustache.
I don't know, because you're not like a you're not running for the president of the United States. Everything
is Donald Trump white?
Maybe he might be orange, but
yes, that's a good one. But on a real note, yeah, he's white. Is Donald Trump's whiteness questionable at all?
No, and to be fair,
and why is Kamala Harris's blackness questionable?
Because she kind of ran on. She didn't she ran on it.
Give me a single example of Kamala Harris referring to herself as a black woman.
She always would say, as a black woman or a young black woman growing up, this, and then you
Heather,
see
thank you for the hand hearts.
The entire beat change in the last few months, and she stopped saying black woman. Like, she stopped saying that. And that was just a little off-putting for me as someone who has voted Democrat until this year. And was I happy about circling that?
So I'm just so confused. What is wrong with first of all, I've never seen Kamala Harris say, as a black woman, X, Y, and Z. Raquel, I appreciate you for the subscription. But like, the funny thing is I bet a lot of black women out there would have really appreciated that, and that message would have really resounded with him strongly. The fact that there was such a high level of advocacy for the needs and forms of marginalization that impact black women being addressed from such a high level of power. I bet so many people would have appreciated that. But that's the issue. What's wrong with a black woman saying, as a black woman, here are these struggles that I understand, right, that white men are probably less likely or can't understand. And this is what I'm going to do to try to address these struggles if I'm elected as president. And what exactly does that tell you that makes you question her race?
It's not about questioning her race. It's about questioning the integrity behind the person, what they're saying.
No, it's literally about questioning her race. You said her blackness was questionable.
Yes. It is
about questioning her race.
Because they cannot find a certificate for half the people she claims in her family, just a lot of things. But like
no. If you want to know, do you know what her father's name is?
Donald, is it Donald?
It is Donald Harris. Where is he from?
Donald Harris, Jamaica.
And what is his ethnic/racial background?
I don't know. I haven't seen his birth certificate.
He's an Afro-Jamaican. What does that make Kamala Harris?
I would assume the same.
Yeah, and let me ask you a question.
Have you seen his and her birth certificate?
Let me ask you a question.
Because when you go ahead.
Oh my God! First of all, if you're just curious, no, this is so gross. This is so gross. Listen, I'm gonna be honest, AC Peps. First of all, yeah, just if you're curious, yes, Kamala Harris has made her birth certificate public, okay? You can go online and see Kamala Harris's birth certificate. But my issue with you is that I will sit here and tell you who her father is, and you could look this up and see pictures of them together. There's years of history between a child and their parent, and you can see that this man is an Afro-Jamaican. Tessa, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. But then you automatically start questioning her racial background by sitting here asking for her birth certificate. This is racism. It is. This is absolutely undeniable racism. Who is the other modern American presidential candidate that has been questioned for their racial, ethnic, and nationalistic backgrounds? Who has been presumed guilty of a crime of moral questionability by lying about their background? Who is it? Who is the one other person in American politics and in the history that I could conceive of and think of? Barack Obama. And what is very special about Kamala Harris and Barack Obama? They're both black. The only two black individuals that have ever ran for president as nominated by either the DNC or the RNC. And tell me why it is only those two candidates who have had mainstream skepticism on either their racial background, their ethnic background, where they were born. Why were these the only two candidates in which we're required to produce a birth certificate to prove their familiar relations? I'll allow you an opportunity to answer that question before I do.
Oh, thanks for unmuting me. I honestly, from when I got up on here, I said it was the healthcare that really was what it was for me, and I just gave an example, and then you're kind of running with it. I didn't ever ask to see her birth certificate. I just said that it calls into question the integrity of a person, just like Donald Trump raping women calls into question the integrity of him. Everybody has a bottom of what they think for the country. There's things you agree with on one side and things you agree with on or at least for me, on both sides that I agree with and don't agree with. And for me, this election, it was certain things.
I did ask you a question, and
okay, I don't know the answer.
Very kind of you can answer.
Go ahead. I don't know the answer.
Thank you for the manifesting. The answer is racism. That's the truth. AC Peps.
Okay. So we don't question the moral integrity of the person who's going to be leading the country. It wouldn't matter if it wouldn't matter who it was.
You could question the moral integrity of a candidate that wants to run the country, right? That's not inherently racist. But it's the way that you question the moral integrity. One moment. It's the way that you have questioned the moral integrity of Kamala Harris that is blatantly racist. You are questioning the moral integrity of Kamala Harris by calling her blackness into question, presuming that a birth certificate must be produced to prove her racial background in lieu of an insurmountable amount of historicity on her family, her parents. And this was the same question that was asked of Obama, as well as the same question that has never been asked of a white person running for president. That's what makes it racist.
Yeah, I guess if you're saying it that way, if they're not asking for a birth certificate for the other person, it's not very fair.
And it also just relatively seems unprovoked. I'm going to be honest. What provoked you to ask what provoked you to call Kamala Harris's blackness into question?
You asked,
like for instance, I certainly don't call in the blackness of people into question day by day. In fact, I don't think I've really ever questioned someone's race ever, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does, because certainly I haven't either. Again, as I mentioned, this election cycle, there are so many different components of things that are going on, and you even see more people voted than ever. Like, the American people as a whole are just not, I'm not saying we're not seeing eye to eye. I just think that there's just all this stuff going on that makes everyone question things, and everyone needs to get to the actual truth behind everything, and that's ultimately it.
Dude, why are you still trying to justify it? Like, I'm gonna be honest. I want to give you a demonstration. Of
I was really hoping to talk about the health part of this. That's why
we have hours. We have hours to talk about healthcare, right? But there's other issues that are also important, and it's not often that I get to have a transparent discussion with someone that is openly racist. Like, I feel like these conversations are very important. Like, you know, you come up here and you tell me that you don't know if Kamala Harris is black or not, and like what I'm attempting to do right now is to just kind of explain to you what I would presume would be the response of a rational person to what I've said. I feel like a rational person, right, would respond to what I'm saying right now as being like, yeah, you're right. There is no reason to question Kamala Harris's blackness. Her blackness is irrefutable. And the fact that only her blackness, as well as Obama's place of birth, has been questioned in American politics, and they're the only two black candidates for president from any major party in American history, that is just an obvious display of racism.
Okay, if that's what you think, like, I know how. Well, I think that and I know that I'm not racist, and you're just like sitting here, you're just going on and just keep going in on this like one point that this makes me racist, because like I said, we're all seeing all these things, we're all trying to get to the bottom of what the truth is for what.
Well, maybe so, like, what I'm more so explaining, at the very bare minimum, you believe in something that's racist. And I think it's very possible to like believe in something that's racist just because you've never been like exposed to like education on these things, and you've just like dead honestly never questioned why you believe in this in the life. You very well may just believe this because that's what the TV told you to believe, right? But like now that like I think I've explained to you why it's racist so clearly, like the fact that you're not making it automatic.
No, I
is a
agree
red flag.
With the fact that I agree with the fact that like it should probably have never been brought up ever.
Okay. All right. I'm at AC.
Like it probably shouldn't have ever been brought up ever.
Yeah.
Because,
well, so what else did you want to talk about? I mean, if you don't want to continue to talk about that, like you said, what else do you want to talk about?
my whole thing, like I said, was from me being someone who always voted Democrat to flip when it's someone who I have. Everyone has like a bottom. Like I said, everybody has a bottom of what they're willing to I guess deal with, or what they consider is like acceptable. And like the whole concept of grape with Donald Trump, it was disgusted me. It made me, that was like, I would like die on that hill. That was a core belief of mine. I found disgusting. Okay. But there were other things, and like I mentioned, RFK. He was a Democrat. I heard a little bit what you were saying with the previous person you were talking to, but I think a lot of people, it came down to some of these, I guess, smaller things. Like it's like, what did you?
I appreciate you for coming up. You were just kind of yapping. Sorry, AC. Hello, the moderate Republican. You have been chirping in my comment section for weeks. You seem like a very angry person.
Not at all, man. Not at all. I just
not
want
at all. You're not so you're a happy person. I mean, you have 200,000 followers. You know how this app works. You got to be in the app for me to be able to hear you.
Yeah, no, I'm not an angry person. I just want to know how you're able to sit up here and claim the moral high ground when it comes to racism.
Why? Wait, first of all, I wasn't claiming... Explaining why something is racist isn't claiming a moral high ground.
You called her racist.
I explicitly clarified that she held a racist belief, which is undeniably true.
Yeah, but you were actually recorded saying racist things.
I was. Yeah, you're talking about the video of me saying the N-word when I was 14. I was.
Correct. Yes.
Absolutely.
And actually, in 20,
thank you for bringing this up.
2019.
No, that was not saying the N-word. That was using the F slur. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, like, what gives you the moral
I appreciate
high
you for wait. I was 14 in 2019.
Yeah. So, what gives you the moral high ground? 14's old enough for a kid to decide what gender they are, but not old enough to know right from wrong when it comes to racial slurs.
And I appreciate you for bringing.
Am I
this up.
correct?
And I'll go ahead and explain this to you. Me saying the N-word at 14 cannot be excused because of my age. Okay, and I've went over this many times in my life, and I'll happily explain it to you. Because as soon as we start to normalize, right, these apologetic and sympathetic behaviors towards 14-year-olds saying slurs because they're 14, well, then we'll probably see more 14-year-olds saying slurs, and they'll just automatically excuse it because of their own age. And I mean, that seems like that could increase a lot of harm generated on like 14-year-old black boys and girls in middle school and early high school. No, I don't think that I am in like a better position today than I was, and it was acceptable because I was 14. I think it's because I have made genuine character progression from when I was 14, right? I have now, right, accepted education that transposed that in which like that character progression led from, and I now attempt to share that same education with other people, as well as I've held myself genuinely accountable. And I don't get it why Republicans such as yourself want to continue to create this manufactured outrage, because it never works out for you. Because
it's not a
the things
manufactured
that I
outrage.
just demonstrated,
You manufactured
right,
it.
the qualities that I just explained, right, literally demonstrate how a 20-year-old white boy on TikTok can hold himself to a higher level of accountability than the next president of our country. When has Donald Trump apologized and taken accountability? One moment. When has Donald Trump apologized and taken accountability for calling for the death penalty for the exonerated Central Park Five? When has Donald Trump apologized and taken accountability for calling all black people lazy and then affirming that that's something that he said in 1997? Never. So why can I, as a 20-year-old, take more personal accountability than your champion?
Because at the end of the day, for what you do on your platform, you have
Trinity,
to.
thank you for the extension to the 1 month.
If you don't take accountability, right, you now lose faith. Like your viewers lose faith in you. This is how you generate your revenue, right? Just because somebody apologized for something they said doesn't mean they're truly apologetic. We're taking you for your word as being such a thing. But you sit up here.
You're right. There's actually three
someone,
qualities for forgiveness to be granted: an apology, accountability, and genuine change in character. Thank you for explaining why Donald Trump is still a racist today.
I mean, he's not.
He absolutely is. He absolutely is. You just described to me that we hold a very high threshold of forgiveness for these attitudes. Wait, I actually have you a question. Do you think that I'm a racist?
No, I honestly don't.
Good for you. At least you'll be intellectually honest to tell yourself that. And the reason I'm not a racist today is because I've been able to apologize, hold myself accountable, and I've undergone genuine character change. Okay?
No, the reason I don't.
And it is those three attributes that Donald Trump has not satisfied that leads him towards still being a racist today, and leads me to being a better, more able to hold myself accountable individual than the next president.
So the reason I don't think you're a racist is because I think action speaks louder than words, right? And if you look at Donald Trump's actions, the fact that he employs people of all ethnicities, right, that shows that he's not a racist. And then to go, I know you're going to laugh at me, but do you know what the platinum plan is?
I do. I do know what the platinum plan is.
So then according to his agenda with the platinum plan, right, he wants to deem the triple K group as a T group in America, right?
When was the platinum plan announced?
I believe it was 2016 or 17.
2015, with his original campaign for his presidency, first presidency.
I agree.
And I have a question. Was the platinum plan ever passed through Congress?
Some of it, not all of it.
No. The platinum plan was not passed through Congress. Right, no, and I mean, this is like the most hilarious thing ever. It's absolutely hilarious.
HBCUs, like the fact that he gave more money to HBCUs, was part of the Platinum Plan, right? That was part of the Platinum Plan, which did pass through Congress, right? It did pass.
Hey, the moderate Republican, he decreased funding to HBCUs.
He did not.
Obama gave HBCUs, let's see, $4 billion, which is $2 billion every 4 years. Meanwhile, Donald Trump only gave them $1 billion over his 4 years, so he cut HBCU funding in half. And then Biden and Harris stepped in and then bumped it up to $16 billion over 4 years.
Dean, that's incorrect. You know it's incorrect, man.
It actually isn't. You could go listen. I'll actually give you a fact check for this from a right. Man. I'll give you a fact check for this from a right leaning source. So I actually brought this up on my Jubilee episode where I debated 20 Trump supporters. And guess what? SAN Fact Check, who is very right leaning and made a lot of inappropriate judgments during that video, actually affirmed that as being a fact. Right. And there's plenty of other sources on the internet as well. You can't deny reality just because it makes you uncomfortable. I
go to the .gov website, right? So like, that's just not true. Like what you're saying is not true. If you go to the whitehouse.archives.gov, everybody in the chat, you could do the same thing. You'll see that this is not true. While you're not lying about Biden amping it up and Harris amping it up, right? That part is true. But Donald Trump never took away. He gave something like, I can't remember the exact number, but the initial year,
the exact number.
If I was sitting in front of my PC, I would be able to tell you it because I got it.
His only executive order on HBCUs was a permanent $250 million per year fix. Okay, what you're going to be referencing, or what you could possibly be referencing,
he gave $350 million per year
from other from other sources within our federal government. Once again, I've given you a source for this. Feel free to read.
And I gave my source too.
You gave me whitehouse.gov. Is that a website or is that a source for your claim?
Whitehouse.archives.gov. It's a website. It's the government website.
An archive from his administration.
Yeah, just like if you type in Biden into this archive, it'll come up Biden's administration. If you type in Obama.
So how about you give me the title of the article on his archive?
Once again, Dean, I would love to. Like maybe when I'm in front of my PC, like you could bring me back up, but I will definitely do that. I'm not in front of my PC right now.
Another Republican making an unfounded claim with no evidence.
No, it's like I gave my source. Like anybody could go check it.
No. I have a question. So
I know my source.
We're in 11th grade English class, you and me right now, and our teacher gave us an assignment of a 10-page research paper with a bibliography with at least 10 sources. So I have a question. You write this paper, right? And for your bibliography, you write down google.com, whitehousearchives.gov. Right. Meanwhile, I write down my bibliography to include the title of the article, the year it was published, who the publisher was, a link, a URL, all in MLA citation, all in MLA citations. Who's going to get a better grade?
Well, obviously you, because you.
And why is that? Because you didn't search your fucking claims. You just gave me a general website without any specific publication.
I mean, there's an economy, there's a budget tab, there's a national security tab. There's all types of tabs, right, that you click on.
I do appreciate
you go through.
But
once again, just because I'm not sitting down to tell you the exact number, site, whatever, like I'm giving you the site to go to, what to look up the Trump administration, and on that you go to either economy, budget, so on and so forth, and do your own research. But what I'm trying to say,
this is just you obfuscating. No, this is like
it's really not. Dean,
that
like
Biden, and it is obfuscating. I'll tell you the reason that this is obfuscation. Okay, thank you for the subscription. This is like me saying that Biden and Harris did something like X, Y, or Z, whatever the hell, and my source is WashingtonPost.com, and that's my source.
I'm not giving you an independent
I'm not going to
researcher.
do the homework for your evidence for your claim.
I'm not telling you to do the homework, but once again, I'm also not citing an independent researcher, company, organization, or anything like that. I'm citing a .gov website.
I don't care if you use the archive website as your source, but you didn't give me a source. You gave me the archives of his administration. The source would be within the archives of his administration, but the archive websites on its own is not the source. It's like sourcing trustmebro.com. That's like sourcing Washington. One second. That's like sourcing Washington Post. Chat. One second. Am I describing myself clearly? Chat, am I being ridiculous right now? Like, The source can be on the website, but you have to give me the title of an article or some further reference so I could see what page or article on that website you are referencing.
Okay, and once again, if I was sitting in front of my PC, Dean, I would totally do that for you, man. Like, but the point is, like, where I'm coming from with all this is, like, you guys, you, Parker, Harry, and whatever the other fourth one name is, Chris or whatever, like, you guys been spitting out the same rhetoric for the last year and a half or whatever it's been, and it's got you guys nowhere, right? It's literally got you nowhere. You guys have been debunked 100 times. I can literally pull up proof, if you like, of Harry Sison literally getting paid by the Democratic Party. I can pull it up right now and put it on my green screen if you like, right? So, like, the fact that you guys spit out to your viewers just
Keely, thank you for the $1 on Vim. I do appreciate
and nonstop lies, and that the viewers, the Democrat viewers, just listen to the lies like we listened to the lie for a year about Hunter Biden not being pardoned. And now they're going to amp it up to where they're going to give him preemptive pardons. Like, that just shows the willingness that you guys are listening to these lies, and the willingness to spread these lies throughout the nation, causing more of a division.
Okay, I want to go ahead and call you out on that. I would like you to pull up proof on your green screen of Harry Sisson being paid by the Democratic National Convention, by the DNC. I'm just going to go ahead and take a bet. You're going to pull up a screenshot of him being paid $10,000 or $20,000 from an action fund. I hope you know that an action fund is not the Democrat Party. What did I say? Yeah, you have the Democracy Defense Action Fund. Great. So that's not the Democrat Party.
Where does that come
embarrassed?
From? Where does that come from?
From a PAC? From an action fund?
Yes. What are they a part of?
What are they a part of? No, they're not a part of. They are the umbrella conglomerate.
Which means
they're not a part of anything greater. They exist as their own entity.
So would you say that would be equally
Pumpkin,
true?
thank you for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
Would you say that would be equally true for a right-leaning think tank?
Yeah.
So then why is Donald Trump getting linked to Project 2025?
Yeah, because he specifically said that they were drafting the incumbency for a presidency with his action plan. And then we had former advisors on his team, such as John McIntyre, say that they're paving a way into his administration.
Yeah, but once again, I mean, I can say
but
the
I
same
don't
thing
really
about
want to
Harry
pivot to
Sison.
2025.
I could say the same thing about Harry Sison. I could talk about that the same way with Harry Sison, right? The only reason that he's spreading this propaganda is because he's actually getting paid by somebody that supports the Democratic Party, right? Or else he wouldn't be spreading the propaganda. If I was getting paid $20,000 a year or a post or whatever
that's what we need to talk about right there. So a payment of $20,000 came from an action fund in what year?
I'd have to go back and look. I think it was like 2020, 2021.
Yeah, that's about $4,000 a year.
Yeah, once again, dude, it doesn't matter how you're being.
It literally does matter, and the reason it matters is because what is going to be better for the generation of wealth? Getting paid $4,000 a year to work 8-9 hour days and fly across the country, or working at McDonald's for minimum wage?
Yeah, but you realize they promote his social media also, right?
Who's they?
Like the party that I just showed you. Like, if it wasn't for them promoting his social media, he wouldn't have been on, what was he on, CNN, MSNBC, or whatever he was on, right? He wouldn't be on these.
So the Democracy Defense Fund promotes his social media. So when you say it promotes his social media, what are you saying exactly?
I mean, there's multiple ways to promote the social media. Whether it's
give me the way that they promoted his social.
I mean, they could be manipulating the algorithms, right?
Manipulating the algorithms. No, you can't.
Correct.
You're literally. So I just want to make it clear. You're accusing a Democratic Action Fund or a PAC of hacking into the algorithms of TikTok, Instagram, and literally manipulating it to artificially boost Harry Sisson's posts.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're paranoid.
No.
So then what are you saying? Okay.
So what I'm saying is, like, because of their outreach, right, that they could send people, like, for instance, the more people you got in here, right, Dean, you know this, I know this. The more people you got in here interacting with your live, right, the more TikTok believes that your live is relevant. So therefore it pushes it onto the FYP page, right? So they could be quote unquote sending people or
1 second. Jody, thank you for the $10 on Venmo from the DNC. I appreciate you for the love, Jody. Everybody, please do show some love to Jody down below in the chat. I'm sorry, I got my daily DNC payment. Go ahead.
No, or it could be once again sending bots to manipulate it, just like you see all these like all these other like grow accounts or whatever you want to call them, right? Well, there's a million different ways to manipulate the algorithms.
Oh. Hey, what's up, man? I don't know if you've been talking or not. I've been
I stopped. I'm not.
No,
rude.
Go ahead and just start repeating yourself. So I hear what you're saying.
Noise.
Manipulating the algorithm, sending people to the post, sending people to the lives. Susan, thank you for the $20 on Venmo from the DNC. I appreciate you for the daily payment, Susan. Right? Everybody, show some love to Susan down below in the chat. I appreciate that so much. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to give us evidence. But you know what? I decided that I want to bro out with you. So I'm gonna go ahead and just mute my mic and do something while you're giving us evidence. But I'm here for you, brother. I'm here. You're a true patriot. But go ahead and give us that evidence.
I mean, I am. I'm a 41-year-old male that served in the United States Army for 8 years, military intelligence, human interrogations, right? So I am a true patriot. Like, what have you done for the country?
I'll tell you what I've done for the country next. Give me the evidence.
Like, once again, it's hard to prove something when I don't have the ability to prove it. Like, if I had somebody to look into it, I hired somebody to look into it, I'm sure I could prove it. But the fact is that the kid is getting paid, which you guys all coattailed off of Harry Sison, right? The kid's getting paid.
Amen, brother.
By the Democratic Party.
Amen. That's right. He's getting paid by the Democratic Party. Now, that's right. Yeah, amen, brother. Amen. And that's right. And all these other motherfuckers, Harry, Parker, Chris, Dane. Listen, now we really got something. Now, one moment. We really got something to go on here. I appreciate you for the and the mustache. These little fools. Okay, first of all, they're soy boys. Second of all, they're probably lying about their sexual orientations and do funny stuff when they're together. Antonio, thank you for the $15 on PayPal from the DNC. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, and Antonio, I do appreciate you. And fourth of all, they come on this damn platform every single day and they spread the talking points from Joe Biden, Taylor Swift, and all of this propaganda that has been debunked by true American patriots hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times.
Okay, so then prove to me that
RC debunked
Let me see
them.
your evidence.
Moderate debunked them. All of these true MAGA patriots debunked them. And listen, I agree with you, brother. They are all being paid by the DNC. And in fact, you just gave me the biggest piece of bombshell evidence. Now, you brought up that picture on your green screen of Harry Sissy Boy, right, being paid $20,000 by a action fund like 4 years ago. Now this ultimately does prove that he has been well compensated for his 7 days a week propaganda that he has been spreading for years. Now, sure, one may say that does equal out to about $3,000 to $4,000 a year. Okay, and let's do the math even further. What's like 3,000 divided by 12? I'll let my chat answer for me. Give me a minute. What's 3,000 divided by 12? Now pull out your calculators. Let me know.
How much do you guys make on just your platform?
1 second. 3,000 divided by 12 is 250. So that's $250. Now what's 250 divided by 31? I could pull out the calculator and do this myself.
Wait, are you asking me?
$8 a day. Now, what is 8 divided by 8 hours? That's $1 an hour. So, absolutely, Harry Sisson is being paid $1 an hour by the demon NC, right, to spread propaganda on this damn platform. You're right, sir.
You're talking about one payment. I showed multiple payments. So, like, you're talking about one. I showed multiple.
That's
I'm also talking about
you bumped it up to $2 an hour. Fuck you.
So what I'm trying to show you is that also has repercussions, whether they're positive or negatives, right? You guys, I've watched your live. I'm a live host myself. I know exactly how much you guys are pretty much making, right? When you guys are getting all these gifts, you're making at least $2,000 to $3,000 a day off your live.
I wish. Go chat. Listen.
So
if this is the propaganda, we got to make it come true. Listen, Venmo and PayPal in the bio and the link tree as well. Run me my $3,000. Go ahead. I haven't made my $3,000 today yet, chat.
Dean, if I go to the daily rankings and I look at how many diamonds you made, how many diamonds did you make?
Today?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've made 20,000 diamonds today.
Okay, so how much is 20,000 diamonds equal to?
That's $100.
It's more than $100.
No.
It is.
No, that is $100.
No, 10,000.
Thank you for the confetti. No,
10,000 is 100. Correct. No,
you are wrong.
TikTok takes 70%. You get 30%, right? I have been doing this for years. 20,000 coins is $100. So once again, that's
Sunbray. Thank you for the $5,000 towards the daily. Wait, Sunday. I do appreciate you for the for the. Let's see. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo, Sunday. I do appreciate you so much for the love, Sunday. That is absolutely phenomenal. Thank you, Sunday, for the $5 donation on Venmo. So listen, chat. We've done 100 and the coins, and then $5 on Venmo so far. Let's see. We have 2,895 left. Gallia, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. Now we're at 2,893. Thank you. Go ahead.
You're getting off topic.
I'm fucking having fun, okay?
No, I get it. And like, listen, dude, do I think you guys are bad people? No, I don't think you're bad people. I think you're capitalistic, which is something that you claim to be against, right?
Lazy boy, thank you for the trash panda. Go ahead and continue.
I think you guys are capitalistic people, which you guys tend to be against, right? I think that most of the things you guys are saying are misinformed, and you've been propagandized, or you're doing the propaganda yourself, right?
First of all, I'm not against capitalism. I am literally a capitalist. I think that the best economic model is a social democracy, as in which we'd see in Nordic countries. I think that it produces the most efficient outcomes while also caring for quality of life. And then secondarily here, no, I don't like the overwhelming inference here is going to be me doing this for the money.
So
now you listen to the real man here, little boy. When I first started doing my streams, I made pennies a day, but yet I'd still do them for 3, 4, 5 hours a day. And then I do them the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that. I'm gonna be very honest with you. I am very blessed to be in a position today where I am completely financially relied on by these streams. And I'm incredibly thankful for all of the kind individuals that watch my stream and determine that they want to donate to me. I'm incredibly grateful for it, and I'm incredibly privileged because of it.
As you should.
Prescott, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I do appreciate you for the love, Prescott. W's for Prescott down below. But no, I don't do this for the money, and if this made not a dime, I would still be doing this, and I would just continue to sell software and web development for money as I did prior to when I was a content creator.
And that's what I do, right? So, like, once again,
Darius, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Go ahead and continue.
Let's talk about those Nordic countries you're talking about. I'm assuming you're meaning it's like Switzerland, Norway, so on and so forth, right?
I want to talk about your lies about me and my friends. Like you expect me to pivot off of like literal Republican-leaning propaganda that is only intentioned to shit on and like belittle me and my friends so easily. Like, no, I want to continue to talk about that. And then also, did you just call Switzerland a Nordic country? What do you think a Nordic country is?
Well, you're talking about like democracy countries with
Erica, thank you for the baby dragon. I do appreciate you for the country. Thank you so much, Erica.
Would fall underneath that, right?
No, Switzerland is not a Nordic country.
You're talking about countries that have democracy.
Mayor G, thank you for the $7 donation on Venmo from the DNC. I appreciate you for the love. Wait, define socialism.
What? I mean, you want the exact definition?
Lindsay, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying I'm not sure how you do this every day. I appreciate you for the love, Lindsay.
Do you want the exact definition, or do you want like I just give you like off my head?
I want the exact definition, which should be the definition.
I can't read. Well, the socialism is pretty much the idea of spreading the wealth amongst the people and the workers.
So no. So socialism has nothing to do with the redistribution of wealth. Socialism actually doesn't concern wealth at all. Socialism concerns property rights and ownerships of the means of production. Okay, Marissa, thank you for the $3 on Venmo, and Cecily, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, and Julian, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. So socialism is where the workers own the means of production in the workplace. It's democracy in the workplace. It doesn't concern the redistribution of wealth or wealth at all. Right? So no, wrong. You don't know what socialism is.
Once again, that's not what you're talking about when you're talking about like when it comes to like socialized programs within the country. You're talking about like socialist ideas when it comes to like medical.
Congratulations. When we're referencing social democracies in the Nordic countries, they are capitalist countries. You just don't know what the hell you're talking about.
No,
and like this is like the embarrassing thing. Yeah, guess what? Norway, right? Yeah, they're capitalists. Sweden, yeah, capitalism, right? Finland, capitalism, right? They operate under social democracies, right? So then when you say that A, Switzerland is a Nordic country, and B, that Switzerland is socialist, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
No, they do it. They're democracy with socialist values. That's what they are. Do they got socialized medicine there?
Bro, you are literally not even responding to what the hell I'm saying. You called them socialists. I ask you to define socialism. You define socialism as the redistribution of wealth. I correct you. And now you're just operating as if you never made the false presumption in the first place. And you're just gaslighting me into believing that you've been meaning to say what I'm now teaching you all along. Like, this is like this is the crux of the issue. And then once again, I told you that I didn't want to pivot away from the fact that you literally spread actual propaganda about me and my friends.
Propaganda, if it's true, right?
It's not true.
Not about
go ahead.
Harry
No,
Tyson.
go ahead and give me proof. Michaela, thank you for the subscription for what you said. ... Thank you for the 3-month sub. You said that the Defense Democracy Fund, Action Fund, right, is artificially boosting Harry's numbers in the algorithm on social media. Provide me one shred of proof.
Provide me one shred of truth that is not happening.
There you go. You can't prove that it happened,
and you can't prove that it doesn't
intellectually
happen, right?
dishonest. Let me speak. Sophia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. So then you act intellectually dishonest as fucked, and then you ask me to prove the negation of your claim to be true. Let me ask you, is your IQ literally fucking 30?
No, I scored a 94 on my ASVAB.
So then obviously you should know that when you make a positive claim, you have the burden of proof to demonstrate that it's true, and that you can't just snicker and laugh and be like, prove that it's false. Let me ask you a question. Should we all assume that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll because he hasn't been able to prove that he didn't?
You do.
Should you?
No, once again, you do. You assume that he's guilty.
No, we're talking about you. You said that your standard for believing a claim is true, right, is if the opposing party cannot prove that it's false. Let me ask you a question. Has Donald Trump proved that he did not rape E. Jean Carroll?
Doesn't have to.
Oh, so then if Donald Trump doesn't have to prove that he didn't grape E. Jean Carroll, then how come I have to prove that Harry Sisson doesn't have this action fund artificially manipulating his numbers?
The fact that he's getting paid from this action fund shows that he's getting paid from the DNC.
First of all, we're not even talking about the payment and how that relates to the DNC. We're talking about your claim that they're artificially boosting his numbers on social media.
I didn't say that they are with definitiveness. I did not say that. I said they
So would
could
you
be.
agree that there's not a single shred of evidence that exists to suggest that that's true?
That I know of, yes, I could agree with that.
Phenomenal. So see how you get dog walked by Dino,
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
right,
it's
on
not
all
true.
these
It doesn't-
bullshit things that
It
you're
doesn't mean
saying.
it's not true, Dean.
Oh my God. Dude, I need to put another layer of tinfoil on my hat. You're literally like, I can assume anything that I want to be true. That doesn't mean it's not true. That means that you have no evidence to believe that it is true, sir.
When there's evidence pointing to
God
that
damn
it is
it.
true.
1 second. Sasha, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much. You are phenomenal. In fact, we have another couple donations to read off here. Cole, thank you for the $2 on Venmo for my next tinfoil 5G radiation hat. I appreciate you for the love. We're running out of the tinfoil. We need more to protect us from the 5G and now the new 6G waves. They really serve as an impedance to me and my lifestyle.
So, Dean, can I ask you a question?
Shut up. You're paid by the RNC. I don't want to hear it out of you. You're just spreading propaganda.
I wish.
No, you are. You haven't heard, buddy? Can you prove to me that you're not paid by the RNC, pal? Brittany, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for saying for the love of that. Oh my God, you just said it, that he was backed by the RNC. He was accused of being paid by the RNC, right? He couldn't provide any evidence that he wasn't being paid by the RNC, and then he let it out. He unintentionally told us all that he is backed by the RNC. Being backed means that you are paid, sir. And now listen, this is the issue with the modern Republican movement. They are paying these influencers to come on the internet, here you have it, folks, and spread propaganda that has been debunked time and time and time and time again just to get you to vote red. Every accusation is a confession. Alicia, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying, please tell him I said he's a MAGA moron. Alicia paid $10 so you know that she thinks you're a MAGA moron. Brittany, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying love the hat. Taja, thank you for the $3 on Venmo for the DNC 3000 daily fund. Sophia, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo as well.
I've been live.
Well,
you're like $500.
If you're curious, no, I haven't. That's MAGA math. Sophia, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying I've learned so much since we started
to be
watching
clear, I
the streams.
was
Thank
backed
you,
by the
Sophia.
Democrats and the Republicans for state rep.
Sarah, thank you
Just
for the
so we're clear.
$5 on Venmo as well. I appreciate you for the love.
Not for
Also, I just have a
social
question.
media.
You want to talk a lot about how me and my buddies are making money? Are you jealous?
No, not at all.
I feel like you are. Jay, thank you for the meteor shower.
No,
I appreciate you for the love,
believe,
Jay. You're awesome.
believe
Thank you
everybody
so
should
much,
make
Jay.
everything
W's
they
for
should.
Jay.
Like, I'm glad you guys are
I
getting
think
a
if you
jump
weren't
start to
jealous,
life.
then you wouldn't be talking about it so much.
I think you guys are on the route of becoming very wealthy.
Okay. We're going to move on to our next guest. Yo, Kinsey, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Kinsey says, thank you for all that you do. I work for a PAC and advocate for students to be paid for their work. It's so disappointing to see the guests demonetizing the practice. Well, I appreciate you so much for the love, Kinsey. You are phenomenal. We're going to move on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody just do give us a minute. If you are in the queue, make sure that you guys did vote for Trump. We spent enough time talking to him. And I'm so happy that we now have the tinfoil hat to bring out whenever we need it. But we're going to move on to our next guest. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are all in the bio. They're all in the bio, y'all. Let's see what we got up next. We got Hannah loading in right now, y'all. Give Hannah a moment. If you haven't already, make sure to hit that damn follow button. This is fun. Yeah, we're having fun. We always have fun. We always have fun. That's right. Kalia, thank you for the $3 donation on Venmo. Kalia says you're awesome. I don't know how you do it, but I enjoy listening in. Well, I sure appreciate you for the love. I don't know how I do it either. I just have fun with it. John, thank you for the sunglasses. Hey, what's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did.
All right, buddy. Why is that?
Well, looking at the two candidates, I just the border was a big one. And Trump was president for 4 years, and I just felt like the country was stronger under President Trump.
All right. I got a tough question for you.
Go ahead.
Now, I'm not going to disparage you if you can't answer, because it's a hard one.
Well, let's hear it.
What is Trump's plan for immigration?
Trump's current plan for immigration? Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I don't know.
So then why would you vote for him because of immigration if you don't know his plan for immigration?
Well, so you can go back to 4 years under Trump when border crossings were down. Biden-Harris get in office, they jump pretty exceptionally up to 12,000.
Do you know why they jumped?
Do I know why they jumped?
Because COVID hit, Title 42 is enacted, which closed down the southern border. People were backlogged at the border. Title 42 was lifted, it expired, and we had a massive surge.
Okay. So we had a massive surge, but why do we not have protection to secure the southern border? And another question is...
Because Donald Trump thwarted the attempt of Biden and Harris from passing a bipartisan border bill
in 2020
drafted and endorsed by a Republican.
Correct. When was that drafted and endorsed?
That was begun getting drafted in late 2021, and then it was on the floor of the House in 2023.
2023. Would you suggest that maybe that trying to push that through could have been maybe a political win coming on the tail end of or coming into the election?
It begun getting drafted the same year Biden was inaugurated.
Correct. But the big push for it when it got on the floor was what are we in 24? So you said 23, right?
Yeah, beginning of 23. See, bipartisan legislation on such controversial issues take time. They do. And that's why it was very disheartening that Donald Trump had torpedoed it, right?
Yeah,
because we had worked, the Biden-Harris administration worked their ass off for about a year and a half just to get that bill on the floor of the House, in which Trump then genuinely saw it as a threat because their hard work paid off and it gave that bill bipartisan support, in which he then torpedoed it. Sunshine, thank you for the $5 on PayPal.
Yeah, so to start off...
Do you condemn Trump for torpedoing that bill?
Do I condemn Trump? So listen, I want to say one thing. I'm not married to a political party. I'm not pro-Republican, pro-Democrat. I consider myself very apolitical. Now, yes, I'm not the biggest fan of Trump. I'm not this crazy MAGA right-winger. I feel like voting for him, I have higher expectations than a lot of people. He said a lot of things, and if they don't come true, I'm going to be on his ass about it. And I think that's something important that everyone needs to have.
Can you condemn Trump for torpedoing that bill?
Can I condemn Trump specifically for... I will say that at face value, yes. I have heard things that there was a lot of funding for Ukraine on the back end of that bill because a lot of legislative bills... Correct. So I don't necessarily believe that. I think we've given ample amount of money.
Did you know that it was actually not torpedoed because of the funding for other countries? And in Langford's border bill, only the border provisions were written out, and then all of the funding for other countries still passed with majority support. Public Law number 115-52, right? And then Chris Murphy, a Democrat senator, formed a coalition with Langford, the Republican that had originally drafted the border bill, to revitalize it, and then they pushed for a solo border bill, in which failed because Trump didn't want it to pass.
Yeah, so listen, I'll condemn Trump on that. Yeah, if what you're saying, I'm going to take you for it, your face value, because you're a lot more research than I am on the issue. So yeah, I will condemn Trump for crashing a potential border bill.
So then you understand why he's actually not good for immigration. He torpedoed and stopped good, effective border policy because he places himself above the American people and he knew that'd get more people to vote for him. And then here today, after he's won the presidency, he has no damn plan for immigration after 8 years. It's unreal that people associate this man with being a good faith, genuine actor that is going to work wonders for America, including that of immigration reform. But I would like to thank two people here. Melania, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. That is MELINA. Thank you so much for the support. That is unreal. Melania says, thank you so much for all that you do. I love you so much. Thank you so much for your $25 donation. And Samantha with a $5 on Venmo asking what my favorite animal is. Let's see here. I'll go with the little kitty cat. How about that? Thank you, you guys. You guys are great.
So Dean, I'll agree with you on all that. So can I just pivot and ask just another question? So when you have, so this was a pretty pivotal election, obviously, divided the country. Do you believe that Kamala Harris was the best Democratic candidate?
I do.
Okay. Do you agree with the higher ups in the Democratic Party, Nancy Pelosi being one, stating that when Biden decided that he was not going to run, they were wanting an open, I'm drawing a blank right now, open primary. And they felt that since Joe Biden publicly endorsed Kamala when he stepped down, that it kind of forced their hand. Do you think if things had changed?
It absolutely forced their hand.
I agree with you. That's why I'm asking this question. Do you believe that if he had not publicly done that, they would have gone to the DNC with an open primary? Do you believe that Kamala Harris would
No, I
have
believe that they still would have went to Kamala Harris and she would have won the primary.
You do believe that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, if that's what you believe, that's fine.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So if Donald Trump called for a total and complete shutdown of all new Christians coming into America, would you still vote for him?
If you'd an all complete, so yeah, hold on. I'm trying to get your question. So if he would have called for a complete shutdown of all Christians into the country, would I have still voted for him?
Yeah.
I know where you're going with this because he called for a complete shutdown of Muslims in certain countries during a time. So
not certain countries, all Muslims. So if he called for a complete and total shutdown of all Christians coming into our country from all countries on earth, literal religious persecution, if he just called for that, would you still voted for him?
So here's the thing, Dean. So unfortunately, we can sit here and cherry pick certain issues. When you're, and this is what I hate about the American political system, and I hope a lot of people can agree.
With all due respect, sir, I would like a yes or no.
Man, I don't know. That's I don't know. I'll just say I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think you're being dishonest, and I will like politely choose to kick you from my stream because there's nothing for you to remain agnostic on. Like, you are making your own internal consideration based upon all these facts that you already know. You're just adding in one more hypothetical to determine what your position would be. You can't just feign ignorance and
we could talk. We could talk hypotheticals all day long. I mean,
we can and we will.
But I'm trying to as well. I'm trying to as well. I'm saying that this
and I really don't mind, right? You asking me hypothetical. I just want to make sure that you answer and address and respond to this question.
I mean, so hypothetically, if he would have done a ban on Christians,
if he would have called for a total complete shutdown of all new Christians from all countries on earth coming into our country, would he still voted for it?
Probably not.
Okay, so he called for that identical thing, but of Muslims. Why do you hold a different standard?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't know about that. When was that? To be honest, was that in 15 or was that coming up to this election?
It was in 2015.
That was in 2015.
Nicole, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Saying as a mother of three, I'm very proud of you. Thank you, Nicole. That's so kind of you. Everybody, please show some love to Nicole down below in the comment section. Thank you so much. Massive W Nicole's down below. Everybody, please do show some love. And if you do want to support me, you guys, sorry, not 2015, 2016. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio, y'all. And go ahead.
Yeah. So you said it was 2016, correct?
Yeah.
Now I feel like I might have remembered and heard about that. Also, man, it was just one of those things like between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, I thought he was the better candidate. Now, listen, every time I voted in the last 3 elections, I haven't felt great leaving the polls. And I think a lot of Americans haven't either. So that's what I'm trying to get.
I appreciate you, but just pivoting away from the issue and not staying on track is just something I don't really want to deal with. And instead of exhausting my efforts of trying to get you to follow just one singular argument of mine, I'm just going to choose to move on. We got our next guest loading in right now, y'all. Vivian, thank you for the $10 donation on Venmo. Vivian says, "You're the GOAT. Will you run for president one day?" Who knows? Probably not. I don't ever feel like I'll get that opportunity. But who knows? We're gonna go to get our next guest up in the box right now, you guys. Please, 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 do double tap away in that phone screen chat. Let's try to get up to 2 million likes right now. Also, do share this live with a handful of friends, y'all. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here. I'm inviting all the chirpers in the comment section, but seemingly none of them want to join. I've invited so many people that have been talking shit all day long in the comment section, and none of them want to join. And it's always a little bit disheartening. It's they could talk shit, but then not back it up. I mean, why is that all too common? We're gonna get our next guest up in here right now, ladies and gentlemen. We got him loading in as we speak. Hello, hello, hello. Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Okay. All right. Wow. Wow, we're just going to start off strong with a very impertinent question. Do you think that violent offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
Violent offenders should be able to buy and own guns. I think it all depends on the violent offense, right? So if it was
rape,
probably not.
Okay, so rapists shouldn't be able to buy and own guns, but a rapist should be able to sit in the Oval Office and have access to.
Wait, he got convicted of rape?
He was held liable for it, yeah.
Wasn't he held liable for defamation?
Well, defamation and sexual abuse. He was held liable for two different things.
Oh, wow. But it's not convicted of rape, right?
Yeah, he was held liable for it. He was held liable for it in a civil
Yes,
court.
but it's not a conviction, so you can't really hold a legal standard to.
So, what do you when you mean conviction? Do you just mean that a jury determined that it had occurred?
No, legal standing to bar, like, if you have to be held legally guilty of a crime.
Oh,
for you
legally
to not
guilty?
be able to, for you to forfeit.
Oh, sure. Yeah, he was. He was found legally guilty of rape. Yep.
But it wasn't great. It wasn't legally guilty.
Yes,
it was liable. And it wasn't.
Wait, a liability is being found legally guilty in a civil court of committing an offense. Like
not
a claim
crime,
of a claim of liability is where a jury of 9 within a civil court determined that a defendant had engaged in these actions via a preponderance of evidence, and for that reason they're forced to reward financial compensation. A liability is guilt, right? So like criminal and civil courts determine two types of guilt. Okay, a criminal court determines guilt for criminal responsibility, and a civil court determines guilt for financial responsibility.
So he was found liable for actual rape.
Yeah.
Like that, like rape, like, or just sexual
rape.
assault.
Oh, well, yeah, sexual abuse is grape. You know, would you agree with me that anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without her consent is grape?
And he did this in a
1 second. Would you agree with me that anything entering into a woman's vajayjay without her consent is grape?
Of course.
Alejandra, thank you so much for the $5 on Vimeo. Thank you so much, Alejandra. Yeah, that's what he's held liable for doing. You just agreed he's held liable for grape. Bree, thank you so much for the love.
But he wasn't found guilty on the act of doing it, though. So do I think?
Yeah, he was.
No, he was held liable.
Okay, so liability, I will repeat this for one last time, is guilt.
In a different standing though. Like it wasn't a criminal court.
Is that all you're trying to say, is that it wasn't a criminal court?
Yes, because there's different
right. Captain Obvious. Yeah, it wasn't a criminal court. It was a civil court.
I got a phone call. Sorry. There's different procedures and different standards of evidence that goes in from a civil court to a criminal court. It's just how it is.
Correct.
No, very correct. You don't need hearsay can matter more in a civil court rather than a criminal court.
No, hearsay is admissible within a civil court. Like, what? Or the fuck are you, like, I'm so confused here. Are you just, okay, what's the standard of evidence in a civil court?
Well, what I'm trying to say, I don't have, like, facts, obviously, but what I'm trying to say is that there's...
Obviously.
There's a...
Obviously you don't.
There's level of evidence that is needed for a criminal conviction on the action of rape, right? Civilly, though, the standard of evidence isn't as high as a criminal conviction.
You're right.
That's just how it is.
You're right. So what is it?
What do you mean, what is it?
What's the standard of evidence?
Like the amount of evidence that's needed to create a criminal conviction to put somebody behind bars is much different than just a defamation liable conviction.
I know.
Not even conviction, just
But what's the
liable.
difference?
What do you mean?
Sir, am I not clear?
Like, what's the difference between what?
The standard of evidence in a civil court and the standard of evidence in a criminal court?
I'm not a lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer.
Yes, and so it doesn't, like, there's a difference in standard of evidence.
So if you don't know what the standard of evidence is in a civil court, how do you know that it's insufficient to determine that Trump actually raped a woman?
Pardon?
If you don't know the standard of evidence in a civil court, then how do you know that it's definitely not enough evidence to determine that Trump actually raped a woman?
Look, what I'm saying is I
know. I actually
let me
shut the fuck up.
explain.
No.
You
You be quiet. I actually want you to answer this question. And then I'll let you say whatever you want. And then I'll let you say whatever the hell you want. I want you to directly answer this question. And then I'll let you say, I promise, I'll let you say whatever the hell you want. But first, I just want you to very directly answer this question. If you don't know the standard of evidence in civil courts, then how do you know that it's not enough evidence to really know that Donald Trump is a rapist?
Okay.
Direct answer.
The answer, I don't know.
And voila. Thank you. And that's the point. Exactly. Right? You're just kind of repeating talking points from like the Republican Party to discredit a woman that got raped and to somehow internally justify your support for the rapist. That's the whole point. If you're curious, what I will tell you is that the standard of evidence in a civil court is a preponderance of evidence. And the specific evidence in this civil court case that held Trump liable for rape, I'd say proved that it occurred beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, and 9 unanimous jurors agreed with me.
Can I now say something?
No, why the hell not?
Awesome. Cool. Well, in a criminal court case, the burden of evidence is much higher than in a civil case. A plaintiff must convince a jury to win a civil case by jurisprudence of evidence. Simply said, a plaintiff must prove that there's a greater likelihood than not that the defendant did something wrong. So the burden of evidence in a criminal case is much higher than in a civil case.
Well, I'm lost for words. You've cooked me.
I mean, I'm just reading what I got the opportunity to search it up, and I'm reading it.
His internet disconnected. Don't know what happened. Maybe it's Mega Mobile. I don't know. His internet just like turned off, man. He didn't run away. Don't worry, Chad. He didn't run away. It's just like his evidence. His internet just like stopped working. He just disconnected. Don't know how that happened. Maybe walked too far away from the router. Hi, Julia. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Okay, what year were you born in?
Now, I was born in 1994.
Okay, if you were 30, you're lying. I think that you're faking the accent. Okay, goodbye, Julia. Hello, No Name. Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, all right. Let's just go ahead and play a fun game. Name one of Trump's policies that you like.
I'm gonna be honest. I was pretty stuck because I'm Hispanic, and to me, he's pretty racist. So, I couldn't really.
Couldn't name a policy. Let's see. I hear you. Let's see if we could maybe phone a friend or something. Get someone else up in here. And by the way, he's totally racist.
But I did want to ask you about.
Well, I just wanted to phone a friend for you. You know what I mean? Get someone else up in here. Thank you for the face. Hey, Rosa, did you vote for Trump? Rosa, you're on the stream, buddy. Hello.
Hola, papi.
Hey, did you vote for Trump?
Where?
Okay, I don't know what the hell Rosa's doing, so we're just gonna move on. Now, just hold on a minute, No Name. Do you have time? Do you have time to wait? If you don't, just let me know. But I'd preferably like to see if you could just wait while I'm trying to phone a friend for you here. By the way, guys, if you are in the queue, make sure that you're present, ready, and willing to come up here and debate. I really don't like having to click on like a billion people just to find like one person that's coming up into the live stream. Like we literally have like 4 accounts like stagnantly loading in because they join in their guest requests and then just don't accept the ultimate invitation to come up. You know what about this? Put me in the comment section right now if you voted for Trump and you're already in the queue. Hello, Angie. Did you vote for Trump? Michaela, thank you for the best cheers. Like Angie, hello? Like, dude, I
Hello?
Angie, hi, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah,
Hi, you're on the stream. You just said hello.
no, that was G Budja who said hello.
Oh, hi, how old are you?
How old am I? I'm 28.
You're 28. Did you vote for Trump?
I sure as heck did.
Oh, great. I just think that we need some more people up in here. Spam me in the comment section if you're already in the queue and you want to come up. We're just gonna do like a 1v7. We just need as many people as possible. Just give us a minute. Jay Budda, don't leave. We want you. We need you. This is a safe space, my love. There you go. There we go. Come back. Hey, Lane, did you vote for Trump? Lane, okay. Stop. Did you vote for Trump?
No, but I wanted to say that I love you.
Okay, fetus. All right, you guys, we need to have a serious talk. We need to have a serious talk. Shut up. We need to have a serious talk. I literally just asked for like people to say me in the chat. If you voted for Trump, you're already in the queue and you want to come up and have a discussion. Please follow those rules. Make it easy on me. Please just make it easy on me. Please, I beg you, just to make it easy on me. Hey, user, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Oh, great. Are you driving?
Driving, yeah. I'm at work.
Well, to be fair, I didn't say that was a rule. Carissa, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19. I was born in 2005.
Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Perfect. MBF, how old are you?
I'm 52.
Chris, thank you for the 3-month sub. You voted for Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Perfect. All right, Jay Buddha, no name. Feel free to unmute your mic. We're almost there. Baron Suitcase, thank you for the November. Keep on spamming me if you're already in the queue. You voted for Trump and you want to come up. Let's see it. Come on, you guys. But let's see the me's.
Somebody asked me why I voted for Trump. You know what? Because he good as fuck. The fuck? Like, you need that.
Absolutely. He was the only option.
Okay.
It was between good and evil.
Okay, calm the fuck down. We'll get there. Hey, Jack.
I'm black, so that says a lot. I'm black, so that says a lot.
I read some people in the comments saying
Jack, how old are you?
I'm 20.
You're 20. Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Okay, great. We need one more person. Keep on spamming me in the comment section if you voted for Trump. We need one more person. All right, motherfuckers. This is about to be Dean's final standoff. This is it. This is it right here. This is it. We need one more person. Spam me. Put it in the chat. Spam me. Let's get you up here. This is wild, Dean. Yeah, it is. It sure is. Where's the last person saying me? All right, here we go. Mr. Patrick, hi, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, sir.
We're locked in. We're so locked in. Okay, Carissa, I sent you an invite to unmute your mic. Jay Buddha, I sent you an invite to unmute your mic. No Name, I sent you an invite to unmute your mic. MBF, I sent you an invite to unmute your mic. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. So, all right, let's get locked in here. Give me a minute.
Yeah, you're going to need to put on your tinfoil hat for this one for sure.
Mm-hmm. Give me a minute. Okay. Here, I have to protect from the 5G radiation.
In this rhetoric.
Shut the fuck up, Patrick. You wait for me to speak. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. All right, you guys. So I have a question. Now, this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a toughie, quite frankly. That's right. Here we go. So,
bonnet?
What?
I said it's giving wannabe bonnet.
Okay, talk your shit. I don't care. We're good. I'm going to go back to what I was saying this way. So can any of you name one policy of Trump's that he's going to enact once he's in office that will be good for America?
Me.
Sure, why not? One of the policies I like that he's actually going to enact, is there will be no taxes when you actually tip. That is a good policy because I don't like actually paying taxes on shit that I tip for.
Patrick, you got it all fucked up. You're too self-centered. It's not a reduction in the taxes for the people that pay the tip. It's a reduction in the taxes for the people that get the tip.
Sure. I think he understood that.
See,
and then secondly, is Patrick. His tax plan is estimated to cost in total $7 trillion according to the CBO. I am not confident that he's going to pass the things like no taxes on tips unless you could tell me where that money is going to come from. So where's the money that he's going to use to fund this?
It's going to come from okay, yes, it'll come from tariffs. It'll probably come from us as people. We'll have to pay.
Dean, I have a question. With like all the tariffs, wait, hold on. With like all the tariffs from China, will Shein and Temu be a thing anymore or no?
Chris, are you trolling?
What?
No, it's not going to be a thing, dude. Come on, you know better than that.
She's trolling. We got her out of here. Okay, so now you're going to say that he's going to pay for that for tariffs. So,
How do you feel about tariffs, Dean?
Oh, don't worry. We'll get to that, big boy. So, actually, Jay, Buddha, and Patrick. So, first of all, tariffs don't uniquely
I was trying to be respectful.
Okay, I appreciate you for the respect. I'll be kind too. I'm just in a silly, goofy, funny mood. I apologize for being too mean.
I would like respect on all parts. Let's not have any personal attacks.
Maybe
Let's
tell that to
be
Trump.
mindful of
He
others.
said that liberals are the enemy. And then he also said that
telling that to
migrants
you, actually.
are the blood
You
scum
think
of the
Trump's
country.
racist?
And that they're... I do, yeah.
What about you, Dean?
What about... No, I'm not racist. Trump is.
But you have made racist remarks.
Yeah, when I was younger, I used racial slurs. Yeah, but the reason I'm not racist, but Trump is racist, is because there's three factors, right? Accountability.
You don't think people can change?
Do you mind if I finish? You're you're staring at change. You're literally staring at change. But it takes three things to genuinely change. You have to hold yourself accountable. You gotta apologize, and you gotta have genuine change in your character. I've ticked all three of these boxes.
Absolutely.
That's undeniable.
Can you explain how
But
you've
Donald
done that?
Trump. One moment. But Donald Trump hasn't, and that's the
Dean.
thing. And it absolutely disheartens me that a 20-year-old white boy on TikTok can hold himself to a higher level of accountability than the next president of our country.
So how do you describe Trump being racist? What gave that determination?
He's talking about all the comments he's made before.
Hey,
and all the
Dean,
misogyny.
you think I can chip in real quick?
We'll use such a crystal clear example, okay? So in 1991, Donald Trump was recorded as saying, all black people are lazy. And then in 1997, a reporter asked Donald Trump about this comment that he was recorded saying, and Donald Trump said, yeah, I probably said that.
Yeah, but you said the N-word, so someone can actually miscommunicate what he was saying, maybe take it out of context. You actually was quoted, I mean, you even said yourself that you had made racial slurs, and I think there's a couple other things. So if you can change, what makes you think someone else can't change?
Hannah, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, saying thank you for your hard work. W's for Hannah in the chat. Now watch this. Now this will be such an interesting bit to this dialogue here. Go ahead and show me where Trump apologized for calling all black people lazy. Just an apology. We're not even talking about genuine accountability or change. We're talking about an apology.
Can you point to real evidence that Trump is racist?
God, we're talking about it. I did. Wait. Dude, is him calling all black people lazy not enough?
Right?
Wait, G budget. Let me say something.
Tiffany, thank you for the $10 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Show some love to Tiffany down below in the chat. Thank you. It absolutely does. Weren't you the one just calling me racist for saying the N-word
No, I
when I was
didn't call you
younger?
racist. I didn't call you racist. I said you said a racist
So
word.
if a white man walks up to a black man and calls him the hard R, is that white man racist?
Yeah, he made a racial comment. Yes.
So is he racist?
I think it takes more than a comment to determine someone's race being racist.
Holy shit! What does it take?
Their actions, the way they carry themselves.
Actions like what?
I don't know, their everyday actions. I mean, people
Like
say
it, like
things
what?
when they're upset.
I've heard
you say certain.
If strictly demeaning and calling a black person the hard R does not make you racist, what the hell makes you racist?
When did he say the hard R? When did he discriminate against black people? When did he discriminate against Hispanics?
Oh, so he discriminated. I got you. So
Against
he
Hispanics.
discriminated against black people when he called them all lazy, and he refused to allow black people to rent properties from them and put a C on their housing applications and rejected them.
Wasn't
And
that
he
so
discriminated
Donald Trump,
against Hispanics
Dean,
when he
respectfully, let me
calls
just say this.
all of the migrants illegal, even if they are here legally, and says that they're poisoning the blood of our country and that they are the scum. Yeah.
I think you're
All right,
referring to the
so-
criminals.
Yes, absolutely he was. And
Yeah,
of course,
Dean
the
knows
mainstream
this.
media and their, yeah, of course. But they have their propaganda just like they claim that we do.
Yeah.
Oh no! See, that's
so
where
what
you.
I'm- what I'm
That's,
trying
so
to
that's why
say
you're
is
intellectually
Donald
lazy,
Trump-
and this is why these conversations piss me
Dean,
off a little.
you're-
This is why these conversations piss me off a little bit. Is because I actually do research. I educate myself. I try to be more intelligent.
So you're being
when
racist.
you hear
You're
something,
demeaning us
So do
right now.
I.
when
Absolutely, so do I.
when you hear something that you don't like that Trump has done, you just call it propaganda and move on. It's just such like your evidence for what you believe in is
I didn't
literally
call it
Facebook
propaganda.
memes.
I didn't call it propaganda.
You're
I said you
projecting,
took
buddy.
his words out of context.
Wait, one second. Did you just call me racist?
Well,
think he-
you're demeaning.
I'm saying you're projecting.
I know. We'll talk to you in a minute, Jay Buddha. MBF, you call me racist. Why?
No, I said we're using your analogies. You're demeaning us right now.
What? So I
You said we're
listen.
intellectually lazy. You don't
Repeat.
even know us. You don't even know us, and you're calling us names. So how do you
That's
determine
because
that?
that's what they do.
What? Wait, 1 second. Could you repeat what the? Okay, everyone just. Okay, I'm gonna mute everyone so I could really hear what you're saying. Okay,
You're
why am I
saying we're
racist?
You're saying we're intellectually lazy, and you don't even know
Uh-huh.
us. So you're calling us names, and you don't even know us. So you're projecting. So we should say what?
So watch this.
that-
Watch this. Watch this. I could actually give evidence for that. So I called Jay Buddha intellectually lazy because when I informed him that Donald Trump called all black people lazy and affirmed that that's something that he said in 1997 and referenced the civil litigation out against Trump in the 70s for not renting to black people, instead of actually engaging in a conversation about the validity of these statements, the terms of evidence used to justify that these things had occurred, or more of the nuanced details of these cases, he instead just decides to label it as propaganda and pivot away. If that's not intellectual laziness, what the hell is?
I don't think
More
you heard
so,
his
do you
whole
even know
comment.
what intellectual laziness is?
I don't think you heard his whole comment. I think you just rushed to judgment and just called him intellectually lazy. You
Okay,
said
we got a
2
snowflake
words.
on the live. Whoop,
I'm not
whoop,
snowflake.
whoop,
I'm not
snowflake
snowflake.
alert. Yeah, you are.
I'm not snowflake. I'm
Hey,
far
Chad,
from
is he a snowflake?
brother. I'm far
You're a
from a
snowflake.
snowflake, brother.
You're a
Yeah,
snowflake.
sure I am. No.
Do you have your cap on?
Because I don't want to engage in disrespect.
Dorothy, thank you for the $100 donation on Venmo. Holy shit, Dorothy.
It's
Dorothy
funny you guys
says,
call us
thank you.
snowflakes because you.
One moment. Dorothy says, thank you for educating these fools. Love you, Dean. Dorothy, I really appreciate you for the love. You were so incredibly kind. That is insane. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo, Dorothy. I want everybody to spam W Dorothy in the chat for at least the next 10 minutes. That is so incredibly kind of you, Dorothy. It means the world to me. Thank you so much. Massive, massive, massive.
Where's my
W's
MAGA
for Dorothy.
supporters at? Where's my Trump supporters
Hey,
at?
brother,
Put
I'm
some
here,
hearts in the
man.
chat.
I
Put some
hear
red
just an
hearts in the
echo
chat.
chamber between Dean and his viewers.
Let's see some red hearts in the
Dude,
Let's see
how
that.
can you call this an echo chamber? There's literally
Because it
more
is.
Trump supporters on this live than there's liberals. There is 1 liberal and 5 Trump supporters, and somehow you will still find a way to call this shit an echo chamber. Are you joking? Are you joking? You're delusional. You've lost the damn
making
plot.
towards Trump supporters. Look at
I called you intellectually lazy.
Absolutely. Look at the personal
why don't you
attacks
take
you're
the
making.
tinfoil hat? I think the tinfoil hat should be more of a personal attack than me calling you intellectually lazy. You're just like you don't
That
have a
just
sense of
proves
humor,
my
so you
point
didn't even
even more,
understand that this was an attack. So
Actually, I
okay,
think that's kind of funny, dude. It really is.
Yeah.
I know it's a
Struggle with
little.
sense of humor. That's why they
It's a-
can't go to
it's a little
comedy
funny.
clubs.
Yeah, I have a question. Have you ever seen a funny Republican?
Yes, they're everywhere. Shane Gillis.
Don't know who the hell he is. So let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys think that Kamala Harris is a communist?
Yes, her father was a Marxist professor in California.
So do we think that she was a communist?
She was absolutely pushing us towards communism had she got elected.
Great. Now Jay voted. Now this one's gonna be fun. I can't wait.
It's Budja. It's Budja, by the way.
Thank you, Jay Budja. G Budja. Now this one's gonna be fun. I can't wait on this. Define capitalism.
Capitalism, like
Sorry, communism. Communism.
Communism is where there's centralized government and the people basically work for the government. There is no individual property, and I mean that's about it. Everything that you own is owned by the government.
So you're already off. You want to know why?
Okay.
Because in a communist society, there's no government.
What? Are you seriously making that claim?
Yeah. Communism is a stateless,
Okay,
classless,
explain.
moneyless society.
A stateless, classless, moneyless society. Okay, I would kind of agree with that, but
No, that's
there
not
is
I kind of agree with that. That's just how we understand communism in the literature.
Okay, that's okay. You're entitled to believe that.
Wait, Zeke, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Wait, you said that Shane Gillis is a funny Republican?
He definitely voted for Trump. That's for sure.
According to Zeke, with the $5 on Venmo, he says Shane Gillis makes fun of Trump as his comedy.
Yeah, of course.
He doesn't
making fun of
just
it.
like
He said it, then he donated $5 and he said it. Shit, that's gospel.
like Adam played Biden, but he voted for Trump. You know.
So now that we understand that you just wait, so you said that Kamala Harris was most likely a communist because her father was a Marxist professor. So let me ask you a question. So because Donald Trump's father, Fred Trump, was a racist that was arrested at a KKK rally, does that make Donald Trump a racist?
Why did Robert Byrd, a prominent KKK member, endorse Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden? Why was Robert
Holy
Byrd
fuck. Can you
a
answer my
prominent?
question?
Yeah, I'm
Didn't Biden
answering.
and Obama go to the Grand Wizard's funeral?
Let me just say this. Robert Byrd, a prominent member of the KKK, he was Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton's personal mentor. He endorsed them to run for president. In 1989, Joe Biden ran for president. He was forced out of the race because, and I quote, he is a proven pathological liar, and he will say whatever he wants to say to get the vote.
I just want to clarify, first of all, Robert Byrd is a civil rights activist, right? He has done more for marginalized communities than Trump has ever or will ever do. Secondly, you never answered my question. All you could do is pivot, right? I asked you the fact that Fred Trump was arrested at a KKK rally. Does that make Donald Trump a racist KKK member as well? I'm asking Jay Buddha. Okay, so then how come because Kamala Harris's father was a supposed Marxist professor, then that makes her a communist, even though you don't know what communism is?
I do know what communism is, and
no, you told me that communism
you
told me that communism implied the existence of a government. That's wrong. In fact, there's no government under communism. We are
okay. What was Stalin, bro? What was Stalin? What was Mussolini?
An authoritarian dictator.
What was? Okay, and they were communist dictators. Am I wrong?
You are wrong, yeah. You don't have a dictator under communism.
You literally have... Okay, bro, do your research. Look into Stalin.
Buddy,
look into Mussolini. Look into...
You're literally talking...
Look into Chavez.
You're talking
Maduro.
to a philosophy major that had to take like 3 classes on social and political philosophy. You do your
Great,
research.
you're indoctrinated. Congratulations.
Oh, so my professor was actually a Republican libertarian. So I was indoctrinated by someone on the right?
And are you
indoctrinated?
Wait, no, you said I was indoctrinated. So my professor was a Republican libertarian. So I was indoctrinated by someone on the right?
Okay, then maybe you just have a weird way of perceiving real information. That's what it sounds like.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the right indoctrinated dean.
Hold on.
The right really indoctrinated dean. All right, quit the bullshit. Everybody all at once. Why is Donald Trump better than Kamala Harris?
Was you a Republican before? Is that true? I heard.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm back.
Someone told me that your parents. Is it your parents that are Republican? Someone told me that. Yeah, and your mom and dad's Trump supporters.
Very, yeah.
Well, I seen your video where you was explaining why you had kind of switched parties.
Mm-hmm. Do you want me to tell you why again?
Well, I caught a little bit of it, but
yeah,
if you want to elaborate,
because
that's fine.
I mean, if you just want my honest response, it's because I was exposed.
Yes,
to
enlighten us.
Yeah, that'd be
I
nice.
was exposed to critical thinking. Right?
Absolutely, so was I.
Exposed towards education.
I think I was exposed to more of it than today's liberals, though, and I can absolutely explain that because liberals just want to parrot the mainstream narrative, and they don't question who they vote for. They only question who they're told to question. That is point in case.
Okay, yeah. Do you think that Trump's good for immigration?
Absolutely.
What's Trump's plan for immigration?
Strengthen the border, allow less illegal
thank you so much for
immigration, and embolden the due process.
Yeah, those are goals. What's the plan to achieve the goal?
Shut down the fucking border.
Yeah.
Shut down the border. What's his plan to shut down the border?
Build a wall and install more border agents. Even
build
use
a
the
wall?
military.
So no, Trump's plan is not to build a wall. He doesn't like building the wall. He torpedoed the bipartisan border bill 2 years ago that would have
What
built
do you mean
more wall than he
torpedoed?
ever
Like
built
destroyed?
in his first administration.
I know you were talking about that earlier, and I'd like to.
Yeah,
go
he
over
called
that real
Republicans
quick.
and got them to vote against it, right? And then included more funding for the wall to build more wall under
Under
Trump
Biden's presidency,
than what was
correct?
ever built under Trump's first term.
Was that under Biden's presidency?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So under Trump's presidency, when he was trying to build the wall, what was stopping him?
Yeah, Congress didn't want it because on its own it's ineffective border legislation. So then he passed it as an executive order and misappropriated DoD funds.
And then
built
when
less than
Biden
3%
tried
of
to
50
do
miles.
it, and then when Biden tried to do it and Congress rejected it again, all of a sudden it's a bad thing.
So Biden introduced the bipartisan border bill as drafted by Langford, a Republican, that had bipartisan support and was actually proactive and would have adequately addressed the immediate needs of the border. And then Trump torpedoed that bill by calling the Republicans and telling them to vote against it. Right? Not to mention that this is once again obfuscating from the point here. Right? You
I'd
made
be
the claim
interested
that
to
Donald
know
Trump's. One moment, stop
exact
talking.
details.
Stop talking. You made the claim that Donald Trump's plan for immigration is just to build the wall. First of all, this is intellectually lazy as all hell. And the reason that I say this is you just got done telling us how liberals are not educated, do not critically think, and just parrot talking points from the mainstream media. What is the biggest talking point as parroted from mainstream media sources since Trump began to run for president in 2015? It's
That he's
building the
racist.
goddamn wall, right? And then here you are saying that this man is my knight in shining armor that is so good for immigration.
I didn't vote for him in
reform. His
2015
policy is
2016.
phenomenal. And you're telling me that the only thing he's going to do for immigration is building a wall? The same wall that he failed to build under his first term? The same wall that he only built less than 50 miles of through a misappropriation
have
of
a
DoD
problem
funds?
with all the
The same wall that
immigration?
he rejected further building more when he torpedoed the bipartisan bill in Congress 2 years ago? If anyone's just parroting mainstream media talking points with no real critical thought or actual education on these subjects, seemingly it's you.
You're projecting, buddy.
You can't call facts projections. Cope.
So you don't have a problem with all the massive amount of people coming into our country?
Oh, well, yeah, actually, no, I do. But my problem's not with the people. My problem's with the systems that's enabled the people. I don't
Exactly.
think that we would have a border crisis if our Congress would legitimately focus on revitalizing and reforming our legal systems of migration into our country. Okay? And that's where the issue lies. The Republicans have always been too focused on rhetoricing their way to getting the vote of prejudiced white
don't blame
people
the people.
by
No, absolutely
demonizing
not. Absolutely
undocumented
not.
migrants that are coming into our country. It's always about the practically impossible mass deportation that was advocated for by Bush and Trump and has never been done, instead of focusing on fixing the legal systems of migration into our country.
I don't blame
And
the
then the
people.
one time that we are able to get both sides of the aisle to come together to focus on fixing the legal systems of migration into our country under Biden and Harris with the bipartisan border bill, Trump says, fuck no, we can't actually fix the crux of the issue, because as soon as we do that, he's not going to get steam to run on that issue to get more
That's not
votes
true.
in the primary general election.
That's not true, brother. And I don't have a problem with the people coming across because they're trying to get a better life. I have a problem with the administration trying to get slave labor. That's what I have a problem with. Because all these people coming over here, where are they going to house? What jobs are they going to have? What medical? They're going to take the American jobs. Do you ever
Guess
think about
what?
that?
WMBF. He's on his way to being a leftist because you just said undocumented migrants that work in America is essentially slave labor. Did you know that undocumented migrants have the same working protections as naturalized U.S. citizens do? So if you'd say that they would be inherently working slave labor, well, then is the case that you're saying that under the system of capitalism that there's necessary exploitation of workers, which is essentially slave labor? Seems like somebody's moving to the left. Thank you for the money gun.
Like I said, I don't have a problem with people coming over and wanting a better life. I have a problem with this administration just flooding the border for votes and cheap labor, because that's what it seems like to me.
Did you just say votes?
Yeah, eventually votes.
Oh, no. Tammy, thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. Tammy says, thank you for being so smart and helping fight for democracy. I appreciate you for the love, Tammy. Everybody show some love to Tammy down below in the comment section. I appreciate you for the $20 donation. And Trey, thank you so much for the $5 for real. Dude, WU. Love you, Tammy.
Thank you.
And then Trey, thank you for the
Tammy.
$5 donation. For real. Thank you for the $5 donation on Venmo, Trey. And Cordelia, thank you for the $10 donation on PayPal. That is CORDELIA. Hannah, thank you for the $10 donation on PayPal. Anushka, thank you for the $5 donation on PayPal. And Sunshine with a $5 donation on PayPal as well. Go ahead.
I was waiting for you to collect all the money.
Oh, yeah, I was reading off my donations.
that's
Yeah,
good.
so you said undocumented migrants are going to vote. Sir, do you have to be registered in order to vote?
That's correct, but eventually, I think this administration is going to try to find a way, or they were on the way to trying to find a way to make illegals be able to vote. Eventually, that's what the plan is. That's just my speculation, that they're trying to get cheap labor and eventually get the votes, because everyone knows that came over here. Most of them, as even said on
How
videos,
do you know that's
that
their
we're here to
plan?
vote. Because it's said on videos. There's been several situations where they've been videotaped and they said they're voting for Biden and go Biden. We love Biden. So it's been documented plenty of times.
Okay, no, it actually hasn't. So the reason that undocumented
I've seen
migrants...
it several times.
It's propaganda. Undocumented
You
migrants...
never seen it?
Undocumented migrants can't vote. Because in order to be able to
I didn't
vote...
say now. I'm sorry, go ahead.
In order to be able to vote, you have to be registered to vote. And in order to be registered to vote, you have to have a social security number. Thank you for the fast cheers. Can
What about
undocumented migrants have social security numbers?
What about the states that do the
What about
no
California?
ID requirements? California,
states-
you don't have to. You don't have
In
to have
states
ID
where
to
there's
vote.
no ID required, you still have to be
Exactly.
registered.
Yes.
And in order to be registered, do you have to have a social security number?
What I said was not at this
Answer my
time,
question.
but
In order to be
in-
registered, do you have to have a social security number?
Yes, because it means you won't be a
Yes.
U.S. citizen if you don't.
Yes,
said
yes,
yes. I
yes.
said
So in
yes.
other words, because you
said
have to
it.
be registered in order to vote, and you have to have a social security number
I
in
was
order to
talking about the
register,
future.
and all of these no ID states can undocumented
we know
migrants
the
vote.
Democrats. We know the Democrats are planning for the future. And
Answer
I'm
my
sure they'll
question.
find a-
And states
I
that
just
don't
did.
require an
I
ID
just did.
can undocumented migrants
I just
vote.
Did.
No, they
I
can
just
still
did.
not vote.
Wait,
just
so
did.
you made that recognition,
So what
Patrick. You just said
happened
that they
to the
can't
10
vote.
million?
So then would you admit that Elon Musk, an appointee directly by Donald Trump, has been spewing propaganda and hateful rhetoric on Twitter when he says, maybe there's a connection between states with no voter ID laws and undocumented migrants with Democrats winning, and that only further persecutes migrants in our
And no,
country,
it
and
legitimizes
only
that
further
concern,
radicalizes and emboldens hate against people that are
I
not
don't
white.
hate anyone.
Dean,
I don't
do you
hate
know what
anyone. What do you mean
legitimizes
not
our
white?
claim?
Why you always make it about racist? Why you always make it about
God,
race?
God, because this
Here,
is all
sir.
about emboldening hate
Sir,
against
one
other
moment.
races.
Okay, to answer your
Just
question,
because
sir,
you're
yes,
racist
I agree with
doesn't
you.
mean
You're
everyone's
correct on that,
racist.
but both sides do that. You know
I'm
why
not
they
even-
don't
I'm not even gonna
actually
engage
fix
in
the
it.
border
Michael,
problem?
thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Michael. Lily with a $20 donation on
racist,
Venmo. Lily
so-
says thank you for doing the hard work and educating those that truly do not understand and try to understand our injustices.
See,
I
echo
appreciate you
chambers,
for the
what
love,
did I say?
Lily. Eva, thank you for the
Seeking
$2 on
validation.
Let him
Venmo.
collect his
Dusty
money.
with a $5 on Venmo saying,
Let him
give me help
collect
for the
his money,
future, please
guys.
go to
Hold
law
on.
school. Amela with a $5 on Venmo as well. Now go ahead and continue.
So, Dean, I'm going to say real quick, what happened to the 10 million votes that Joe Biden got in 2020? And why did the Democrats receive 10 less votes this election cycle than in 2020?
Well, I mean,
think
first, it's not 10 million, it's 7 million. And then, yeah, they either didn't vote or they voted. No, Biden got 82 million votes in 2020. There's so far been 74.5 million votes cast for Kamala Harris in this election. The difference of that would be 7.5 million votes, you freaking dumbass. Secondly,
you making it personal. Automatically, you forfeit any argument when you make it personal attacks. Let me just go ahead. It is amazing that you've made it this far in debate while making personal attacks like that.
How did I possibly forfeit and lose?
Bro,
how did I possibly?
The fact that you don't understand that shows your age, bro.
How did I possibly forfeit and lose the argument? You said that there's a differential of 10 million votes. I tell you exactly how many votes Biden got in 2020, exactly how many votes Kamala Harris got in 2024, and then did the math for you and explained how the differential is 7.5 million votes. And then you're like, oh, you're hurt by my words, so then you say I forfeit the argument. Maybe I'd care if you didn't vote for a 34-count felon adjudicated rapist that has isolated us from leaders of democracies within the EU, isolated us from the leaders of Canada, and then lied about a conversation that he had specifically lied about a conversation that he had with the leader of Mexico, has grown closer to dictators such as Putin, all right, has boasted about grabbing women by the P word, boasted about walking into the changing room of Miss Teen USA teen girls while they are half naked, thank you for the star map, and said that he wanted to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, while also calling for the religious persecution of all new Muslims from coming into our country. And then cherry on top of all of this shit, you have the animosity to act like I'm in the wrong. It's incredibly insane. Emily, thank you for the $2 on Venmo, but go ahead.
Can I talk?
Yeah, you could respond.
So I live in Atlanta, Georgia. Stacey Abrams' district was Fulton County, and I'm from Fulton County. She installed Dominion voting machines in Fulton County. I turned in my ballot in 2020 and 2024 into Dominion voting. I'm a cybersecurity expert. Well, I would not say expert yet because I'm still in school, finishing up my last 2 semesters. But it is a federal crime to have voting machines which can connect to the internet via Ethernet or Wi-Fi. Yet those were proven in a court of law to operate that way. It was proven in front of a judge, in front of a court of law, that these Dominion voting machines can be hacked within 2 minutes. It happened live on video in a courtroom. The fact
I need to correct you on your misinformation. Dominion voting machines don't even have the required ports to connect to the internet connection.
Yes, they do. They have
Rather that be
ports,
wirelessly
buddy.
or through the Ethernet.
Please,
they don't.
I implore you to look into what you're stating as facts.
No, yeah, sure. Go ahead and give
Please
me.
pull it up on your screen.
Sure. Go ahead and give me the court documents. Go ahead and give me the court documents.
You're the one with the stream, buddy. Just pull it up. Stop making others do your homework for you.
Okay, Jay, so I'm going to go ahead and just tell you that you're being absolutely insufferable. If you make a claim, you have to provide the evidence for it, and you can't obfuscate around that fact because you don't have any evidence by saying that I need to do my own homework.
It's in court.
I was going to call you
It's in court.
Yeah.
Are you just picking and choosing what you want to see and use?
No, I'm literally asking you for the court documents.
Then why are you ignoring that?
I'm
the
not
court
ignoring
documents
it. I'm asking
show
for you to
on
prove
video, buddy.
All I'm asking for is to see the court documents.
He's saying he doesn't have
send
video.
you a link? Yeah, like I'm on a phone. I can't really.
You could give me
I'm
the
on an old
title.
phone. On top of that,
You could give me the title of an article. You could
yeah,
give
look
me the
up
publisher.
Dominion voting machines in court. Look up Dominion voting machines in court. I'm sure it'll come up. And the New York Times even wrote an article saying these Dominion voting machines are not what's the word? Credible. No, not credible. That's the wrong word. They're not.
Yeah. You know what comes up when you search up Dominion voting machines in court is how Fox News and Tucker Carlson spread the same lies.
Okay, great. So Google has their own.
Shut the fuck up, little boy. Let the real man speak. Don't interrupt me. Thank you. It just shows how Tucker Carlson and
Please
Fox
show me
News
some respect.
lied about the voting machines connecting to the internet, and within Dominion suing Fox News for close to $1 billion that led to Tucker Carlson
Why you gotta
being
be so
fired,
disrespectful?
with Republicans then taking the appeal all the way to the Supreme Court that this was not defamation and that it was actually true, within the conservative
Horrible.
Supreme Court ruling that the Republicans' claims that it was not defamation were false. That's all that I see when this pops up. And by the way, we're just going to clear this up. I strangely agree with the Heritage Foundation here. The one and the only time shut up. The one and the only time that I agree with it. Shut the fuck up before I kick you. Have some impulse control. This is the one and only time where I agree with, the Heritage Foundation, right? Because the Heritage Foundation has reported, and you're off the stream, goodbye, right? See you later. 5 minutes of fame are over. With the Heritage Foundation only reporting 1,700 cases of voter fraud since the 1970s. There was no evidence of widespread voter fraud in the 2020 election. None. Nada. Zero. Donald Trump, almost. Donald Trump funded his own electoral integrity committee millions of his own personal dollars to find any evidence of widespread voter fraud in 2020. And then they took all the things they could find to 63 hand-picked courts. 34 of those courts had judges that Republicans had appointed, and 17 of those courts had judges that he had appointed. Every single one of those 63 hand-picked courts told Donald Trump that he has no evidence for his claims. Mike Pence told Donald Trump that he has no evidence for his claims. Ivana told Donald Trump that he has no evidence for his claims. Bill Barr told Donald Trump that he has no evidence for his claims. This is nothing more than a useless fringe conspiracy theory with absolutely no evidence to justify it. I will now give you, Jay Buddha, the mic to speak for as long as you would like to give us any evidence of widespread voter fraud in the 2020 election. Now, I will make it clear. I will expect you to provide us with sources. I'm going to give you the mic. Provide any evidence of widespread voter fraud, but don't forget your citations. Go ahead.
Hello?
We're waiting. Hi, we're waiting.
Hey, sorry. I was on a call. What did I miss?
Oh, I told you that I was going to give the mic to you for as long as you wanted it to provide us with absolutely any evidence of widespread voter fraud in the 2020 election, because none exists. And I will let you talk for as long as... One moment. And I'm going to let you talk for as long as you want to give us any evidence of widespread voter fraud sufficient to overturn the results of the election, but do not forget your citations.
Okay. So I guess I have real world, I don't know how to say this, but I have real world citations I've heard straight from the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp. He stated that in Fulton County, over 18,000 votes were found to be illegitimate and not have the proper verification. In California, just one example was Will Smith's dead father voted in 2020. That wasn't really investigated. Let's see. Before this past election, Kamala Harris, with regards to the tens of millions of illegals who have entered the country over the past few decades, they moved hundreds of thousands of illegals to swing states. Now, to a party that claims to respect the rule of law and the process and all of the things that make our country different from any other, such as fair voting, representative democracy, and a constitutional republic, moving hundreds of thousands of people who, first of all, aren't supposed to be in the country. They're here illegally. So right off the bat, they committed a crime. And then second of all, the recourse of said action would literally remove the ability for swing states to exist. It would delete swing states because these swing states would be eternally blue, just like California when Ronald Reagan signed legislation in California that honestly just turned California blue forever. Now, I'm really, really glad that Trump won, because he is going to surely fix the election system. He's going to make it federally required to have voter ID. Doesn't matter which state you vote in, you must have voter ID. So I'm very glad about that. I think that is a brilliant policy. I think that's common sense. Second of all, with the amount of illegals in the country, there have actually, I listen to both sides of media. I like the main source of news I get for, dare I say, left-leaning talking points is from News Nation with Chris Cuomo, because I believe Chris Cuomo has really tried to be more in the middle and less of a propaganda talking head, just like MSNBC, CNN. Oh, I just got flagged for civic and election integrity. Repeated violations could result in me being removed from this platform. Okay, cool.
Yeah, because so that's from TikTok. In any other scenario, I would immediately kick people off that get that warning. But I'm going to keep you up here. You want to know why?
Sure.
Because I wanted to see. I wish you could turn your camera on so I could see your face when I tell you this.
You don't want to see my beautiful face. You're not ready.
You claim that Georgia's governor office had announced that there was 17 invalid ballots in 2020, right?
17,000 plus.
Yeah. You want to know the evidence for that?
Sure.
A fucking Facebook post. And then you want to know the response from the governor's office?
Sure.
They claimed that was false.
That's funny because I recall Brian Kemp on video saying that. Nope. Most establishment politicians, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Nope. He was never on video saying that. Nope, none. Nada. That's a lie. That's something that you've only heard. That's something that you have never seen. You've never seen that because it doesn't exist. Nope. It doesn't exist. Everybody go to their laptops, look up, and I quote, the claim, Georgia Governor's Office notified Secretary of State of more than 17,000 invalid ballots counted in 2020. The governor's office went on video and came forward to say that claim was false. That's what they went on camera for. And then chat, we'll go over this point too. Remember when he said that Will Smith's father voted in 2020? After he died in 2017? Remember that, chat? His father's name... Let's see here. His father's name is William Smith. Same name. And the last time that his father voted was in a 2017 city election. Willard Smith. Yeah, we see that? We see how they just lie so easily? I'll go ahead and unmute you three. This is a standoff until the death. You're all going to be leaving before I'm done with y'all.
I remember you were saying that the voting machines were not online, and I had a source that says the contrary.
Yeah, Dominion voting machines didn't have internet connection.
So why did NBC News report that they did on January 10th, 2020? Yeah, it's NBC News. The title of the article starts with "Online and Vulnerable. Experts find nearly 36 U.S. voting systems connected to internet."
Yeah, what was their brand?
I don't think that it specifies in here. It just says that it says a variety of them nationwide.
Do you know how many?
And it says that they're not
machines
designed to be online, though, like implying that they could have been Dominion voting machines that are not designed to be online.
So you gave me a source that said that about 30 voting machines out of thousands were found to have an internet connection.
35 no, not the very small portion.
While they also specify that they were not designed to function in such a manner.
Yeah, so what happened is they weren't designed to function like that, but a lot of them were left in the mode where they could function like that, which some would say is a manufacturing error, or, I mean, perhaps someone from the manufacturing team leaving them with that capability on purpose. I'm not going to make a claim there, but...
No, Jack, they weren't when they say that they weren't designed by that, they literally didn't come with the required hardware to connect to the internet.
No, they did, though.
Dominion, dude, I got this right here. Voting machine security Q&A from Maricopa County in Illinois. You could go on there and you could reference voting on the Dominion machines and how they have a safeguard where they literally don't have the required ports to connect to the internet.
But it says right here that Dominion voting systems all put modems in their tabulators and scanners.
A modem that doesn't have any port to go into it for an Ethernet connection, and then a modem requires a router to give a wireless connection.
Well,
you literally just described
a wireless connection.
No, a modem doesn't. You need a router for a wireless connection.
Well, so you're saying that it can't connect because it doesn't have a router in it? Yeah. So does my TV that's connected to the internet have a router in it?
Your TV would be connected to the router wirelessly.
Yes, exactly.
So your
that's how these
TV
Dominion.
has a Wi-Fi.
If you read this NBC article, it says that that's how.
So your TV has a Wi-Fi chip in it, and through the Wi-Fi chip, like the Wi-Fi adapter in your TV, it connects wirelessly to the router /and modem.
Right, but that doesn't mean you claim that you need a router inside these voting machines to let them connect to the internet, and that's just not true. If you read this NBC article, that's what it's saying.
Buddy, but
why are you trying to buddy me, dude? Just read the article. Read 3 paragraphs down. I'm providing
a router
you a source.
Is required for a wireless internet connection.
Yes, and there were routers in the building where these voting machines were housed.
For devices to connect to the router, they need a Wi-Fi adapter.
Yo, shout out Max Alert saying Jack is right.
Is not a Wi-Fi adapter. Is a modem a Wi-Fi adapter?
Okay, listen, I am not very informed. I'll admit I'm not very informed on wireless connections and that technology. I get it. You may be.
A wireless connection.
But Dean, that's not relevant. I'm trying to explain to you that if you read this article, it says that in places where there were routers, that these where the voting machines were housed, they were capable somehow of connecting to the internet. It was a capability that was supposed to be stripped from them after manufacturing, but many of them, at least 35 that we've discovered so far, were taken after production and put into actual polling places and used there, where they were then hacked. There were instances where they found that they actually were hacked, and that others were connected to the internet.
This is why you need to tell us the brand of them, because I know that they weren't
Dominion. It says in the article Dominion. I'm trying to get you to just read this article, dude, because you made a claim that's just false. I've given you the title, man. It's Online and Vulnerable are the first 3 words. Experts find nearly 36 U.S. voting systems. It's NBC News. That should be all you need to search.
Wait, also, so I'll find this. But you understand that this doesn't dispute my claim, because even the article
does dispute your claim.
Have an internet connection. No, it doesn't. Are you okay? I literally made the claim that Dominion machines don't have an internet connection, and then your response to that is to say that, these 30 machines came inadequately designed, not in accordance with the manufacturer's specification, and were then hacked to have an internet connection.
No, so that's
you are
that's
literally like this is like me saying that Honda Civic doesn't come with 1,000 horsepower engine, and then this is like you saying no, technically, buddy, you're wrong, because you're one buddy with a Ricer that has the fucking swap with the Corvette engine.
Dude, bad analogy. Read the fucking article. Can I explain this? Can I explain this real quick?
So do you think that the 2020 election was stolen?
No, I don't even think that, and that's why I don't give a shit as much about this, but let me explain this to you. It's not similar to that analogy you're saying, because you're saying, some aftermarket parts soup up the engine. Yes, that's a completely different circumstance. All of these machines were built initially with internet capabilities. They were all capable of connecting to the internet because that's just a part of the manufacturing process. And yes, that's Dominion voting machines. It's in this NBC News article. So no, it's not someone putting aftermarket parts on them or doing something to modify the machines so that they could hack into them. It's that some of them were left with the online capabilities, the internet capabilities after they left the production plants. And they were put into polling places where people then were able to hack into them because they detected that they were still online.
Let's see.
So look, I'm not even going to argue that the election was stolen, but I'm simply just offering this article and this claim because what you said is just false. And I'm not going to trip about it and say like, oh, there was widespread fraud. Yes, it was only 35 that we found, but I don't think it's fair to say in front of 10,000 people that all Dominion voting machines were offline.
Yeah, that's being disingenuous.
And to these people in the comments tagging me just saying,
I think it's
shit, y'all need to
absolutely
get a fucking job.
hilarious that you didn't even read the article.
Okay, what did I not read?
Go down to the 2 paragraphs above the video that is 2 minutes and 30 seconds long, and it says new questions about voting machines in 2020. I want you to read it out to us. The first word is Skoglund. Read off that fucking paragraph right now.
It says Skoglund said that they identified only one company among the systems they detected online, ES&S. ES&S confirmed that they had sold scanners with wireless modems to at least 11 states. Skoglund says these include the battleground states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Florida.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's the issue with that?
No, the
This
issue
one
is
says
you
they only
lost Jack
identified-
because he's trying to prove a point that you named the wrong company, so he won.
Well, I didn't
Good job.
name a company. He said that voting machines were not online in the 2020
That's
election.
not the point. He won. He won, dude. Just give up. He won. He's going to make you give up.
Okay, what? No, I'll concede it to you, Dean. But what's the point?
Yeah, because the article that you're sourcing, right, identified voting machines produced by ES&S as having a modem that could be hacked and connected to the internet. I referenced Dominion. Voting machines were not produced by ES&S. They are produced by Dominion.
Okay, if that was your claim, I'm wrong. You're right.
Awesome.
But
So
do
why
you
did
think
vote
do you
for
think
Trump?
that do you think that that's an sorry? Did you say why else did I vote for Trump?
No, I said why did you vote for Trump? We haven't even gotten there yet.
Okay, sure. I mean, I kind
Also, chat, yo, is this Patrick guy kind of based or what? Listen, anyways, go to continue, Jack.
I think Patrick is pretty based, in my opinion. But I did not like the fact that Kamala's economic policy was analyzed to decrease the long-run GDP by 2%. Oh, why?
By who? By who?
What?
By who?
Tax
By who?
Foundation.
By Tax Foundation?
TaxFoundation.org, yes.
So what specifically about our economic policy?
It's literally just all kinds of
they could
things she
factor
campaigned
in
on.
to a couple things here.
It includes a lot of different things. Her tax proposals, major business provisions. It talks about the capital gains tax, real estate tax.
Okay, yeah, because in here, so they're evaluating quadrupling the stock buyback tax implemented in the Inflation Reduction Act from 1% to 4% on KamalaHarris.com/issues. If you want to reference her tax plan specifically, you will never see a quadrupling of the stock buyback tax. It also, let's see here, to make permanent the excess business loss limitation for pass-through businesses. I haven't seen that reference within her tax plan either. They're also further limiting the deductibility of employees. Never saw anything about that. The global intangible low-income tax rate, raising that by nearly 2 times. That is not referenced on KamalaHarris.com/issues. So it looks like there's bits and pieces of her tax plan that are going to be referenced from FY 2023, which was going to be a conjunct of things offered under the Inflation Reduction Act, as well as proposed by Biden, that don't play into the tax policy that she had proposed, right? Because when we isolate for her specific tax policy, we'd see like recommendations from Goldman Sachs and other financial institutions that estimated actually grow the GDP. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's would, cause, a slimming of the GDP. So overwhelmingly, the reason why I reject this source is because it makes considerations and includes things in her tax plan that just simply weren't a part of her tax plan.
So are you saying they weren't a part of her tax plan just because they weren't, written in paper or in ink or digitally? You're saying you don't think we should take into account things that she campaigned on?
No, but she would campaign on it by writing it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
She didn't campaign on those things.
say maybe something that she mentioned at a rally.
No, like it actually tells me where these things are mentioned. Like a lot of the things that they're including here is from the Inflation Reduction Act and certain preventative measures that they're including within our tax plan, even though that was an act that was passed years prior by Biden, right? And it's like the overwhelming issue with this is that it is just including things in our quote unquote tax plan that were not like announced by her campaign.
So do we associate the Inflation Reduction Act with Kamala Harris or not? Because I've heard kind of differing things.
You could associate the Inflation Reduction Act with Kamala Harris, but you can't associate it with the tax and economic plan and policy.
Yeah, no. So the bad parts of it, we probably shouldn't associate the bad parts with Kamala, just the good parts. I think that's pretty fair.
No, I'm literally making myself so clear. Presidential nominees or like tickets have proposed economic policy that they want to implement given that they're elected. Does the Inflation Reduction Act have anything to do with her proposed economic policy that she was going to implement given that she was elective?
No, but I think what was going on here.
Thank you. So then stop being so dense and trying to like obfuscate between do we associate causality between Kamala Harris and this one policy that you want to reference signed into law a long time ago, right?
I'm
that's
not
what I'm arguing
referencing
at all. All that I'm arguing, right, is that her economic tax policy, right, is completely different and totally separate from the Inflation Reduction Act. And when you would obfuscate and try to relate the tax foundation saying that some things proposed under the Inflation Reduction Act would be included within an economic tax policy for the first 4 years is false. Do you understand that? And also, I mean, if you really want to reference inflationary pressures or means that will be bad for the economy, we should reference Trump's tax plan. Like 83% of the cuts in the bill went to people making over $500,000 a year. The CBO estimates it's going to cost $7 trillion when he's announced no plan for how he's going to pay for it. And his universal tariffs on all is going to cause a massive amount of inflation for the American consumer, right, and will destroy American companies predominantly reliant on exports. And those are all from things he's announced are included within his tax plans, not some website such as the Tax Foundation that is obfuscating and including things within her quote unquote tax plan that was never announced by herself or her campaign.
Okay, so you said a lot of things there, so I'm just going to jump on the last one, the tariffs, I guess. What do you think he's going to implement tariff-wise? Just off the top of your head, what is he going to do? What's his plan?
10 to 20% flat rate tariff on all goods imported into the country, higher tariffs on goods imported from China around the 65 to 100%, 25% tariff on all gas imported from Canada, and then similar tariffs such as 25% on goods from Mexico.
So, and which one of those do you take the largest issue with?
They're all bad. I take issue with them all.
Okay, so the China one, did he not just announce that it would only be a 10% increase?
Yeah.
As of yesterday, bad. I believe. So that's not 60 to 100%. Again, so you agree with that, right?
No, well, any increase in tariffs is bad. And what is the current rate of tariff now?
On China?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, yeah, I didn't know that he announced that it's only going to be 10%.
No, it's not that it was.
Right, but like still, yeah, all flat tariffs bad.
All flat tariffs bad. That's interesting. So again, all right.
Do you disagree with me? Do you think that tariffs are good?
I think they can be, yes. And the point I was trying to make with that is.
So why do you support his tariffs?
Well, I'm not saying necessarily I support his tariffs, but here's the point.
So do you support his tariffs or do you not support his tariffs?
Okay, yes, I support his tariffs. Just let me get this point across to you. The point I was trying to make to you is that when he said 60% or 80% or 100% tariffs on China during his campaign, yes, he did say that. What he's doing there is he's trying to pick up political capital saying things like that. It is a negotiation tool. He was never actually going to put a 70, 80, 90% tariff on China. As we now see, he's been elected. He'll be taking office soon. He now announces a 10% increase on China, which is something much more reasonable. And it's
not reasonable. It's bad.
Why, okay, you say it's bad because it's going to increase inflation?
So it's bad because it increases inflation on the American consumer, right? It's bad because because then China fucks us over by increasing tariffs back on us, right? Last time he introduced tariffs on China under his first term, we saw that U.S. agricultural exports plummeted and American farmers went bankrupt. Not to mention that now, right, he probably just announced that he's only going to increase them 10% because China stopped the exportation of fine metals to America, right? We're already seeing the rebounding effects.
So, okay, yes, I'll agree with some things you said there, but let me ask you this. Do you think it's bad to produce products with labor that is not, adequately paid for, or even in some instances, slave labor? Yes,
and that's
terrible.
what China does a lot, yeah.
And do you think it's appropriate for us to be providing a market for those products?
No, I think that we should take means so we could shift our market predominantly to be not reliant on goods as produced by manufacturers that
Absolutely, I agree with you.
exploit human labor, right? But the way to do that isn't through tariffs, because tariffs create inefficiencies such as inflation and the reduction of our own exports. The way that we do that is by investing into the manufacturing sector of America with raw capital to boost our own production so we could further dominate that market. We know that this works. We know that this is a substitute to tariffs that achieve the same end. And we know that, specifically speaking, it doesn't produce the same inefficiencies. Donald Trump proved that this works with his farmers bill in 2017, where he invested $27 billion into the farmers that he bankrupted due to his tariffs on China, where he then increased their own manufacturing. Biden and Harris did this with the Chips and Science Act, investing $27 billion into U.S. chip producers. In the next 6 years, we're going to be dominating the market with 20% of the global chip supply. And we could do the same thing, right, for goods produced in China, right? Then I'll also say, maybe we can meet in the middle of the aisle here. At the end of the day, if none of that works, right, and there's still a reliance on a domination of markets in China that exploit human labor, what we should do is have isolated tariffs on specific manufacturers that exploit human labor. And you shouldn't use this as a virtue signal to justify flat tariffs on goods from all countries, including but not limited to China.
Okay, I mean, I agree with a lot of stuff you said there again, but I don't think it's appropriate to say I'm virtue signaling based off of this.
You're like human exploitation from some companies in China. Therefore, a 25% tariff on oil imports from Canada is a good thing.
Well, no. So, I mean, I'm not applying that with China. I'm referencing specifically increasing the 10% on China. I think, yes, it actually is good because, no, we shouldn't be providing a market for those things. And that's something I actually do care about. And I understand that putting blanket tariffs on right away is obviously going to increase inflation and make it a little harder for the...
But I just gave you an alternative to shift the market reliance from human exploitation of labor in China to U.S. producers that don't create the same inefficiencies as tariffs. Like, you're literally saying there's two means here to shift our market reliance from China's production of goods. One mean doesn't create inflation. One mean doesn't create the destruction of U.S. businesses. The other mean does create inflation. The other mean does create the U.S. destruction of businesses. And you're going to take the one that produces the worst outcomes. Why?
Why do other countries do it?
Raw capital.
Because one, that's raw capital. You have to pay for raw capital. That's not just an imaginary word. That's money that has to be paid for one way or another. So inevitably, that's going to cost the taxpayers money one way or another.
And it'll be great. That's going to be the best way that the taxpayer has spent money in forever. We're like sending the shit on like tax cuts for like ultra billionaires like Trump did with his TCGA that only had an annual rate of return on our government revenue of $10 billion, right? And like, dude, investing into American companies, right, that have like an optimistic long-term turnout will probably provide the highest ROI for the spent American payer tax dollars out of any other investment. And like, you can't dispute this. Trump agrees. He did it with the Farm Bill. Biden and Harris agree. They did it with the Chips and Science Act. This is such a good way to be spending taxpayers' money because it creates a real ROI.
Okay, maybe we can agree that there's more efficient ways than tariffs. I don't know how realistic those are because, again, I'm just not that educated in that specific field. I don't know enough about what you're talking about. So sure, I could just concede that to you. But let me present you a situation. Let's say, so we engage in a lot of trade with Germany, right? Let's say that we import lots of stuff there. We get lots of stuff from them. Let's say they charged us 100% tariff. Like they one day came out and said, we're going to charge you now 100% tariff from the United States on everything, just blanket tariff, similar to what Trump would be proposing. Do you think that we should charge a similar tariff back on them?
No.
Why?
Yeah, because when Germany charges us, the American producer, that 100% tariff, who ends up paying it once it's in the market? German citizens. Okay, right? So it's fucking them. It's fucking their own country over, right? But obviously, we're still going to see a reduction of exports to Germany because of that. That can have rebounding effects on the American producers. So the way that we should deal with that is with diplomacy, right? Not with tariffs that will just fuck our own consumers and our own producers moreover, even more, right? So the way to combat other countries that have tariffs on us is by letting them fuck themselves over because it's hurting their own consumer and their own producers, right? And then trying to combat that with further diplomatic behaviors, not by imposing tariffs and sanctions back on them.
So then why are we not doing those things?
And then also, can we just point out that, like, for whatever goddamn reason, you will fail to address reality? Like, you're not talking about what Trump is really going to do. You're like, oh, there's some companies in China that are bad, right? What if another country has tariffs on us? But why will you fail to address Trump's plan of No, you hold on.
Let me pause you there.
No, you're not going to pause me there, because the one thing that you hate to hear, that you don't want to address, is the reality of the situation, that he doesn't just want to place tariffs on companies that exploit human labor in China. He doesn't just want to place tariffs on countries that have tariffs on our own imports. He wants to place tariffs on all goods imported to our country from everywhere.
As of his most recent address, that's not the case anymore. Well, okay, hold on. Let me get my computer.
Give me an address where he says that.
Yes,
he doesn't.
I'm going to get to it. But another thing, you're telling me I'm not in reality with the Germany situation there. You know, Germany does charge 100% tariff on all imports from the United States, right?
Yeah,
like they actively do
the reason I said that you're not in reality is because you're failing to recognize the totality of his plan. So go ahead and give me the clip where he addresses and states that he no longer wants flat tariffs on all goods.
Got you. I will. I'm going to have to find a source, but I saw it on CNN yesterday morning. So it's probably not going to take me long to find this.
Great.
And again, just while I'm looking this up, do you not think it's right for us to charge some sort of tariff if other countries are just taking advantage of us and making it so that, because ultimately
that's a lie. They're not taking advantage of us. They're fucking themselves over.
Yes, I get what you're saying.
And then Trump wants to take advantage of. No. I'm literally explaining this to you. It doesn't take advantage of the American consumer. Okay, it fucks the German citizens over. Okay, and then Trump takes advantage of the American consumer by convincing them of a lie that's going to inevitably hurt them. They're like, Trump's like, like Germany is taking advantage of us so much with the tariffs on our exports. So we should cause more inflation for American consumers that I guess are being taken advantage of?
No, what you're missing is the leverage you get from the tariffs. What happens is, no, we're not fucking over the German citizens because they're just not buying shit from us. That's what happens. There's no longer a large American market in Germany because of that. That's what happens. It decreases our economic output. There's not as much going on with our economy between us and Germany. That it in no way helps us. What happens is they just take advantage of us because they know if we do the same thing to them, yes, our consumers are going to pay more. So they just sit there with that tariff on our asses with their fucking foot on our neck, and we can't do anything about it.
Oh, okay. So if the German government imposes tariffs on exports from America, meaning that their citizens are no longer buying American imported goods, what does that do to their GDP?
It doesn't affect it. At first it may, but what they do is they just shift to other places to get these things. They get them elsewhere for cheaper with, again, like we were talking about, less ethically sourced labor or materials.
Oh, okay.
That's just the reality of it.
Okay, so at first it reduces their GDP due to the fact that they're no longer buying goods imported from America, meaning people are spending less money and devalues.
But Dean, I think we'd agree anything made in America is more expensive.
So they're saying that they don't have tariffs on China, but they have tariffs on America?
Who? Germany? I can't speak on their tariffs on China. I don't.
Why would you say that they're just going to go ahead and import cheaper goods from other countries?
Because that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And again, they never relied on us that much for anything. Germany never really relied on us for anything. We were sort of trading things on our own volition there. Companies were just making money overseas there, and that's just no longer a market for us. I personally
rely
don't
on
think
Germany?
that's fair. For some things we do, yes.
Tabby, thank you for the galaxy. Like what?
Not that we would be completely cut off without them, but we import lots of things from them, lots of vehicles.
So then, German vehicles. So do you care about the vehicle market? Do you want to make vehicles more expensive for the American consumer?
Great, I know you're going to bring up tariffs that they're going to do that.
So then you're going to impose tariffs on Germany, and then all of a sudden anybody goes to a used car dealership lot or goes to a Volkswagen dealership, all of a sudden they're paying an additional $5,000 to $10,000 for their 2022 Tiguan. It's fucked. That's why we shouldn't do that. Yeah, Germany shouldn't be taking advantage of us, but we shouldn't be increasing the prices of German vehicles that have a market dominance in our country by such a large amount. That's not the way to resolve it. Not at all. We absolutely shouldn't be doing that. That is such a bad idea.
Agreed. So
not to mention that there's Volkswagen manufacturing plants in America alongside various other German countries, German car manufacturers.
I agree with you, Dean. I'm not an idiot. I understand economics. I'm getting my degree in finance right now. I know what you're saying, that yes, it's going to increase inflation. Yes, it's going to harm the American consumer. What I'm trying to demonstrate to you is that these tools, these tariffs, are being used as tools for political capital to negotiate with other nations. If Trump
What's the political capital for the 25% tariff on oil imported from Canada?
Dean, there are ways that other countries are taking advantage of us, and that is what Trump is trying to
How is
address.
Canada taking advantage of us?
Can I give you something on the Canada situation?
Yes, I want to talk about Canada. How is Canada taking advantage of us?
I'd have to get some sources and get specifics because I don't know exactly, but I can give you the sentiment of the.
And that's like the biggest issue, because what percentage of our oil and gas imports are from Canada?
I don't know the specifics on that.
70%. He's going to bump the price of 70% of our oil and gas imports by 25%. For why?
What I'm trying to say is he's not going to do that. He is negotiating with Canada. If he bumps it, it would be very temporarily because that is not sustainable for neither us nor Canada. So we use that to negotiate.
You're working backwards. No, you assume that Trump is rational. So you're assuming that Trump is rational, and you've finally made the concession that his tariff plan will fucking destroy and really hurt America. So the only way to come to terms with that is just to baselessly assume that these tariffs are either not going to happen or are temporary or are being used as a way to negotiate political capital with other countries. When you can't even name what is going to be negotiated, when you can't even name what the political capital is that Trump is seeking with something like Canada. Like, seriously, like a 25% tariff on gas imports is fucking destructionary. It's so bad for America. You basically assume that it's just a tool for negotiation, even though that's something that Donald Trump has never said, because that's something Donald Trump has never said, and you don't know what he wants to negotiate.
Economists and pretty much the entire private equity world right now is that these tariffs will not actually happen. Because if companies right now that produce, I know lots of companies, I actually know companies that produce in Canada that own the means of production now in Canada that they formerly bought from. The sentiment among them, they're not looking to increase pricing among any customers currently because the sentiment is these tariffs are not going to be enacted.
Kayla, thank you so much for the $5 to PayPal.
That is what the Canadians and that is what the Americans believe. That's what all these other countries believe, that these companies that I'm talking about, they manufacture in all kinds of different places worldwide, and they are not, if they wanted to enact price increases, that would start now.
So is it because he's not going to enact his own plan? Is that because Congress isn't going to pass his plan?
Yes, it is, because currently that is being used as a negotiating tool, and there will be positive
what is he negotiating with that tool with Canada for?
What, Dean?
I need to know.
Again, okay. I don't.
Tariff. You're saying that 25% tariff on Canada is being used as a tool of negotiation by Trump. What is he negotiating?
Yes. One thing that he's negotiating is to bring more manufacturing back to America.
That's not a negotiation. That's
he's negotiating with.
That's a force
he's negotiating
of
with American companies.
No, that's not what you do.
With American companies.
Tariffs aren't used as a tool to negotiate a higher level of domestic production of goods. Tariffs are used as a tool to force a higher level of domestic production of goods because you're giving more incentive to the American consumer to buy from American producers by increasing the prices of goods from other countries with an artificial government regulation. If you're saying that he wants to use a tariff as a tool of negotiation, you're essentially saying that he wants to use a tariff as a threat. Okay, but in order for that to promote a higher level of domestic production of goods, it means that the tariff is not just a threat, but it's an active implementation. Because you only achieve a higher level of domestic production of goods with the tariff being implemented, because it is that in which drives the consumer to have more reason to buy from American producers.
So, are you arguing that there is no incentive because of tariffs to move manufacturing to America, or maybe for companies to source their products in America?
There's no incentive because of tariffs as a threat to move more manufacturing to America. There's only incentive with tariffs as an implementation to be used to drive more manufacturing to America.
I mean, yeah, sure, but let me present you this. I was listening to a podcast.
So you just agreed. You just conceded. Then you're saying that he doesn't want to use the 25% tariff on Canada as a threat. He just wants to implement it.
No,
if it's implemented, then it's not a threat. And if it's implemented, then it's going to drive the price of 70% of our imports up by 25%.
There was a podcast published by the Wall Street Journal a day or two ago talking to a business owner who produces body scrubs or something. That's not relevant, but he had these brushes that after the tariffs, he saw that they would, his analysis was that the price would have to increase from $9 to $12 for him to still sell them and for that to be sustainable. So the night after the election, because he believes that these tariffs are going to be enacted, whether it's 10%, 50%, 80%, his best judgment was, and people in economics.
Dude, I don't give a fuck about a podcast, bro, talking about a scrub brushes for $9.
Dude,
I'm asking you, what is the purpose of the purpose of the proposed 25% tariff on gas and oil imports from Canada?
The American business owner that you don't give a fuck about is now looking for sources inside America to source that brush, and what he's now looking to is it's places that he can get that brush for around the same price, but it's going to be much higher quality when it was made in America. That's typically just something that we associate with American-made goods because
you're so delusional. You said that you're studying econ. If you could find it for around the same price, for the same price with higher quality, then that would be the market dominance already as it is.
I said a slightly higher price. I didn't say the same price. Yeah, inevitably it's going to be higher priced because it's a higher quality good. It's always going to be in America. That's simply the case. And because what are we talking
about? All right, Jack. All right.
Dude, I mean, you can just laugh it off all you want, but how do you not consider that?
That is my consideration. You just described my only consideration. You just proved my point.
Your consideration that
what is it? What does a higher price mean?
That caused people like
less purchasing power.
It's being used as leverage to move manufacturing back to America. This person is just one example of this leverage. He is now.
You literally just described my point for me. Yeah, tariffs will increase domestic production of goods.
Yes.
But will also cause inflation because of
Yes, agreed. Nobody can disagree with that in good faith.
And then my alternative is higher level of domestic production of goods with no inflation via the raw investment of capital in the manufacturing sector of our country.
Where do we get that capital?
Where do we get that capital? From the taxpayers. Duh.
Do you think that we're already kind of tight as is? Would that require increased taxation?
No. The reason is that this will provide an absorbently high ROI where we will finally be spending money wisely. Do you think that the government is bad at spending money on things that are just equate to long-term debt and don't generate a higher level of governmental
Yes, I do. And Dean,
you're gonna sit over your shit on the way to
Doge guy.
Dude, this would completely conform with a well-run Doge. Absolutely, it would. Absolutely, it would.
Okay,
a well-run Doge would agree with me, right? That we need to optimize the way that our government is spending money, and it is so incredibly good and optimal to be spending our money on U.S. manufacturers to bump their own production without causing inflation. Based.
Yes, actually very based, and I hope that is what Doge does. And I'm sure you'll agree with this. I think Doge needs to be bipartisan. I think there need to be voices from the left there, or at least just more centrist voices.
Bro, that's literally my only critique of Doge. Spot on. Good job.
Okay, I mean that's definitely something we can agree on, and I hope that's something that Trump works on, because that's the criticism I have of him. But
all right, well, is there anything else you want to go over? I'm probably going to move on to the next guest.
Oh yeah, move on, man. But I appreciate you letting me up.
I appreciate you for being educated.
All right, man. You too. Have a good one.
Have a good one. We're going to move on to our next guest. Woo! Quite the battle we had there. We're going to move on to our next guest. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that was fun. He was definitely one of, he knew more than like 99% of people that come on my stream. Mark, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I do appreciate you for the love, Mark. Everybody, please do show some love to Mark down below in the chat. Yeah, I could appreciate that. That is fun. Someone in the chat just said that's fun because it is. Having like a conversation with somebody that like I still think is annoying as fuck, right? But yeah, knows their shit a little bit. Knows their shit more than like 99.9% of people that come up on my live. I like that. I do. Based. All right. But yeah, thank you, Mark. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest. So there's Cordello's. I saw like 4 people in the chat saying, let Cordello up. I would love to know who that is so I could let them up. We're going to get our next guest up in here right now. Colton, thank you for the $4 on PayPal. If you would like to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of those proceeds. They go directly to me. And I will thank you. And I will thank you. Who is Cordelia? Why do people want her up? Hi. Why? Hello. Do you know any of the people that want you up? Did you vote for
No,
Trump?
I did not vote for Trump. I am Canadian poli-sci student. And during all the talk about Canada,
people know this.
I was saying it in the chat.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Cordelia. And I would love to hear your take. You should join my Discord. I do hold like an absolute rule for the debates that you gotta vote for Trump. And the only reason it really applied to you right there is because I kick other people and I don't want to make them feel bad because I didn't kick you, if that makes any sense. Lindsay, thank you for the motorcycle. I do really appreciate you for the love, Lindsay. Everybody, please do show some love to Lindsay. But if you want to join the Discord and, say it in there, I'd even read it off on the stream. The join code's Justine. What's up, Justin Me? Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
You did? Now, why the hell did you do that?
Because of foreign policy and immigration.
This foreign policy fucking sucks, dude.
Well, I just thought that what you said earlier about the Budapest memorandum didn't make much sense. You left out what James Baker said to Gorbachev, and you kind of misled your audience as to the reality of the situation that Europeans and NATO faced with the Soviet Union and then the Russian Federation.
So what did I misconstrue about the Budapest memorandum where we told them if they denuclearize, we'll protect them if they're invaded?
Because that's part of what was said there, but it also one of the agreements made as part of the OSCE agreements was that NATO would not expand 1 inch to the east. That was said 3 times by James Baker to the president of the Russian Federation. They broke that promise. So it seems like...
Amanda, thank you for the $2 of the 22 cents on PayPal. That's not why Russia invaded Ukraine, if you're curious.
No, it's not why Russia invaded Ukraine, but you're saying the reason we're defending them is because we agreed to do it, but we also agreed not to expand NATO. So we went back on that promise, but we continue to have the other promise.
I have a question. So you said that there is spoken word of mouth. Was that a contractual agreement like the Budapest memorandum?
It was something that the representative of the State Department said to the president of the Russian Federation during negotiations, so I think that is valid. Is it written down? I don't believe it is, but James Baker never denied saying it. In fact, when he was asked, he said, yeah, I did say that to them. So they broke that promise willfully. So, and also, if you want to talk about if you want to talk about why we have to defend Ukraine, why didn't we defend
just because
in 2014?
NATO broke one promise doesn't mean that we should break another. Plus, I just don't like Russian expansion, and I think that supporting a fight against Russian expansion, supporting a fight against colonialization of Ukrainian territory and land from Russia is a great thing. Dwight, thank you.
But that seems to be a different argument than the one that we're contractually obligated to defend them, because we didn't do that in 2014.
Are you talking about the annexation of Crimea?
Yeah, and then the upsurgence of rebels in Donetsk and Luhansk. We sent weapons, but we didn't help nearly in the capacity that we are now. We never talked about retaking Crimea, but now we're talking about it. Why didn't we then? And now why are we now?
Yeah, probably just like a different level of importance.
And see how that doesn't really make sense? If the standard is we agreed to defend you.
One's the annexation of Crimea, and one is like the colonialization of foreign territory insofar as the entirety of the country of Ukraine, resulting in the deaths of Ukrainian citizens, the deaths of Ukrainian children, and a full-scale war that's been raging on now for 3 years. Do you think that Russia has a right to invade Ukraine?
They don't have a right to invade Ukraine. Of course not. No country has a right to invade any country.
Do you think it's bad that Russia invaded Ukraine?
Yes.
Okay. So do you support the U.S. sending them $30 billion per year on average to fight against Russia?
No.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was good?
Well, I think parts of it were good, yeah.
Overall?
Overall, it had minimal effect on the economy, but I don't think it was a bad tax policy.
Okay, it costs $1.7 trillion with an incredibly minimal effect on the economy. And only grew our GDP by 0.02% a year, which resolved in $10 billion a year in government revenue. wasting
Yeah, but again, I don't see how
trillions
this
of dollars. The way that this relates is that you're going to sit here and you'll say that you don't really give a shit about Donald Trump wasting $1.6 trillion in funds that were never recouped and disproportionately spent on billionaires, right? But then you really care enough about $30 billion a year to support standing against the deaths of innocent children and men and women, right?
But to be
and,
clear,
and that'll push you far enough to vote for the adjudicated rapist that's also a 34-count felon that called for the religious persecution of all new Muslims that come into our country, that also sexualize little girls, boast about grabbing women by the P word, and boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls as well. It's like insane. Like $1.6 trillion on billionaires that amounted to nothing. I like it. $30 billion
so what you're saying,
a year. Must vote for the
can I
rapist.
clarify something? Are you saying the government revenue went down by 1.7 billion in tax income? Is that what you're saying? The United States government brought in 1.6 or 1.7 trillion dollars less in tax revenue because of that tax policy? Is that what you're saying? Or
No,
what are
the
you
tax
saying?
policy only caused an extra $10 billion to be generated in government revenue per year.
Okay, so what caused the $1.6 trillion? I'm not sure if you're referring to a deficit or just a loss of revenue. Which of the two are you referring to?
So bill costs $1.7 trillion. Bill only costs $100 billion.
Are you talking about federal spending? What exactly? We were talking about foreign policy. Now you're talking about someone, sexually assaulting people. I'm not sure exactly why you went down
The
the path
relation
of
is that we lost $1.6 trillion on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Yes, but
And
my
you just don't give a
opposition-
shit and you'll call it good, right? But
My
then when,
opposition-
but then when we quote unquote lose $30 billion a year on supporting innocent people from not getting slaughtered, you're like, that means you got to vote for the rapists.
No, because it seems to be that you're making the argument that I'm against the $30 billion in aid to Ukraine because of the $30 billion in tax expenditure that it costs the American taxpayer. Well, that's a minimum reason.
So why are you against supporting Ukraine?
I'm against the United States getting involved in hot conflicts across the world. I don't think it's prudent for the United States to give Ukraine long-range weapon systems to use against Russia. And that just poked the bear, so to speak. That is very imprudent foreign policy. And it's also making Russia and China become closer together because there's so many sanctions on energy products coming out of Russia that they're sold to other countries like India and China, who are obviously not listening to our sanctions. So there's geopolitical realities here that you have to listen to, not just a $30 billion number, obviously.
Well, the geopolitical reality is that, if anything, now is the best time to be instantiating that red line as suggested via the Budapest Memorandum. What is happening to the ruble as we speak?
The price of the ruble collapsed when the war first began, but from what I've last seen, it seemed pretty stable.
In the last 3 weeks, it's collapsed even further.
Was it bigger than the use of the medium-range intercontinental missile or what?
What's that? Well, no. What my claim would be is that Russia is on the verge of being toast. At some point we need one moment. Let me speak. At some point, we need to acknowledge reality. The ruble is finally collapsing more than it ever has at any point in the war. We need to acknowledge reality. Russia has lost on their offense. Ukraine will get the land back, as well as they've already started to push into Russia themselves, taking the offense. Russia is losing 110%. Right? And if you think that Russia proposes any genuine threat to the United States of America when they can't even adequately defend against a country as small as Ukraine, that's crazy. And you're talking about isolation, aka a higher level of commutable relationships, economically speaking, between countries such as Russia and countries such as China due to the sanctions that we've placed on them that China and India won't respect. Sure, right? That is a reality. But what's happened with China's GDP the last 4 years? It's actually dropped by $100 billion. These countries don't purport a threat to us. They genuinely don't. I think that the fear-mongering of the right is at this point absurd, and I find no issue with standing behind the red line we set against Russia in the 90s with the rest of NATO to make sure that we can reduce the probabilistic-based chance of them proposing a greater issue in the future.
But earlier you said that we didn't take the stand in 2014 because it wasn't the moment to take the stand. So we're only supposed to stand behind that line when it's opportunistic, or when are we supposed to stand behind that line?
We should have taken the stance in 2014.
And why didn't Obama take that stand?
Dude, I have no fucking clue.
So do you
But that doesn't mean that we should be taking it now.
So do you think the reality of it happening now has to do with the change in how the State Department views the affair, or does it have to do with, hey, we can make a lot of money giving them military equipment that then we have to repurchase from American arm manufacturers, which are lobbying Congress to push these sort of bills forward, to give more aid to Israel and Ukraine, to spend more money on missiles, for us to then buy them again from the very people that are lobbying Congress to pass these bills? Do you not see that as an issue?
The military industrial war complex is an issue, but that doesn't mean that it's bad to support like humanitarian crimes.
So you think that the primary motivator for the United States helping in these instances is democracy and compassion and not the military industrial complex?
So I just want to make sure that your argument is clear. You are now not refuting the position that it's a good thing to support Ukraine because of the repercussions that will have geopolitically.
No, that's part of it.
One moment, with adversaries offered by countries such as Russia and China, but you are rather now instantiating the position that it is rather a bad thing to be supporting Ukraine because of the negative qualia and intentions as presented from our government.
And no, that's not true at all. That's part of it. The other part is we are antagonizing Russia. You can say that Russia is not a geopolitical adversary of the United States, and you can say China is not a geopolitical adversary of the United States. That is obviously not clear based on the reality we're living. Obviously. Do you not think Russia is a geopolitical adversary of the United States and China is not a geopolitical adversary of the United States? Do you not believe
Once
that?
again, now you are already misconstruing what I said. Obviously, Russia, China, North Korea, India are geopolitical adversaries of the country. Anybody that doesn't stand with the UN, anybody that doesn't stand with NATO is a geopolitical adversary of the United States of America. But
So Australia is? Australia's not in NATO?
Are they a sufficiently like stands with BRICS, stands against like Western values, like speaks like badly upon the U.S. government, etc.? Those are going to be geopolitical adversaries. But are they a sufficiently like president geopolitical adversary to justify revoking allocation of funding, support, and weapons for Ukraine? Absolutely not, because they don't purport any genuine threat in the sense of a larger scale war that would directly involve the loss of life of American soldiers, or like a nuclear war, World War III.
And I would agree with you if I thought it's possible that Ukraine can win this war. Ukraine cannot win the war. I think that's where you and I have a fundamental disagreement. They obviously cannot win this war. You understand that, right? Or
I'd say that obviously Russia can't win the war. Look at the ruble. Look at the production of the military equipment in their own country. Look at the slimming growth of their own GDP and even some quarterly recessions, even though their industrial war complex is booming. Like, you're going to sit here and say that the country that is a crumbling dollar, has a crumbling GDP, with a crumbling economy, with citizens that hate them, that can't make the weapons to support their ongoing effort, with a Russian Navy bowing out, retreating, with Ukraine gaining land on Russia, is the one that's going to win?
Okay, yes.
These conversations are just so tough, man.
They're not so tough. If you want to talk about the land Ukraine has taken from Russia, please put that side by side on a map. They took 30 square miles. Russia has taken 20% of Ukraine. If you want to talk about the industrial,
when did they take 20% of Ukraine?
Over the span of 3 years. And when was the last time Ukraine gained land in Russia? It hasn't been since August that they haven't gained no land. In fact, they're actually coming out, and you can read this in the Washington Post, they're coming out saying that they are not meeting recruitment numbers. They're falling 2/3 short of the number they need. In fact, the United States is pressuring them to lower the recruitment age from 25 to 18. Does that sound like a side that's winning or not? I mean, Russia has more nuclear weapons, or about the same as we do. They have more tanks than we do. They have more artillery shells than we do. They have more missiles and stockpiles than we do. Do you really think that Russia's just, their money's out? Yeah, they have nukes. They have a huge military, and it's super disingenuous to say that, just because a few pounds were taken by a few, elite forces by Ukraine, the war's absolutely over.
I mean, we just have to say one sentence to show how absurd what you're saying is, and how it is nothing more than Republican fear-mongering. They have more hypersonic missiles in the U.S. They have more nukes in the U.S. They have millions of Russian citizens that are redempted, ready to be deployed, but yet they've only been able to manage 18% of a country smaller than Germany.
Well, yeah, because you have to see that they've received. Well, do you know how the war transpired?
We've had a conversation before, and then you want to use that to equate some genuine threat of to our own country.
Oh yeah, because Ukraine,
it's just insane. And then you think on top of that all, you genuinely believe the guy that can't even hold his own country together is going to somehow manage those foreign relations better.
Who do you mean, Zelensky, the one who's banning political parties, or you mean Putin, the one who won re-election?
Oh, no, I mean Donald Trump, the person that tried to stage a coup to overthrow his own government and rig
Was
the
he
outcome of the
charged
election in
with? Was
2020.
he charged with trying to overthrow the election? Did he?
Even
Did he go
better,
to
he
court for
admitted
that?
to it. Yeah, he did, and he admitted to
He
it.
said I would try. But why could he run? Someone who's engaged in insurrection can't run. Why was he allowed to
No,
run?
because
if
he was able to make an adequate
insurrection?
legal defense to get the charges dropped that he should be
Oh, so the
removed from
charges were
proceedings.
dropped. So he's not guilty of an insurrection.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter because he admitted to it. He admitted to it before the charges were dropped. He admitted to sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states in our own country to sign and send false certificates of ascertainment into our own country and to try to pressure Mike Pence into certifying them as real to literally install himself for a second presidential term. I understand that you want to take the legal approach on this and rhetoric your way out of Donald Trump trying to coup the country and rig the outcome of the 2020 election,
Well, you always
which
do
would
the
be
same
sufficient
thing the
because
other
the January 6 indictments in Congress, both of them, as well as the litigation with the Supreme Court, were all postponed and dropped by Jack Smith and were all like rescinded and not ruled on by the Supreme Court. That's a rhetorically advantageous stance for the position that he didn't legitimately try to stage a coup to overthrow the country. But the reason that you ultimately lose on this position is before these charges were postponed or dropped or pushed off or not rescinded upon by the Supreme Court, Donald Trump literally admitted to it. And he is seeking immunity. Same thing with John Eastman. Same thing with Rudy Giuliani, his 2 personal lawyers that lost their law licenses for helping him with his attempted coup. Donald Trump admitted to trying to overthrow an election.
And this affects the war in Ukraine and Russia. How? Again, we were having a conversation about foreign policy, and you seem to want to go back to your talking points that you can regurgitate quite quickly about Jack Smith and all the cases. So again, how does that relate to Ukraine and Russia?
Dude, okay, so yeah, I specifically told you, it's funny that you think on top of everything that I used to absolutely dismantle your own position, I said on top, then you think that this
Russia's
maniac
losing.
that can't even control his own country is going to be able to control that better than Kamala Harris, right? But seemingly, every single time I bring up Donald Trump, and any of the negative qualities that would play into his character, his policy approach, not just domestically, but foreignly speaking, you don't want to talk about it.
Okay,
you
we can talk about it if you
always
want.
want to return it and rhetoric it into seemingly making me look like I'm running away from a conversation. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to bring up valid concerns within the characters, aptitudes, abilities, and actions of your man.
Okay, well, let's address those concerns that you have. The policy that the president has announced and that the Congress, through Mike Johnson, has announced is they're not going to give any more aid to Ukraine. So if you think Ukraine's going to win this war...
I wanted to talk about Donald Trump's attempted coup of the country in 2020. You seem to have some background knowledge of it. That's what I want to talk about. Am I not allowed to suggest a topic?
No, you are. But when I came on, you said why I voted for Donald Trump, and I was talking about Ukraine and Russia.
We've been talking about it for 35 minutes, and I engaged with it, and I beat you on the conversation.
Well, sure, you can say you beat me. If you think Ukraine's going to win this war, we'll see. But yeah,
if you think that Russia serves as a legitimate adversary to the country, to our country, even though they're only able to overtake 18% of a country smaller than Germany, and now have
I was talking about their own conflict,
a destroyed GDP as well as a destroyed ruble, and then you want to try to gaslight them to be an unprecedented threat that we need to bow the knee to, remove the lead Rhine, and further isolate ourselves from the leaders in the EU and in the UN and other democratic leaders in Europe, all to bow the knee to Putin. That's absolutely fucking insane. No wonder Putin invaded in the 2016, 2020, and 24 election to help get Trump elected. Right?
Okay,
no
what about
wonder because he will.
Okay, what about when
but
the
go ahead and
US
tell me how you
commits-
feel about Donald Trump trying to literally overthrow the country and stage a coup to rig the outcome of an election in 2020.
He tried to send the electors back to the state legislature, which he believed was within his right. And if you look at what happened after January 6th and the modifications that were done to the procedural process of January 6th, they changed the law to make sure it was very clearly written that the vice president cannot reject the electors and send them back to the states for reapproval. That was something that was quite vaguely written, which is why it was changed. So if Donald Trump believed that there was interference in that election, and part of it is obviously true with, intelligence agents writing about the laptop with Hunter Biden being fake, even though it was obviously true. You had intelligence officers lying to the American public, and then Twitter used those lies to censor people, censor the New York Post. So if he had valid concerns about how, the integrity of the election was taken about, he was within his right, as he understood, to do that. So I don't know what your big concern is.
So you think that Donald Trump was within his right to attempt to influence the Electoral College, attempt to influence the governor's office of 7 states, attempt to influence his own VP into throwing Biden out and accepting.
That's not what it would have done. That's not what it would have done.
One moment.
You're lying.
No, I'm not lying.
It would have sent the electors back to the state legislature for them to carry out investigations to the claims that were being made. But those claims were never investigated.
No.
Yes,
Mike Pence would have Mike Pence would have either certified the false certificates of ascertainment as sent by his slates of fake electorates, or it would have been pushed back to the House. It would have not been sent back to the governor's office to investigate them because they were already investigated by the time the fake certificates of ascertainment hit the hands of Mike Pence on Congress on January 6th. What the fuck do you mean that these false certificates of ascertainment would have been investigated by the governor's office? All you have to do is look up National Archives, false certificates of ascertainment, and you will be presented with a list of government emails from the governor's office of all 7 of these states where they're like, oh yeah, these votes are fake, right? Yeah, it was investigated before they even hit Congress on January 6th. So tell me, do you affirm that Donald Trump sent 7 slates of fake electorates to 7 key swing states to cast false certificates of ascertainment into Congress on January 6th, with 5 of those 7 false certificates of ascertainment having no recognizable distinction between the real ones?
If you're saying it's on the National Archives, I'm not going to argue with the National Archives. But again, it doesn't take away from the point that,
I'm just asking you if you affirm this. I'm not done. Do you affirm that this is something Trump did?
Yes.
Okay. So you have affirmed, right, that Donald Trump sent fake Trump votes into Congress from states that he lost saying that he won. Do you affirm that Donald Trump wanted to pressure Mike Pence into either certifying the fake Trump votes as real or feigning ignorance, pushing it back to a vote by the House?
It would have been more prudent to send it back to the House.
So do you?
They should have done that. Yeah. You know why?
Oh my God! Do you think that the election in 2020 should have been voted on by the House?
No, I just think that the way that the media interfered in the election was not fair. And it was not a fair election.
So you just think that Donald Trump was justified in trying to steal the election? God, yeah. Look at that. No wonder he was arguing pro-Russia. He literally just said that the voice and the vote of every American citizen that voted in 2020 should have been thrown out of the window and then voted on by the representatives in the House. Like, what an insane take. Unreal. Yeah, this is the Republican Party. Yeah, based Republican, pro-Russia, pro-Putin. Fuck the 2020 election. No proven widespread voter fraud. Let's just go ahead and let Trump install himself for second term. Like, just to let you know, like, this is fascism. Someone in the chat said that I kicked him because I was losing. He admitted that Trump should have stolen the election in 2020. There's no worse concession to make. How could you possibly say that I lost? He said I got him to say that Trump should have stole the election. No shit, I didn't lose. Manu, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I do appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Manu. You are absolutely phenomenal, and I do appreciate you so much for your support. What a crazy take. What a crazy take. Dean lost because he got Republican to say that not only did Trump try to steal the election, but that Trump should have tried to steal the election. Jesus Christ, ladies and gentlemen. But everybody, please do show some love to Manu down below in the comment section, literally right now. I do really appreciate you for the $10 donation on Venmo. You're so incredibly kind. Make sure to show some love to Manu down below. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio, listed as VNP, as well as they're in the link tree for a direct link. I get 100% of the proceeds over those platforms. They go directly to me, and I get a notification at the top of my phone screen where you could attach your name, a message, as well as the amount. And I'll happily read it off. Hello, CR. Did you vote for Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I did.
How old are you?
I am 28.
So why did you vote for Trump?
Well, I do come from a very Republican background, but I actually didn't like Trump. But I voted for him because, being a woman, I just didn't think that the alternative had enough. You talk a lot about women's rights. That
Chantel, thank you for the $4 and the 44 cents on PayPal. Show some love to Chantel. Go ahead.
She was only offering, like, her whole thing was about, abortion rights, right?
Oh.
And I didn't like my rights only being like there's only one option for me. And so, I mean, yes, you can say Trump in his personal life has talked badly about women, but he put abortion to the states. Like, I wanted more from Kamala, being a woman myself, like, and I just didn't think her only like option was okay, you can have abortion.
So what did Trump do for women?
No, I'm not saying that he did. I'm saying you asked me why I voted for Trump, and I'm saying that more like
So I
the
just want to
alternative.
understand your position.
Mhm.
So you're a woman and you really care about women's rights, and you were upset that Kamala Harris was not doing enough for women's rights, even though what she was doing would have prevented 22,000 rape victims from being denied access to health care a year and would have ensured that all women and girls in our country have federal protections for the right to choose. She wasn't doing enough for women's rights, so you voted for Trump. So what was Trump doing that was more for women's rights?
I think so. It's more about, for me, it's about
You
options.
voted against women's rights.
So when you're saying that she was doing a lot for women, yes, abortion is definitely an option. But you talk about a lot of people that are assaulted, right? And it's awful. It's terrible. I feel like yes, abortion it should be an option for people, but like the conversation only stops there. Where I have heard Trump talk about, look, there is a lot of mental health problems. There's people abusing drugs, and I do think drugs and stuff. That's a lot of what has to do with people that are getting assaulted. And I just didn't hear like her take on, yes, abortion is a great option, but like somebody that is suffering from assault, whether they have an abortion or not, they're going to go through trauma the rest of their life, right? It's not just limited to, oh, once I have my right to get an abortion, I'm just going to be free of trauma.
In one or two sentences, Kamala Harris would have prevented 22 rape victims from being denied access to abortion every single day. What will Donald Trump do that is more important than that?
You want me to
Be
answer what's
specific.
more? What will Donald Trump do?
Yeah,
That's more important, specific to women.
sure. I mean, or just in general, I don't think anything's more important than that.
Well, no, I'm see, like I can agree with you that I think the argument I'm trying to make, or my point is that, yes, she had an option, but I think both of you and I can agree that there needs to be more, right?
Duh. Dude,
Yeah.
the world wouldn't have been perfect if Kamala Harris was better. It was elected.
No, of course, right.
But
And
it,
I
but
just,
it would have been like astronomically better than if Trump was elected. So can you answer the question? Like we don't vote for perfection, we vote for progress.
no, of course. And I'm just saying,
And I think that you have to make the argument that Donald Trump will usher more progress than Kamala Harris.
I think some of the reasons why assault happens is related to like, what's the issue? Like, why are people getting assaulted, right? You could even
Dude,
say,
this isn't an answer to my question. I'm trying to be really kind to you, and honestly, like I'm just a little bit like mentally tired because the last two guests I've had have been a bit. But I mean, I'll repeat the question, and I would really enjoy an answer. If Kamala Harris was elected, 22 rape victims would not be denied access to abortion every year. Sorry, every day, not every year,
Right.
every
Mhm.
day. So, what is Donald Trump going to do that is more important and more progressive for the rights of women or the country as a whole than that?
this is just my personal opinion. It's just me as a woman and like where I have my views, but I'm just saying, so I'll answer your question, but I'll talk a little bit. I can't say like you have facts of what she would do to save all those people. Like they have the right? So I can't specifically say this is a policy he has in place. This is what he'll do.
Joby, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I can't even read your message out. You feel very negatively about the current guest on the live. But I do really appreciate you for the love, Joby. That is Joby. Everybody, please show some love to Joby down below in the comment section. I like wow. Joby has such negative like thoughts and feelings about the current guest on the live that like I can't even read that. Wow, I can't even read that one out, Joby. But hey, listen, I really appreciate you for the $20 donation. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
And I'm saying that because of his character.
You make no sense.
Sorry, what?
You make no goddamn sense. I'm waiting on an answer to my question. I feel like I'm being a little bit too nice because I'm legitimately so lightheaded after being mentally exhausted by the last two guests that I'm willing to be a little bit more easygoing on you. But I mean,
Right,
for the
and I
8,000 people watching,
appreciate
has
that.
she
I
answered
know,
my
and
question?
I appreciate that, and I just wanted to share like my thoughts on this. I'm sorry, I'm not polished. I don't do this every day.
I'm
I
gonna be
just
honest. I've collected 0 thoughts from you. I think I can't. If you were to put a gun in my head and be like, "What is one thought that the current guest shared?" I'd be empty-handed.
And I mean, I'm sorry for that. I just wanted to share. Like, I am more of an advocate for women that need more than just abortion. That's just what I wanted to share with you. And
okay, yeah, I am too. Yeah, women don't just need federal protections for access to
exactly.
abortion.
Well,
women
I was just
also
talking because you're
women,
an advocate. You are an advocate for
moment.
women's rights, right?
Emery, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Will you allow me to finish?
Yeah, of course.
But Emery, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I do appreciate you for the love. I'm not just an advocate for women to get the right to get an abortion. I'm an advocate to stop systemic misogyny. I'm an advocate to stop traditionalism. I'm an advocate for education. Right, for young men to not think they're superior or better at leading or more competent or more able than women. I'm an advocate to reduce the impact of harmful stigmatizations of women in STEM-related fields, women in positions of leadership. I'm an advocate to stop like medical misogyny, right? So women aren't like treated with higher levels of malpractice compared with men. I'm an advocate for a reduction in the rate of violent crime, so men stop like raping, abusing, and kidnapping women. I'm an advocate for all these things, right? But I don't understand how like that somehow leads you to the conclusion that voting for the rapist, right? Like voting for the guy that has now caused 22 rape victims a day to be denied access to abortion, voting for the guy that said that pregnancy is the best thing that could ever happen to a woman and a woman's only in her job because of how pretty she is, right? Is like a better choice than voting for Kamala Harris, who would have codified those protections to ensure all rape victims have access to abortion and that 1 out of every 3 women in our country isn't being denied that access. It doesn't make any sense. Dana, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I do appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for Dana down below. That is DNA. And then like additionally, like you're just saying, oh, just abortion isn't enough and that's somehow supposed to make Kamala Harris look bad. Like what the fuck?
It's not. No, it's not.
Not at all. And how does this get you to vote for Trump? Can you clear that up? How does this get you to vote for Trump?
Yeah,
like what?
I'm sorry if I'm not being so. I'm rambling, but I just want to. Okay, so we both believe that women's right?
You don't believe in women's rights. No, you're not an advocate for women. No, get out of here with that bullshit. I'm going to be so fucking real. You voted for rape culture over ensuring abortion access and protections to rape victims. You're not an advocate for women's rights.
So that's just your belief that I'm not. Then
No,
can we
it is. It
both?
is my
Can we
belief.
just
I believe-
okay? Can we just?
I believe it's a very sound, it's a very sound belief. It's a very
Okay,
sound,
I just
objective belief. Yeah.
okay, but can we agree though that it because I've listened to you a lot and you advocate for women. Okay, I know you're making the claim that I don't, but
Yeah.
can we both agree that when women are sexually assaulted, that whether they have access to abortion, whether it's denied, what you know what I mean, regardless of our beliefs, that they're going to have trauma the rest of their lives.
Yep.
And that they need more than just abortion, right?
Yep. Abortion's a good start, though. Ashley, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I do appreciate you for the love, Ashley. Based. Thank you for the love. So, anyways, what were you saying?
I was just saying that I, as a woman, that's just one of the reasons why I voted for Trump, not solely.
Lindsay, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Well, okay, that's where I lose you. Okay, Lindsay. Sorry, not Lindsay, but Lindsay, thank you for the $5 donation. And then that's where the hell I lose you. That's where the hell I lose you. I have no clue. I have no clue how you're making that connection. You're like, rape victims need more than just access to abortion, so I voted for Trump. Let me ask you a question. What is Trump going to do for rape victims?
What is he going to do for rape victims?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, he's gonna deny and defame them. In fact, he was civilly adjudicated of not just defaming any grape victim, but defaming his grape victim. That's what he's gonna do for grape victims.
Do you not believe that when he led it back in the States for the state to decide that, you know, it's not like he's going, oh, I don't want anyone to ever get an abortion, right? Do you not take that as a positive thing whatsoever, that the states get to say what they want to do?
Oh, no, bad thing. Zoe, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. And Janice, thank you for the $30 on Venmo, saying thank you for adding your voice. I do appreciate you for the love, Janice. That is Janice. Everybody, please, let's get at least 300 W's for Janice down below in the comment section right now. I really appreciate you for the love. That is so incredibly kind of you, Janice. W's. So let me ask you this question. Why should access to abortion be left up to the states instead of the federal government? And Sierra, thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo. And J-Paw with the $10 donation on Venmo. Holy crap, you guys. You guys are going absolutely crazy on the donations right now. Everybody, please show some love to Sierra and J-Paw. Thank you guys so much. It means the world. I really appreciate you guys for the donations. It means a lot. Thank you so much. And Thomas, thank you for the $5 donation on Venmo. W's for Thomas, W's for Sierra, and W's for J-Paw. But yeah, tell me why it should be left up to the states. What's your argument? What's your reason?
Okay, sorry. I'm nervous, so I'm not.
It's okay. I'm nervous too.
I personally, I am pro-life, so I don't know. I'm not trying to convince anyone here. I'm just saying this is just what my thought is and my reason. You know, the prompt is, you know, why Trump will be terrible for America. So I was just giving you my personal reasons why. So,
I laugh. I laugh every time. You don't think rape victims should be able to get an abortion, huh?
What?
You think that rape victims should not have legal access to abortion?
Did I say that?
Oh no, I'm asking you a question.
No,
So you do think they should have legal access to abortion?
Are you talking about like legally or just my moral? You know what I mean?
Do you think that a rape victim should have legal access to abortion?
I personally don't, because I'm pro-life. Like, you know what I mean? It would be like, it's asking me, do you think a child that's innocent that had nothing to do with it should be murdered?
Yeah, this is an advocate for women's rights. Damn, man, I wish I wasn't so tired, man. I just like to expect it at this point, bro. I just can't even believe it. We'll get into that in like 3 seconds. I gotta thank a couple donors here. J-Pot, thank you for the $10 once again for dealing with the stupidity in my boxes. Yeah, please don't leave. I really want to talk to you further. Thank you. Thank you so much, J-Paw. And Sierra says, surfing cunt, love you, bestie. I love you too, Sierra. Thomas with the $5. I appreciate you so much for the love. And Christina with a $2 saying, Republicans hear the word federal protection and immediately think it's a government overreaching. Yeah, actually, federal protections limit government overreach. Let's see. Brennan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying, Trump/reps also ending equity and equality for women and minorities, though. Yeah, no, don't worry, though. She's an advocate for women's rights. Lonnie, thank you for the $10 on PayPal for having to listen to the bullshit and uneducated people. Lonnie, it means the world. I appreciate you for the love. Everybody show some love to Lonnie, please. And if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in the V and the P in my bio. So let's have a conversation about it. I bet I could convince you that rape victims should be able to get access to abortion. Are you ready?
Well, so real quick, can I just address the women's rights thing?
Do you want to?
Well, I don't like being just labeled, oh, she's, against women's rights. The reason why I didn't vote for Kamala is because it's a limited of women's rights. Like, is there a policy or anything where Trump actually was going to limit women's rights? Like, if there is, just tell me. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. It doesn't come in societalization. It doesn't come in policy this term, right? He did that last term when he overturned Roe v. Wade. That was a policy. But this is all about societalization this term, okay? Right? Yeah. Because what happens when you put a president, when you put a misogynist rapist in the presidency? What happens? All of a sudden, all the other misogynists, all the other grapists are taught that that is societally acceptable, and we don't hold social consequences to these behaviors and attitudes. And if anything, we reward them. So that emboldens misogynists and further enables them to feel more comfortable with being more misogynistic because they will literally expect a reward rather than a consequence. And we're already seeing it. Go compare the comment section, my comment sections, compared to the comment section of a woman liberal creator.
Well, even this comment section for me, you know what I mean? I mean, a lot of your viewers are calling me stupid and dumb as a woman. It's just kind of like the irony.
You're stupid and dumb, not because you're a woman, but because of what you believe in.
Right, but I am a woman. Like, you can't deny that.
You are a woman, and you are stupid and dumb, but you're not stupid and dumb because you're a woman. You know? Makes sense to me. Listen. But you could become intelligent. You right now, today, you could go.
That's the best thing I've ever heard. Thank you.
Right now, you could go from being stupid and dumb to being ultra-based giga-trad. Okay? And I'll tell you how. The first step is just going to be recognizing that you could be pro-life and like still think that at least grave victims deserve access to abortion. Like seriously, this is just the bare minimum, and I don't mind explaining it to you. So like when we're looking at like a grape victim that's getting an abortion, and you're like considering why it's wrong from the pro-life perspective, like you're generally just thinking that it's wrong because like the baby dies, right?
Right. Well, I think everything that's happened is wrong. It's not fair to the mom. It's not fair, the guy who did it. Like, it's also not fair to the baby. That's, you know what I mean? I'm not just limiting.
Dude, did you just say it's not fair to the rapist?
No. I'm saying it's not fair to the mom. It's not fair to the
How
baby.
is it not fair to the mom? No, it's not fair to the mom to restrict her access to abortion. She's literally forcefully, violently having this conception occur inside of her uterus without her consent because a man decided to violate her, right? And you're saying it's not fair for her to be able to remove that from her? It's more than fair.
No, I'm
and
saying
here's the relation.
Because
she has no obligation. She has no obligation to provide for the needs of the dependent fetus growing in her uterus. Like, let me ask you this question, right? So let's just say you barely get by. You make enough money to just buy enough food for you to survive, okay? All right, and every day I break into your house and I steal half of your food, right? And I leave you with a bare minimums, and you're going to be struggling for the next 9 months while I'm stealing your food. And you could stop me from stealing your food by locking your door when you go to sleep. But in doing so, I die because I no longer have access to food and I'm going to starve on the streets. Would you be doing anything wrong if you were to lock your door to prevent me from stealing your food?
I would say no.
Exactly. The relation here is that the grape victim and her bodily resources are the food, and the fetus is stealing them, right? She's providing no consent for that fetus to take her bodily resources to survive. And in that hypothetical, when we lock the door, killing the person that stole the food, right, because they no longer have the means to survive, all that we're doing is removing the fetus from the mother's uterus, quote unquote, locking that door, and no longer has any means to get the resources to survive, and it dies. All right? It is completely analogous. It is just an exemplary function of either bodily autonomy or property rights. You are well within your right to lock that door to keep the person out that's stealing your food, even if they die. And a grape victim is well within their right to evict the fetus from her uterus, even if they die.
I get what you mean by the scenario, but if we're taking that as if the reason why you would die, the sole reason you would die is because I'm locking your door. I'm locking my door. But like if that was a real life, I know it's an analogy, but if it's a real life situation, someone who's stealing food would then just go to a different house. It wouldn't be like me literally being responsible for killing you if you kept stealing my food. You would have another option.
You could make any mental contortion in your brain. The point of the hypothetical is that person would have no other option, right, than stealing your food for 9 months, right? And you would still be doing nothing wrong if you didn't let them steal it.
Well, because, my faith, the wrong I would be doing would be essentially letting you starve to death. If you had no other source, you're saying that it's okay for me to do
I
that.
got a couple people to thank for the donos. Sydney, thank you for the $10 donation on Venmo. Sydney said, "Thanks for trying to wake these folks up." Thank you so much, Sydney. I do really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Sydney. And then Samantha with a $20 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Samantha. Dude, W's for Samantha down below. Samantha says she can be pro-life for herself, but she cannot force her beliefs on every woman in the country. That's what she has done. Keep cooking, Dean. Yeah, I think, Samantha, we're actually going to get into that explanation right after I finish reading out these donations. But thank you for the $20 donation, Samantha. You guys are being so kind today. Ashley with a $25 donation on Venmo. Ashley says she can have her beliefs and raise her family one way, but voting for control over women across the nation based on personal morals is wild. This hurts listening to. Thank you for supporting women's rights. We appreciate you. It seems like there's a very shared sentiment there. And okay, we're going to go ahead and touch on that point right now. But W's for Ashley in the comment section. Thomas, thank you for the $5 in Venmo. Saying you're a boss, dude. The variabilities between your guests is wild. Thank you for doing what you do. Thank you, Thomas, for the donation. I love you. You're great. Katie with a $10 donation on Venmo, saying for the headache that arguing with Republicans is. An abortion saved my life at 10 after I was raped. Katie, wow. I just, if you ever come to a time where you want to publicly share your story, I'd love to have you up, but I understand if that's something you want to keep personal and private. I'm so sorry that happened to you. That's insane. And Blair, thank you for the $15 donation on Venmo, saying, so sorry you have to deal with these people and it means the world that you're trying to educate them with their small MAGA brains. I appreciate you for the $15 donation, Blair. Gerard with the $25 donation on Venmo. Everybody show some love to Gerard, saying that made me laugh. You're amazing, brother. Keep it up. Gerard, you're based. You've been watching forever. I love you here. Trisha, thank you for the $15 donation on Venmo, saying, thank you for supporting women, Dean. You make me hopeful for younger generations of men. I appreciate that, Trisha. I love hearing that sentiment. And, I guess the point is I just wish that there's more people that thought like me, especially in my younger generation of white straight guys. It's just so important. And right now the right is just totally dominating that culture war. And I appreciate you so much, Trisha. Let's see here. Miranda, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate that. And Melissa, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Melissa says, please tell the guest I need her kidney now. You know what? Fuck it, Melissa. We're going to use that. So I have a question. So there's actually a woman named Melissa, and she has a very unique blood type that only one other human alive has. All right. Mm-hmm. And it just so happens to be you. And if you don't give Melissa your kidney, Melissa's going to die. If you chose to not give Melissa your kidney and she died, would you be a murderer?
Would I be a murderer?
Would you be a murderer, or would you be doing anything wrong?
I don't think I'd be a murderer, but I would feel personally convicted by that, right? If I was the only person and I just decided not to because of whatever reason.
Yeah, sure. You could have your personal convictions, but do you think that the law should be able to force you to give your kidney to Melissa?
No.
Dude, Melissa, I'm going to refund you your $10 because you just gave me the fucking analogy that broke through. Melissa, I'm going to refund your $10, okay? Because this was all you. So what you just said, right, is that if there was another autonomous individual who was reliant upon you to survive, right, mm-hmm. And they needed your kidney to live and you chose not to provide them to you, that you shouldn't be legally obligated to. Right. And mm-hmm. think about the legal obligation for you to give Melissa your kidney, right? The same way as a rape victim's legal obligation to sustain the life of the fetus growing in their womb in states without access to abortion, right? All mm-hmm. that allowing for rape victims to have access to abortion in states is saying is that they are under no legal obligation to provide for the means that fetus, and they can personally choose if they want to evict it from their womb and stop supplying it the metaphorical kidney or their bodily resources. And I'm sure plenty of them will have their personal convictions and whatnot, but we are just making sure that they are under no legal obligation. You understand why, how you could be pro-life while also believing that rape victims shouldn't be under a legal obligation to sustain their pregnancy and should have, the free will to choose if they want to access abortion?
Right. I think it's complicated for me personally, but yeah, people can do what they want. That's why I thought if they gave it back to the states.
No, we should have, or wait, do you think that, let's just say, remember the kidney example. Let's say you lived in California and California decided that you should be under a legal obligation to give Melissa your kidney. Do you think that the government, the federal government should intervene and tell California that they can't force you to give someone else your kidney?
I see what you're saying.
You agree that the federal government should be like, all right, California, you're doing something that's a little too crazy. You shouldn't be able to force you to give Melissa her fucking kidney. Would you say that if the federal government did that they would be doing a good thing? If they stepped in and they intervened and they stopped California from legally forcing you, that the federal government would be doing something good? You would, okay? So in other words, all that you're saying here, as related to the conversation about rape victims as abortion, is that the federal government would be doing something good if they pass legislation to make it federally legal in all 50 states for rape victims to access abortion. All of a sudden, you hold an entirely pro-choice view specifically about rape victims.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. And I really do appreciate you talking to me about this and being kind and respectful. I definitely do mumble a lot, but it is good to hear other insight.
I mean, how do you feel about the insight? Do you agree with it? And do you disagree with it? And if you do disagree with it, why do you disagree with it? Because hopefully I just want to work you into a position where you either disagree with it with no reason just because you're having internal conflicts with your biases, right? Or that you agree with me.
I personally don't agree with abortion, but I think we have a disagreement on, you are obviously pro-choice and I'm pro-life, and the reasons
specifically
why.
about the rape victims here. Will you admit that you just disagree with me because of conflicts with your internal biases? Or do you actually have a reason to dispute, the analogy that we just made together?
What is your definition of my internal biases?
No, I mean, you've just been pro-life for so long. You've thought that rape victims shouldn't have access to abortion for so long. You can't just flip the switch in 5 seconds because I was able to demonstrate to you that it'd be illogical for you to think that rape victims shouldn't have access. That's all that I'm saying. I remember when someone gave me a really convincing argument that God probably didn't exist. I had admitted, agreed, and conceded that it was logically consistent. But yet I was willing to reject the belief because I had been Catholic for so long.
Right. Okay. So you come from a Catholic background. Gotcha.
Do you think that people shouldn't be able to get abortions because God gave them value? Are you a Christian?
Yes. I missed what you said right before that.
Okay, you do. No worries. I want to talk about that. Alexis, thank you for the $1.50 on Venmo. And Joe with the $5. Fuck you, Joe. You know who you are. Matthew with the $10 on Venmo saying, you got me into politics and advocating for women's rights, and I started a TikTok for it, and I'm planning to go live soon to debate. Thank you. You're best. You're the best, Matthew. W's for Matthew, and I mean it. Harvest with a $1. I appreciate you. And Day with a $10 on Venmo saying, thanks for educating. Grape is one of the huge reasons why women need abortions, and we also can't forget medically as some women get issues during pregnancy, and that's when they want a child. W. Dean, for real. I guess I always try to talk people that don't think rape victims should be able to access abortions off the ledge. That's always the most impertinent and important thing to me, I guess. But yeah. Do you really want me to give you an argument for why, in accordance with the Christian faith, you should be pro-choice, or should I just move on to my next guess?
You know what? You've had a long day. You can move on and I'll listen, but I would love to hear sometime more. And I know you talked about your article, just kind of about your background. I am very interested in hearing that. So, but yeah, I don't need to be on for you to talk about that. So you can go ahead.
Awesome. Well, I do appreciate you. I do appreciate you. All right, you guys. Let's see. We are at 4:40 p.m. We have been live for 4 hours and 15 minutes. We are probably going to be ending live like right now, I guess. No more debates for the day. We're done. But one thing I will say before I do hop off is maybe we will spend like about 10 minutes here, 10, 15 minutes here doing a Q&A. So what I'll do is I'll take questions from the chat, but you know, there's like 8,000 people in here, so the chats move pretty dang quick. Where's Mads B? Oh yeah, I could explain that. And I could explain, and sorry, anyways, well, what I was gonna say is I could like get questions from the chat. It's just moving pretty damn quick because there's 8,000 people in here. So like, if you have a question that you want me to answer, my Venmo's in my bio. It's like the VMP. It's also in the link tree in my bio. Ask a question on there and I'll answer it. Definitely. And that's where I'll predominantly be looking for questions, but I'm also going to just pick a couple out from the chat. Spotify Wrapped. I went over it all yesterday on a live on my second account. It was a lot of fun and people enjoyed the music taste. Wait, actually, fuck. I'll just show you guys. And I want to do this before a shit ton of people leave because I just want to see y'all's reaction. So here's my top artists. So the number one is fucking hilarious. Tyler Childers. Listen, I have to be honest. I love Tyler Childers. And that is country music, MAGA country, like that is Republican, but I love Tyler Childers' music. I do. And I will own it. I love Tyler Childers' music. I love almost every single song he has ever released. And that's why he's my number one. Second one, Backseat Lovers. Okay. Been to 3 of their concerts. They're actually my favorite band of all time. They've been either my second top artist or my first top artist for 4 years in a row. Me and the Backseat Lovers have a very deep connection. Third, Lumineers, same shit with them. I've been listening to them since literally fucking middle school. If I had to choose, like 2 bands that I could ever see perform live through all of history, it'd be Queen at Live Aid and then a Lumineers concert in like 2015, 2016. All right, number 4 here, the G59, Let's Be Real. Okay. Don't even need to explain that one. SB on top, let's get it. Then of course the 5th down there is Tyler, the Creator. I've been doing listening parties to his albums since like Igor. So yeah. So there's the top 5. I'd say that the country, the Tyler Childers is definitely like a pretty like wild throw in there, but I love it. You know, I really do. Let's see here. Caitlin with $5 on Venmo saying no, Tyler Childers is a liberal. Yo, let's go. Hello. Tyler Childers is libbed out. Let's fucking go. Oh, wow. I never looked into it because I fully expected him to be MAGA. Yo, let's go, dude. Yeah, dude, based. Hella based. Let's fucking go. Audrey with 50 cents. If I like Backseat Lovers, I should try Pine Grove. Bet. Anna with a $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Anna. Everybody, please do show some love to Anna. Anna says, can you explain the abortion argument about God and free will? What regular schmurder is blocking that free will? What about regular schmurder? Yeah, so what you're referring to is basically the idea that there's no defense for infringing upon the free will of humans with use of a criminal justice system, given like a Catholic worldview, and how I'd use this argument to typically relate to how like Jesus wouldn't infringe upon the ability of a woman from accessing abortion, so neither should you, aka you should be pro-choice if you're a Christian. And you're asking me for the difference between that and like regular everyday murder, like pew 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 at the grandma. There's no difference. So this is just a critique of the Christian worldview because you can't justify the criminal justice system disguised as a critique of the pro-life worldview. But it works either way. Asia, thank you for the $1 saying, do I like Haley? Of course I do. Sierra with a $15 on Venmo. Base. W. Sierra, I appreciate you for the love. Saying that I'm interested in your views about Christianity. I heard you talk a little bit about it on live, but I'd like to know more. So I'm an atheist. I think that it is impossible for the Christian religion to be true. And I believe that full-heartedly. But I only really debate that against people that use it incorrectly. people that deploy their Christian beliefs to hurt and harm others, right? If you're a Christian and you like want to make the world around us a better place, if you're a progressive Christian, if you're a liberal Christian, I love you. I mean that's my grandparents and I love them to death, right? We could have a civil disagreement there. Joy with a 50 cents on Venmo saying, is this account or not? You keep skipping me. It sure is Joy. Joy with $1. Ask her what she thinks about drugs and mental illness and if they should have any impact on whether or not victims have access to abortion. Joy, I'm sorry. That must have sent late. Let's see here. Let's see. Matthew Jr., thank you for the $1. Why does a baby conceived by grape deserve less rights? 2 wrongs don't make a right. So Matthew, it's not that a baby conceived by grape deserves less rights. It's that a mother has no obligation to sustain the life of a baby conceived by grape. So, like, if we were just to say that all humans, including humans in the womb, have the right to life, we would still be granting babies as conceived by grape that same right to life, right? But still yet, a mother's doing nothing wrong by evicting it out of her womb, even if that results in the termination of its life, right? Reference back the hypothetical that I gave to that last guest, right? About, locking your door, keeping the person out that's stealing your food. You're not doing anything wrong, even if it kills them. Okay, well, that person that's stealing your food certainly has the right to life, and you're still not doing anything wrong. That's why you could be pro-life. You could believe that fetuses are morally valuable. You could say that they have the right to live just like you and me, while still believing that grape victims should be able to access abortion. Let's see here. Ashley with a $5 on Venmo saying MAGA lost their mind after finding out about Tyler Childers. Wow, how long ago was that? I would have loved to seen that. Allie, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying you would love the band The Moss. They're so Deancore. Listened to The Moss for years. I actually went to one of their concerts in Boulder, Colorado. Madison with the $2. Do I think that Trump will become a dictator? I'm genuinely scared and ready to leave America. Well, I think that he could stress test the bounds of our democracy come the next election. If it happened, I want to be surprised. That's what I'll say. Let's see here. Tyler, thank you for the $2 saying that your top artist was Tyler Childers 2, hella based. Kaylee with a $3 saying, have I ever listened to Gracie Abrams? I've not, but I am familiar with the name. Let's see. Katie with another $5 saying, thanks for the shout out earlier. I was raised Roman Catholic, so the abortion I had at 10 was a big issue. We could definitely talk about it another time. Katie, you should message me on Instagram. I'd love to connect. Matthew with another $5 saying, people were asking for my but I have my nick. Oh yeah, you're the guy that said that you're going to start doing lives. Okay. The guy that said he was going to start doing lives is at Mike Do Search. Check you out if you go live, man. All right. Dean, you forgot about me. Please explain how the church in America became pro-life after desegregation. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting one. It is. So, the collections of Southern Baptists, who were the most evangelical group of Christians in our country, they actually had a consensus in the 70s, right, that women should be able to choose if they want an abortion or not. That was what the Southern Evangelicals Baptists thought. It is. It really is, right? And then all of a sudden, now we see that it's the exact opposite. Add Parker, is he in the queue? And I actually couldn't explain to you why that happened. I feel like I could try to bullshit and find a way to explain it. But I don't know. I don't know why it happened. I just know that it did. So, I'd have to learn a little bit more. Maybe next time I come on live, I could talk about that. Chloe with a $5 on Venmo saying, is there any positives we could look forward to in Trump's presidency? A lot of us feel hopeless and depressed after the election. We could use a silver lining. TikTok may possibly not be banned because of him. I don't know how he would do it, but I just know that he says he's going to do it. So there's a small percentile that he's not lying and might save TikTok. If you make over $500,000 a year, you'll pay less in taxes. But I doubt anybody who's hopeless will be making that much money, or else you want to be hopeless regardless of who's president. You're chilling. Is that crazy? Oh, no tax on tips. No tax on tips if you're a service worker and he ends up implementing that. No tax on tips. But as I've said on live, I don't believe he will. But there's a small percentile that will happen. This might be the only two silver linings I could think of. Allison, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Saying that my grandma voted for Trump because she thinks he wants to help the citizens in the Israel-Gaza war. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. No, he said that he doesn't want a ceasefire. He pressured Benjamin Netanyahu into not accepting and rejecting a ceasefire, right? And then like said that he wants to continue to fund Israel so they could destroy and reclaim Gaza and win the war. Nah. Nope. Nope. All right. Holly, thank you for the $5. By the way, I'm going to stop taking the questions now, then I'm going to get off because I do quite really have to use the restroom. Holly with the $5, not seriously a question, but I love that you listen to the Suicide Boys G59. Have you been to any grade A yet? I have. I've been to 2. Red Rocks, October 31st, last 2 years in a row. Maybe if you find yourselves at Red Rocks in Colorado this year for a grade A, I might be there too. Let's see. Zoe, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. You should read, next year. You should read The Kingdom, the Power, and the Glory about Christian evangelicalism. I can't even say it right now. I'm sorry. In relation to politics and history. Sure, yeah. I like reading books about historicity of issues. Okay. All right, you guys. I love you all. I'm going to go and hop off. I really have to use the restroom. So, yeah, I'm going to go do that now. For the 5.5 thousand people in here, hit your follow button. Hit the follow button on the way out. I do these lives every day. If this was your first live, I'll come back. We have a lot of fun. I really enjoy what I do. It's the best job ever. You guys are fucking awesome. See you all tomorrow. I might even try to post a TikTok tonight. I've been lacking as of recently, so I'll try to do that. But yeah, I love you guys so much. See you tomorrow. Peace and love.
In this country, that we have the basis for that, then we can absolutely do it. And that's exactly what I'm saying here. Is that if this whole idea that it's socialism and it's radical, it's insane, is an insane idea. It's actually a radical position amongst industrialized nations not to have this type of framework. It's that we're the ones that have the radical position when we say we don't want healthcare for all. That's the radical position, right? Yeah. We're like the one industrialized nation that doesn't have it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know where we're gonna go with 4 years.
Yeah, so like we don't know where we're gonna go because Trump doesn't have good plans. He doesn't have specific plans. That's why we don't know where the fuck we're going. We gotta care more about policy in this country, about where the fuck we're going, what we're doing. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's only expected of Democrats. Democrats are the only ones that need those qualifications. Republicans, it was never a question, like truly, right, what their qualifications were in terms of the policies they support. None of that was relevant. They don't need a plan. They don't need the ability of how they're going to pay for it. And I think that Democrats need to push people on that more. How are you going to pay for this? Right? That's what they always say with healthcare. How are you going to pay for this? Not only would it cost less, but we would have better health outcomes. So we would save money. So it's like, how are you going to pay for the current system? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Please only send a guest request if you did vote Trump. Karen, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Are you driving?
No, I'm just parked in the parking lot.
Okay. Did you vote Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Well, I think that he is frankly, I just thought he was the best candidate out of him and Harris.
Okay,
I
why
thought
so?
that, well, for one, for stability around the world, I think that Trump is, he kept us safe during his term. I think as far as there's a higher escalation, I believe, around the world in today's time period than during Trump. And you may not think it's fair to draw that correlation, but I mean, that's just the way I see it.
No, I'm just saying, like, what tells you that this was caused by the Democrats?
I really can't pinpoint it. All that I know is that when the Democrats got in, it definitely escalated.
Okay. You can say that the Democrats got it and it escalated, but that's a correlation causation fallacy. If you took any like statistics class, you would know that just because two things are associated doesn't mean one caused the other.
Well,
You can
yeah,
also
that
look
is
up on the
true.
internet like spurious correlations. There are lots of things that have no relation at all that are correlated with each other. Right. One specific example that's given all the time is that there's an increase in violent crime in the summer when there's an increase in ice cream consumption. Does that mean the increase in ice cream consumption is causing more violent crime?
Yeah, but if you're going to think like that, I mean, you won't even be able to say anything positive about Harris. You can just say it's due to causation correlation. So
Correlation
I don't
causation.
Really,
So wait, but like, what point did I make that was going to be affected by that?
well, we were talking about war, but I
Kimberly,
listen,
thank you for $10. Thank you so much. Yeah, but like, I wasn't saying that like it was caused by someone, right? I wasn't making a claim there. You were the one making the claim.
well, either way, I think people can, have a valid point of view, even if they make that, claim as far as, having it be confused with causation correlation. But either way, that's I just voted for Trump. I just believe he is the better candidate. I don't think the world is going to come.
It sounds like just a vibe.
What are you talking about?
It sounds like just a vibe.
No, I think that if the world's not going to come crashing down just because Trump is in office. Like, it's not the end of the world. Things are going to be okay. You're going to move on. That's how I feel.
Okay, so if you say things aren't going to come crashing down, but you just claimed it would happen if the Democrats are in office. So I have a question: like, if Kamala Harris were the president, are you saying everything would start crashing down and there'd be World War III?
No, honestly.
Okay, so then why did you vote for Trump? Even though he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, he sent false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the last election in 2020. Right? He got tens of millions of people to believe the election was stolen. Right? Things like that. Like, why would you? He said he wants to terminate all of the rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
I mean, I think a lot of those things were, kind of manufactured by the left, and I think there's a lot of questions about those. I mean, Trump's been attacked.
What thing about what I just said was manufactured by the left?
Well, I mean, a lot of stuff. Even we'll take about that Carol incident. I mean, like that started from like a defamation, and had Trump not taken a particular action, this whole thing would never even have like come up.
Okay, so so how does that at all mean that it's like wrong? Doesn't that actually increase the likelihood that it's accurate and like put the blame on Trump then? Appreciate the coffee.
No. I think Carol had different motives. I mean, I think a lot of it was like money.
Okay, but she was already a millionaire prior to that.
Well, I don't know. Either way, I mean, I'm entitled to my vote, and I think the country has spoken, and I think it's time that we
win by 30 years. You understand specifically that there was a greater popular vote win margin in 2020 than there was here in 2024. So do you think that Biden won and the country spoke that they didn't want Trump?
I'm just saying I think Harris should have beat Trump. It should have been a landslide for the left.
Actually, well, no, because incumbencies around the entire world were affected negatively by inflation being attributed to their presidency.
Well, either way, that's how I voted. I think that I don't think Harris would be respected around the world.
What makes you think that? She's already engaged diplomatically around the world and been very respected. So Donald Trump is the one that's had issues with respect.
Well, I mean, with what like
confetti.
Like, what threats did we have with other countries when Trump was in office? It seemed like everything was
Trump Trump assassinated top military general in Iran. He increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 420%. Right? He specifically vetoed the blocking of an arms deal with Saudi Arabia, which they used to commit a genocide in Yemen. He allowed for Israel to illegally annex the Golan Heights, engage in illegal settlements, specifically within the West Bank, engage in the Abraham Accords specifically, that didn't take into account the state of Palestine, that led to conditions happening, particularly within Gaza, that produced the conflicts that exist there.
So you're making a lot of like.
Trisha, thank you so much for $4. Thank you so much.
You're making a lot of cause and effect,
of what he did that led to more conflict.
Well, hold on. You could just say that's a case of causation correlation, and maybe
no, it's not because I'm actually demonstrating what he did.
Yeah, but then you're
I'm
saying
literally telling you things he did.
Right. You can say what he did, but then you're saying what he caused, which isn't, accurate.
So I have
something else.
I have a question. Do you think assassinating a military general of another nation is breeding conflict?
Well,
do you think the illegal annexation of a region is breeding conflict?
Well, the first example you gave, I think that was preventative of something, you
don't think that assassinating another country's top military general is going to breed a conflict that led specifically to Iran literally bombing U.S. military sites, and then Trump just called them headaches. The people that people received from those particular strikes, just headaches.
Well, so you don't think the conflict now around the world is a lot worse than it was, or do you think?
Wait, regardless of whether or not it's worse or not right now, does not mean it was caused by them. Give me actions the Biden-Harris administration did that would have caused those particular circumstances.
The simple fact that they became in power.
So you said that they got in power. That's not an action. You gave no evidence to indicate that.
Well, you just said, give me a reason for why it could have happened. Because Democrats came in power. That could potentially be a reason. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's not like evidence of what they did that caused this.
Well, is it good to explore to find out, or are you just going to dismiss it?
Well, if you give me any reason to accept it, like what did the Democrats do? What did they do in office that caused this?
Right, but you won't question it yourself.
I've already done that.
Okay, well, if you already done that, then I guess you think a lot about this stuff, and takes a lot of
the gem gun. Thank you so much. Well, I don't see any reason to indicate that they didn't.
Well, what concerns you about Trump? Like, what is your big issues with Trump? What are you scared about?
He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when we didn't win. He wanted to terminate the constitutions, rules, regulations, and articles because he didn't like the results of the last election. I think he's a threat to our public institutions.
Yeah, you just stated like what he's
what he's done that I think is bad.
Right. But what are you scared about in the future with him? Like, what do you think he might do? You think
someone that has that type of character, right, is a threat to our public institutions. So I would assume that they would be a threat to our public institutions in the future as well, because that's what the evidence about their character indicates.
Okay. Do you think he's gonna leave office after 4 years, or do you think he's gonna stay
I think constitutionally he has to. But he might try to instate someone else through his false elector scheme. He might try to instate one of his kids or someone like J.D. Vance. He absolutely could try a false slate of elector scheme if he didn't like the results of the next election. Push the team victory.
Okay,
and that's the issue.
You think that could be a risk, and
totally
a risk, and you would never see Harris doing that. I could never see. I don't think Harris would ever do that.
You think she's going to do that with this election?
What's that?
You think she's going to do that with this election?
No, I'm just saying, like, she would never do that as far as, like, the fake electors.
Nope, Trump has.
Well, explain what that, the fake electors about that, because I know the whole, riot at the Capitol, but I may not know that part about the fake electors. So if you could,
so they tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College to confirm Trump votes when he didn't win, in places where he didn't win,
and that was
to try to steal the election.
Right, but how was
Because
that,
there's a
you know,
certification
found out?
process of the election results. The January 6th indictment, which is not being looked at now because Trump's in office. Or he's gonna be. He's presidential elect.
And who started that January 6th investigation?
Indictment?
Was that-
I'd have to
it was like
look back. I think
Adam-
there's a series of people.
Adam Schiff, maybe?
I don't think it's just Adam Schiff.
Well,
And I don't think Adam Schiff necessarily would be the one to hold it, but I can check.
Okay.
It's gonna be people within Congress.
Well, I'm just saying that Trump has been attacked, you know, ever since the first day they've been going after him. They never wanted him to win, and they thought he was a joke. And you know, he's the president. That you know, I mean, he didn't have to run to be the president. He had enough money. He knew that.
This time, I think he's trying to get out of jail. I mean, he had plenty of impending charges that
So
were
what was
likely to be against him.
Yeah, what was the first time? Why did he run the first time then?
So, I mean, I think that he cares a lot about power. He thinks the presidency beholds the most power. He wants to be remembered. He wants like this quote unquote legacy.
Don't you think he wants? Don't you think
Haley,
he wants
thank you
a
so much
legacy?
for the dollar.
Don't you think he? I mean, if he thinks about himself so much, I mean, don't you think he wants a legacy of a great economy?
The rock star. So yeah, he wants that, but he doesn't actually have any capacity or any knowledge of how to get that. He just takes credit for things that happened under his administration that were not because of him. Push the first crown.
Well, and do you think that tariffs are? I mean, if so, here's my thing with tariffs. If the tariffs are implemented like he says, then you know whatever it could cause inflation. That's okay. But
Not
then all
could,
the
it
Fed.
would.
Well, I think Goldman Sachs put out a report that the effect of the tariffs would only raise CPI by 900 basis points, and I don't think that's a large amount. I mean, it's not even a percent.
Yeah. Send me the report on that.
Okay, it was.
And what level of tariffs?
I don't know if it was blanket tariffs or.
And that's for average overall. If you're talking about like a hyper specific tariff, that would be very detrimental. If you're talking about just one thing, right, on one small tariff, not like universal.
So I'll send it to you. But either way, if inflation goes up, which it will, the Fed's just going to influence interest rates, and then that's going to slow down demand, and then we're going to meet back at the equilibrium. I mean, it's not going to.
So you want to raise rates then?
Well, I mean, I think the Fed raises and lowers interest rates all the time.
But do you want to?
Yeah.
It's preferable for us to be raising rates? No, we raise rates in response to negative impacts. And raising rates isn't a good thing because it hurts the economy. But it's to stop the bleeding, essentially.
No, I mean, raising rates doesn't necessarily hurt the economy.
Yes, it does.
I mean,
it decreases demand. It totally does.
Well, what are you using to measure the economy? You're not using the stock market, obviously. You're
GDP.
Using GDP. Well, GDP is also, correlated to the stock market. So I don't know about that.
What are you talking about?
Well, when GDP is low, there's going to be
Push the confetti.
Rising.
Sure, it could be. It
but
could
either
be to that. I don't see how that's more or less related to the stock market, though. We're talking about
But
the
either
overall
way.
economy when we talk about GDP. Do you know what
Right.
GDP stands for? Push the pinch your face. Push the sunglasses.
gross domestic product.
Okay.
And I don't think that. I don't know. I just voted for Trump. I mean, that's.
Yeah, but you're not really giving good reason why you did. Can you name 2 Trump economic policies you like?
Well, now specific policies, I can just give you broad concepts of ideas of what I think.
Concepts of ideas of policies?
Well, no,
You can't give me any specific policies. You can only give me concepts and ideas of policies. It kind of sounds like Trump.
No, I mean, so like I said, I think he was, strong and world leaders respected him. I mean, I don't
really hope
think
someone
Russia,
recorded that.
I don't think Russia would have invaded Ukraine, if Trump was in office. I just don't see it.
Yeah, what reason do you have to believe that?
What's that?
What reason do you have to believe that?
I mean, you can just see it happen. I mean, either way, I mean,
Got it.
got what?
I found your source.
There's nothing there. Yeah, whatever. All right. So I mean, I know you do all this just to make money, and like you're put.
Dude, I haven't made any. I haven't made any money. I'm not doing this to make money. I'm doing this to show you how fucking ridiculous your position is.
No,
Haley, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Haley.
I'm talking about you do the lives for money. It's just about money. That's it.
It's just about money? Okay, so then why did I do it when I made no money?
Well, because you wanted to get to a point to make money. That's the point.
Oh, okay. So how do you know that my intention was that? Wait, you think I knew that you think I knew that I was going to get thousands of people in my live when I just had 5 people in my live for months every single day? I knew for certain that was going to happen.
Well, then why don't you donate all your money? Donate it.
Why would I do that?
To prove that you don't do it for money. Give it back to the people.
That makes no sense. So, like, to say that, like, in order to prove that I'm not doing something only for money, I need to donate every single dollar I've made is an insane fucking thing. Not only is this my job and my livelihood, but this is also, like, of course, if I put a lot of work into something, I would like to reap the rewards of that as well, right? That doesn't mean my intention behind doing this is money. It's just that, of course, right, if I'm going to be able to make money off of this, of course, I'm going to be like, yeah, I like money. I'll take it, right? But, like, that doesn't mean my intention for doing this was just money, right? Of course I like money. Of course everyone likes money, right? Like, let's be fucking real here. We're human beings, right? Obviously, money specifically allows for us to buy houses, to like, put food on the table, to go out and get nice things that we like. I mean, I don't spend money, like, a lot, right? It's not like what I do, or I save a lot. But, like, the point I'm making is that, right, I'm doing this because I genuinely love this. I have a passion for this. You can see that in what I do. To say that I do this for just money is simply just because you're trying to spite me because of the arguments I brought up against you. Like, that's it. You just said that to spite me. Like, that's it.
So you think that was caught? You think I only did that because of that?
Yeah, totally.
I don't see it. But either way,
it's hard to see your own error sometimes. Breen, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Well,
Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Robert. For W. Parker, thank you.
I mean, I think that. So when someone sends you like $2,000, do you say like, oh wow?
I've never been sent $2,000 by one person.
Well, whatever. If you've been sent $1,000, do you ever say like, hey, did you mean that to be 100? You know, did you put another zero in there by mistake, or did you just?
Yeah. Like, if someone sends me 1,000, I think that's a lot, right? I don't typically get $1,000 in one fucking donation. That's crazy. I would freak out if someone did that. I would actually freak out. That's.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you should. What?
Layla, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much, Layla.
And you were a Trump supporter at one point?
Yeah, I used to be.
Why?
Shan, thank you so much for the subscription. Why? Wait, sorry, say that one more time. Persicafetti. Sorry, because I read sorry. Santana, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Santana. W's for Santana in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Santana.
Why were you a Trump supporter? Why'd you like him?
I grew up in a Christian conservative household in Iowa, and like that, I had a lot of right-wing media pundits that I had because I was like in the gaming communities, right? So like I heard from people like Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk and all of those people. And over time, my positions changed because of education, because of the people in my life, because of taking into account other types of views, getting a degree in economics, right? A lot of these things made me more liberal. Amanda, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Tori, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. I forgot the other 3 zeros. Yep, totally.
Yeah, I mean, it's not funny. I mean, I think it was a serious point. I mean, some people could be, like half blind and they don't. And
Izzy,
they
thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you so much, Lucy. Thank you for the message. So, are you actually what? They would just message me.
Well, I mean, whatever. It doesn't matter. I just think that
I don't think being blind would do that, but like I think that someone could mistake sending money, and that's happened, and I just send back the money. Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you so much. Someone's done that. They just messaged me right after, and they're like, "Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that," and I'm like, "Okay, I'll just send it back to you."
Right. What if there's like money laundering going into your
Gwen,
account?
thank you so much for the $2. You think I'm money laundering? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. The extent this is being taken to is crazy. Bro thinks I'm money laundering. Jesus Christ, man.
It's possible. I don't know.
Dude,
I
dude.
mean, like anything.
You know what? Like, I'm gonna be totally honest with you, Dave. That's probably like possible, criminally speaking.
It is.
But like, I promise you, I haven't done that. Like, user, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate the fireworks. I'm not someone that would want to like commit a crime. I'm not committing fraud. I'm not doing money laundering and shit. But I mean, Dave, to be totally honest with you, that's probably possible for people to do.
Hell yeah. And
thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Like this type
and Glenn,
of
thank you for the $2. And Barbara, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. And I also forgot the extra 0. Thank you so much, Barbara. Apologies, link description. Can W for Barbara in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Barbara.
So TikTok is probably a good forum for the money laundering. And you're right, it could actually. Like, I don't know you. No one really knows you on these lives. They're just guests, but they're living their own lives. But really,
Dave, you know that there are people in the comment section that believe that you're like a paid bought individual that comes up on my live for entertainment. There are people that make conspiracies with everything. They don't know who you are either. And they're going to believe conspiracies that you were bought and paid for to come up on my live to make people look stupid. Like, you understand there are conspiracies about everything, right? That doesn't justify believing in these conspiracies. If someone came up to you and argued that to you right now, you'd be like, that doesn't make any sense. User, thank you so much for the description. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you for the $1 for pretend this is $1,000. Oh my God, Sarah! I'm just kidding. And Vanessa, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you.
I mean, I don't know. I think what you do is kind of like not immoral, but it's definitely like a
yeah. What I do is on the bad side, and not the guy who sexually assaulted a woman. First, the rock star. That guy didn't do anything wrong, or called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy or sexually attractive, or said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, or bragged about walking into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place, or bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking. Deidre, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Dude is mad at you for hypothetical. That's never ever happened.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry, Dave.
All right. So why do people vote for Trump?
Whoa, dude! Why are we pivoting to so many different things? Ron, think of the $2 for launder this, please. I got you.
I'm not pivoting. Why do you think Trump voted for? Or why do you think people voted for Trump?
People attributed inflation to the incumbent president without good reason.
Okay. And why? What was the? I mean,
misinformation. They didn't take a statistics class in high school or pay attention.
Well, listen,
statistics isn't mandatory in high school. I think it should be mandatory. I think instead of taking random ass fucking math classes, we should be taking things that are like really relevant to like voting in this country. And statistics is very important. Totally important.
Right. Yeah, I've taken statistics, but
did you pay
either
attention?
way, I mean, partly. Now, I mean, if I'm honest, partly. I definitely, well, whatever. I won't get into it. But either way, what were you saying?
No, that's just like my point, dude. You know, the 2 points I made were either didn't take statistics, right, which it's not their fault. It's our
No, I took
system's
it.
fault, by the way, right? Or they didn't pay attention. So it is your fault, Dave.
Partly on that one, not. But I mean, whatever. It wasn't my choice. I mean,
Shane, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Shane. Thank you so much. Allie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though. Like, what you're doing is you're just denying the fact that your particular presidential candidate has bad traits, and you're projecting it onto me. You're like, dude, you could possibly be money laundering with this, but you didn't ask any of those questions with anything Donald Trump is doing with any of the money that he's receiving for quote unquote defense funds, right? Like, dude, you never questioned any of his money, whether or not he was money laundering. Nicole, thank you for the $5. But you question whether or not Parker get a job on the internet. Is money laundering money he gets from people in the chat on TikTok because he randomly blew up on the internet because he likes debating people? Like seriously, that's.
All right, so I think that when you pick a president, there's going to be both candidates on both sides. I wish there was a better candidate. You know, I would have voted for a better person. But it's between Trump and Kamala. All right, I didn't know a lot about her. She just kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, but like, did you do research? Like, can you name me one of her policies?
I mean, I didn't really have time to do research at that time.
Really, dude? How long have you been on my live? Push the money gun.
I don't know. I just, kind of...
Over 30 minutes? I can click on you right now. You've been on my live for over 30 minutes. It says watched more than 30 minutes.
So I think that, there's going to be bad candidates on both sides. You're not going to find a perfect candidate. So it was between Trump and Kamala. So that's why I voted for Trump. I thought he was a better person. And a lot of people voted for Trump.
Yeah, but like, you don't know... Do you know any of the policies of Trump's?
I mean... Not specifically. I mean, I know like his tax plan, but that's about it.
What's his tax plan? Can you name me one provision within his tax plan?
I don't know the specific provision, but I can tell you that it definitely lowered taxes for high net worth people. I know that.
Do you think your taxes are really high right now? Under the Democrats?
Well, I mean, I don't think we're under the Democrats' tax plan right now. I think we're still under Trump's.
So do you think it's a good tax plan?
Right. See, I don't, like...
Do you think we're currently under a good tax plan?
I think we're under okay.
Where's the
I mean,
corgi?
it's not that bad. I mean,
It's not that bad. So you think it's a good tax plan?
So a lot of the...
So you think it's a good tax plan?
It's okay, but I'm saying...
It's okay? So Trump's tax plan is only okay?
I don't really care about, the taxes too much. I mean, I'm gonna, a lot of it is just down to like budgeting and stuff, but it doesn't really matter how, unless it's like really, taxes are a lot higher, but it's not gonna be like that.
Okay, yeah, like through tariffs or something that would negatively impact you,
How would the tariffs negatively impact me?
Because you pay for groceries.
What if I grow my own food?
You're just gonna start growing all your own food?
Well, I'm just saying. Like, you're saying that it's going to affect me, but you don't even know, like, how I get, So.
User, I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. I don't know about you, but like I just like magically speaking am not going to start growing food, all the food I need to survive outside in Los Angeles.
Well, then you're
in
not
the middle of a known
tariffs.
desert, right? Like, what's up?
Well, then the tariffs aren't really affecting you that bad. You're still going to buy groceries.
No, the tariffs would impact me, but you're telling me you would just start farming everything. You're a farmer then?
I mean, I used to be, but I'm not.
You're not now. So do you own a farm?
I don't really care about where inflation, unless it's like very outrageous. But like, I'm not really concerned.
You don't care about inflation. So, what about your cars? Like, what kind of car do you have?
I have a Honda Accord.
I wonder where Hondas are produced.
Yeah, you and me both. Maybe in Texas. I don't know. Yeah, but I think that whatever, man. I think that
Hello,
Trump.
darkness, my old friend. I came to talk to you again. Dude, use Texas, dude?
I didn't. What about Texas?
Kirsten, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. What were we just talking about? Alexa, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
You said Texas.
Yeah.
What about it?
Wait, you think I brought up Texas? Emmy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Well, I think you were talking about where do they make Honda cars? And
Yeah.
I
What did you say?
think I said Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Is it in Texas?
Where is the company from?
What Honda?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea. Japan.
I do just want to let you know, Honda does have 12 manufacturing plants. Now, I don't think any of those plants are in Texas, though. Shay, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but that's not. I mean, prices aren't going to go up on.
I mean, they will, because not all of Honda's manufacturing is in the United States. Some of it is.
So how much
most of it's not.
So tell me this: how much is inflation going to increase with the tariffs? You mean you're saying that the tariffs are going to increase prices, but then to say you don't know how much the prices are going to increase, I think doesn't really, I think
Really. Here, I'll ask you this question, right? If a car right in front of you goes really fast and you see it go, right? You noticed that it started speeding up, right? But you don't know necessarily how quick it's going, right? So we know what the effect of tariffs is going to be, but to isolate the exact... Wow, okay. He just left. Okay. All right. Okay, on to the next. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, 18.
Kelsey, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Did you vote Trump? Hey, swipe back into the app, man. Did you vote Trump?
I did vote Trump.
Did he win the last election?
Huh?
Did he win 2020?
Oh, no, he didn't win, dude.
He didn't?
Joe Biden won.
So you agree he lied about the election for the past few years and tried to get tens of millions of people to believe the election was stolen?
I mean, he believes it's stolen. I mean, like, there's definitely a chance it could have been stolen because
really,
so many people that voted for Joe Biden.
What court case indicated that?
Trump this year.
What court case in 2020 indicated there's sufficient reason to believe the election should be overturned?
Sorry, you're glitched out. Someone's calling me.
Yeah. So, like, what particular court case indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election in any state?
No, I don't think there's any proof of it.
So there's no proof of it. So there's nothing that indicates the results to be overturned.
It's a conspiracy.
It's a conspiracy.
I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just saying.
So then he got tens of millions of people to believe in a lie, right? That he won the election when there was no evidence indicating that.
Not fully a lie.
Well, okay, how is it not fully a lie?
Like, it's a conspiracy, I feel like.
Okay, if I convinced tens of millions of people that Harris won the 2024 election, what would you call that? A fucking lie, dude, because she didn't win the election. You'd call that a lie. So why can't you call that a lie here?
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of suspicious that so many people that voted for Joe Biden last election didn't vote for Kamala.
Why? Okay. Well, what's the issue with that? You understand that people attribute inflation to the incumbent president and then didn't vote in this election. So I don't know what the issue is with that. She actually pulled off more votes than Trump did in 2020.
Huh?
She pulled off more votes than Trump did in 2020.
She did or he did?
She did.
What?
She got the second most votes, or third most votes in history
For what?
for president.
All right, I don't know too much about that. Like, I wasn't expecting to talk about this, but
Murray, thank you so much. I appreciate Mary. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 on PayPal.
well, you're gonna ask me like why I voted for Trump.
Yeah, go ahead. Like, what's the reason? Can you name 2 Trump economic policies you like?
I'll tell you why I voted for Trump. For big reason, definitely abortion.
You're pro-life?
Yep.
Are you Christian?
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so what's the reason why abortion's wrong?
Because it's not, well, life does begin at conception. It's like proven.
Okay.
But
so do you care about sperm?
Well, no, because
Sperm or
life
living?
has to be done. Human life begins at conception.
Wait, but sperm or living? What species are
but
sperm?
It's not human life.
Okay, so what species are sperm?
It's sperm is not. The human life hasn't begun for sperm, so sperm doesn't matter.
Sperm is living. All living beings have a species. Do you agree?
Plants living. Like,
Do you agree all living beings have a species?
Yeah.
Okay, what species are sperm? Because you agreed they're living.
Like male species, I don't know.
Male species, male species is not a thing.
I have no idea what sperm species are.
If it's human sperm, I think you can take a guess.
Oh yeah, well, it's not human life yet, though.
Okay, it's living and it's human. What is human life?
Human life is when its conception happens.
Okay, so okay, let's use our brains here.
Sperm will never be a human without
what defines, right, a particular living organism? What defines it?
Like life, of course, but like
life. Okay, so okay, are sperm living?
Like I said, like plants are living, but I don't care. But like they're not like no one really cares.
So why do you care about a zygote?
Because it's human life. Humans are different than
human.
Of course,
human life. Okay, so sperm. Why don't you care about sperm?
No, it's not human yet. A sperm can't become a human without the egg.
Okay, so and a zygote won't become a person without a pregnant individual.
Yeah.
What's your point?
My point, like you're saying that sperm matter. Like this, why do you not care about sperm? Like
yeah. Like, do you think it's jizzicide to nut?
What?
Do you think it's jizzicide to nut?
Are you saying Jesus?
No, jizzicide.
Oh, that is. Jizzicide?
Mm-hmm.
What the heck is that, dude?
Dude, why can't you put things together? Genocide, jizzicide. You're genociding the sperm. Jizzicide.
All right. Well, like I said, it's not.
Because you killed millions of sperm. You fucking absolutely clocked them. You didn't give a shit about them. You didn't think about them.
Dude, it's not. You don't understand. Like, it's just that's a dumb analogy, dude. Because, like I said,
yeah, because you don't give a shit about sperm. So why the fuck do you why do you care about a fucking zygote? I'll give you a specific example. If I in a petri dish create a zygote, and I slap the fuck out of the zygote, I kill that shit. All right? Should I go to prison?
No, I don't think anyone who has abortion should go to prison.
Oh, okay. Well, but like, you don't think murderers should go to prison?
Well, they don't know they're murdering them. They're
okay. So like, I have a question. Like, if in the past, right, specifically, like, particular cultures believed they weren't murdering other people when they were killing people, right? Like, for example, within Nazi Germany, right, specific Nazi soldiers might not think that they were killing Jewish people, but yet we still believe that's murder. And yet they didn't think they were doing that. So under your view, why does that mean that they shouldn't go to prison? Because I still think you agree that Nazi officials should be tried for international war crimes, right?
No,
and crimes against humanity.
They're being told that it's not murder. It's just they're just like taking out a clump of cells. But
okay. Again and again, Nazi officials were told that they're not murdering Jewish people, yet they absolutely were.
Like this kid keeps calling me. Can you say it?
Oh, okay. That's very interesting.
Sorry. Can I turn on?
Yeah, turn on your do not disturb. Don't worry.
All right, say it again.
Okay. So again, certain Nazi officials didn't think that they were murdering people when they were killing Jewish people, right? Yet we agree they were still murdering people and should be held accountable for that. They should be tried for international war crimes, crimes against humanity, right?
I don't know. Like
you don't know? You don't know whether or not Nazi officials should be tried in international courts for war crimes and crimes against humanity?
Yeah, because they're terrible people.
Okay, agreed. Right. So again, so under your view, why would you say that murderers shouldn't go to prison?
They're not doing the one. They're not doing the murder.
Zeta, thank you so much for the $5. So they're paying people to murder people, and that means it should be illegal. So if you hire a hitman on someone else, do you think that should be illegal?
Yeah, but they don't know. They don't know they're killing someone. And the Nazi thing is pointless. The Nazis are evil people.
Here, I have a question. Where does conception occur in the human body?
I don't. It's like the tubes or some shit.
Like the tubes?
Yeah.
What kind of tubes, man?
The flake of the tubes. You said.
The what?
You said it. The tubes. Like
What kind of tubes?
I don't know. Like the uterus tubes.
The uterus tubes.
Dude, I don't know like biology as much. I just know that human life begins at conception, and it's ending human life.
And these are the people voting to restrict women's rights. He said uterus. He said uterus tubes.
I didn't say that.
You did say that.
You said where are the tubes or something. I was like,
I said what kind of tubes, and you said uterus tubes.
I thought you said where are the tubes. You already asked me. Where are the tubes?
Fallopian tubes. Fallopian tubes.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you where they are. Like
where are they? Like what kind of question are you asking? Are you asking where in the human body?
Yeah.
Where are they located?
Yeah.
Like, do you want me to like show you on the chart, like on the picture, or like the midsection of the body? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Like the midsection of the body?
I don't know. What do you mean? What kind of tubes? Like, what are you asking me? What do you want? What was my response supposed to be to that question?
What was the fallopian tubes?
Yeah.
Where does conception occur in the human body?
The fallopian tubes.
So my point is that you don't know anything about it yet. You want to restrict women's access to abortion, right? Very extensively.
All right. It's human. It's in the Constitution that everyone gets the right to life, and I just believe that no matter how.
You know what? For you specifically, I think this is gonna like mean that I should start making charts, right, and just like showing people, right, and giving you like a straight lesson, bro. I think we might need to start doing that.
You talk about biology and stuff. Like it's. I'm talking about how I do know that the human life begins at conception.
Don't worry, I'll make a Kahoot, dude.
It's you're giving me like tough biology questions.
Tough biology questions? I asked you where conception occurs in the human body. I don't think that's a very tough biological question.
Dude, I got it right, dude.
No, you didn't. You said the tubes.
All right. Have you ever like people get?
He's that. Like, I got it right, dude. He said the tubes.
I got. If I was on a test, I would get like,
dude,
get half credit for that.
You wouldn't even get half credit. That's still an F.
I would.
You understand that's still an F, right?
No, it's
half
not.
credit. If you got 1 out of 2, is that an F?
Yeah, that's a.
Okay, Anna, thank you so much for the $2. So if you got, there were 2 points, you got half credit. You failed. And this is the basis of knowledge that you're using to restrict women's rights in this country.
No, I'm trying to gain human rights.
Gain human rights? What? For what? Zygotes? For fucking zygotes, dude? You thought it. Wait. So again, if I slapped a zygote, I shouldn't go to prison. Okay, no, $7.50. I know exactly what I'm doing. I slapped the fuck out of the zygote. I kill that shit. Should I go to prison?
No.
No, why not? Man? I literally, I fucking absolutely murked the zygote.
You asked me this question 50 times.
I boxed the zygote like a fish, and Twitter pumped them, dude.
You asked me this question 50 times, man.
Yeah, and you're not understanding, dude. You're not understanding that I literally just straight destroyed the zygote, right? I dog walked him, right? I showed that he's dog water, and you still didn't accept it, dude. You didn't say I should go to prison for murder.
All right. Like I said, I think abortion's murder, and that's a big reason why I voted for Trump.
What, dude? Wait, so abortion is the reason you voted Trump, right? But the reason you voted Trump is to restrict people's access to abortion, right? That's your reason?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, you didn't know where conception occurred in the human body. You thought it was the tubes. And you also specifically, right, didn't say that people should go to prison for getting abortion. So how are you going to restrict people's access to abortion?
The ones doing the abortion should.
Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. So if a woman induces the abortion herself, she should go to prison?
Yeah, because if she knew what she was doing, yeah.
Okay, so should I go to prison for slapping the zygote?
I'm zygote's like after conception, correct?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, then, yeah.
So I should go to prison for slapping a single cell organism.
Yep. After conception, correct?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. It's a single cell organism in a petri dish. I slapped that shit, and I should go to prison for first degree murder.
You killed human life.
First degree murder?
Yep, you killed human life, and you knew you were doing it, and you probably did it before.
You think I've slapped zygotes before?
No, you probably.
You know, I'm known on TikTok for slapping zygotes.
No, you're known for having abortions.
No, I'm known for slapping the fuck out of zygotes, dude.
Known for having abortions.
That's what I do. That is totally what I do.
You probably want abortion, so your girlfriend can keep having them. That's probably why you voted for it, so you don't have to worry about having kids.
Yeah, because I literally think women should have rights.
No, you just don't want to have deal with having kids.
I don't want to deal with having kids. I do want to have kids.
Right now, you probably don't.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have kids right now. But if my girlfriend wanted to have the kid, I would be totally fine with that. Do you think this is a person?
What is that? The dolphin?
Do you think this is a person?
It's a dolphin.
You think this is a dolphin?
What is it?
You think this is a dolphin? You typically mistake people with dolphins. Like, if I were to show you a picture of a human baby, would you be like, "Is that a dolphin?"
All right, what did you just show me? Be honest.
I showed you a picture of a fetus.
What kind of fetus?
I showed you a picture of a fetus that is human.
No, you didn't.
And you were like, "Is that a dolphin?"
Go back to the picture and let me see what it was.
Yeah, I'll literally show you. Look.
You're getting a different picture.
What are you talking about? I'm showing you right here. This is the picture.
That's a different picture.
That is the same picture I just showed you.
That's a different picture.
What are you talking about, dude? It's the same picture.
That's a different picture, and you're
dude.
Covering
This is the same picture, man.
That is a different picture.
Look, dude. Do you think this?
Can you rewind? Like that was a different picture.
Okay, wait. Now I have a question. Do you think that this is a person?
I don't know. I guess I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know whether or not this is a person.
I don't know what you're showing me.
You don't know whether or not this is a person.
No.
If I were to show you a picture of a human baby, would you be like, "Oh, well, I don't know if that's a person or not. Is that a dolphin?"
All right. Well, okay. So you have.
We take you to the aquarium. You're like,
it has to look like
you're like, why are there human babies in the aquarium? Get the human babies out of the aquarium.
It has to look like a human baby in order for it to like be identified. So like,
what'd you say?
If it's about to give birth but still in the womb, then you say it has to look like a. So you're like, what's your limit on how many weeks you can have an abortion?
Yeah. So like, I think it's likely to be sentient 18 through 20 weeks. So I'm comfortable with something like a 20 week or so.
All right. Can you show me a picture of what you're not comfortable with?
Can I show you a picture of a zygote? I mean, you mean a fetus at 20 weeks?
Mm-hmm. Oh, real quick. You showed me a dolphin, by the way. That was correct. Yeah, so you showed me last time you showed me a dolphin, so I was correct.
At no stage in which I value it. I showed you the first one I showed you was the what's it called? Wait, you think the second one I showed you was a dolphin?
The first one you showed me was a dolphin.
No, this is the first one I showed you.
So you did show me two, so you lied.
I showed you this one.
You just said the first one, so you did show me two.
Yeah, they were both. I showed you it twice. Yeah, thank you so much for the $2 for the human baby aquarium startup fund.
You showed me two once.
I showed you. This is the only one I showed you, dude.
All right, I'm pretty sure you showed me 2 different ones. But another thing,
I just feel like you're I feel like you're projecting here, man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, dude, you want to get the human babies out of the aquarium?
Dude, yeah, we should. We should get the dolphins out of the aquarium too.
Okay, I have a question. Do you think this is a person?
I have no idea.
You don't know?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know if this is a person?
I have no idea.
Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. And Jessica, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. You don't know if this is a person or not?
I have no idea.
Is this a microorganism?
I have no idea what you're showing me.
It's a microorganism.
Hmm.
Do you think this is a person?
So what is a microorganism?
You don't know what a microorganism is?
I have no idea.
Do you know what a bacteria is?
Bacteria?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bacteria are microorganisms. Okay. What I just showed you was a zygote. Under your view, that's a fucking person. You said I should go to prison for slapping this. Send Parker to prison.
Get the death sentence.
Send him to criminal courts. Put him in prison, but don't put Trump in prison. Put him in prison for slapping the zygote. But
You should. You should get the death sentence for that.
Death sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Allie, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. For the Parker, the zygote slapper. Yep, I'm known.
All right.
I'm known for slapping zygotes.
You are. You're known for slapping, killing humans.
Yep, slapping zygotes, dude.
Yep.
Because zygotes are people, dude. Yeah, definitely.
Mhm.
Ashley, thank you for the $1. I have a question. If you were in a burning building and you could either save a tray full of 10 embryos, right, or one newborn baby from burning alive, which would you rather save? The 10 embryos or
I'll
the
be in that situation, so I'm not going to answer that. That's a
You're not
stupid
going to
question.
answer. You can't answer that.
Would you rather save your two?
I'm talking
newborn
about
babies?
things. I'm talking about people you don't know. No. Jill, thank you so much for the $1 for the zygote slapping bail fund.
I
Thank you
just
so
hate those
much.
questions. I hate those-
Ashley, thank you for the $1 for gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Thank you.
I hate those questions, and I'm not going to answer them.
So you don't like to engage in philosophical questioning of the world?
That will never happen.
Okay, so again, if you're in a burning building, would you rather save fucking 5
Again,
embryos?
I'm not going to answer the question. Again, I'm not going to answer the question.
Okay, so I'll give you 5 more seconds to answer the question. If you don't, I'll just go on to the next person.
All right, yeah, you don't.
So
I'm 16.
You're gonna get. You're 16. Oh, thanks for telling me. Fucking weirdo. You can't even vote. Thank God. Thank Jesus Christ that I don't believe as God. Thank Jesus Christ that you specifically, right, did not vote. Emma, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Tarina, thank you so much for the $5 for the prison fund. Yo, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. Me going to prison for slapping zygotes is wild. If you think me slapping a zygote should send me to prison, I think you're pretty insane. If you think that me grabbing this fucking fly swatter and smacking the fuck out of a zygote means I should go to prison, I think we need to question where we are. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How Parker slaps the zygotes. All right, let's go on to the next person. Yo, Deborah, join up. I sent you an invite. Deborah, join. Come on, Deborah. I want to hear what your thoughts are after the election. Join in. Come on, Deborah. Deborah's not joining. I've been putting them on here. Deborah, what are you talking about? Join in, Deborah. Come on. Accept my invite. Come on, Deb. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 20.
Did you vote
could
Trump?
No, but could I just take literally 1 minute of your time?
No, I'm sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23. Sorry,
Huh?
reading. 23.
Did you vote Trump?
I did, but I want to say I wish I found you earlier because I've been listening to your lives and I didn't know before the election, and I've kind of been listening to your lives, and yeah, I wish I would have known before.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Brandon. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yo, W's for Brandon in the chat. We love the change. We love the progression. That's great to hear. That's great to hear. Yo, what's up? How old are you? But I just want to say right there, Brandon is exactly why we do these lives. Just letting everyone know. Exactly why we do these lives. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, good gravy. What'd you bring me into?
Julie, did you vote Trump?
I did.
Why do you think I'm rude? Roxanne, thank you so much for
Because
the of my live and wants to talk about the World Series, I'm gonna remove them from the live because it's not related to the topic.
Oh,
right?
is that series?
No. She said that she wants to bring up something not related to the live, right? So
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. She didn't vote for Trump, so that's why I moved on.
Oh.
Okay. So Julie, why did you vote Trump?
Well, I voted for Trump because, for one, I wanted him. I like the idea of bringing manufacturing back to America. I like that he's got Kennedy in there fighting for our health. I like.
Can you name one thing Kennedy's going to do for our health that is good?
Well, hopefully he's going to get all the junk out of our food, for one. I mean, that's a no-brainer. You're smart enough.
Like what?
To know that.
What junk?
What do you mean, like what? Hormones, antibiotics, all kinds of crap we have. You don't know what's in our food, Parker? Come on. You got a big following. You're smart. You know this. You know what's in our food. We got shit in our food.
What hormones, specifically?
I don't fucking know. I don't work there. I don't. They're bad hormones. Hormones are hormones. They shouldn't be in our food.
So you don't want any hormones in the food? So I have a question.
I don't want any antibiotics. We don't need hormones. We don't need all kinds of crap.
Julie, did you know that every animal that you eat specifically has hormones?
Okay, all right. So they have. Well, I don't want antibiotics in our food. There's a reason why we have good quality organic food to processed food that has all this other crap in it, bioengineered. Everything's bioengineered. We need that crap out of our food.
Wait,
all that is another reason.
Do you think that like artificial selection of certain foods is bad? Like for example, the certain types of bananas or fruits we get.
I think that there are some fruits that are. I think. Yeah, GMO is bad. I think that fruits that don't have seeds in them aren't even good. They, produce food that now they want to make meat.
Wait, you said foods that don't have seeds in them are bad. So do you think seed oils are good?
No.
No? Wait, but wouldn't seeds, if you're eating them, also contain seed oil?
Well, like sunflower oil's not good.
Wait, so do you think
vegetable oil's not good?
Do you think it's bad to eat sunflower?
Like as in sunflower seeds?
Yeah.
I don't eat them.
So you think they should be banned?
I don't know. I never really did research on sunflower seeds. I don't eat them, so I really didn't look into sunflower seeds. But I mean, you're kind of asking me a silly question. I mean, we all know we have crap in our food, our fast foods crap, our schools foods crap.
So why did I see RFK
it's a
eating?
fact.
So why did I see RFK eating McDonald's?
Oh God, it's a fucking photo app. Get over it. So
why was he
another
eating
reason?
McDonald's?
Another reason.
That wasn't made with beef tallow. That
I
wasn't made
don't
with
think
beef
that we
tallow.
should be mandating electric cars. I think it should be a choice.
What, we never
That's another
advocated to
thing.
mandate. We're not mandating electric cars.
They want to mandate electric cars, but Trump does not want to. He wants it to be a choice.
When did they mandate electric cars?
They want to. I didn't say they did.
So who wanted
They
to?
want to.
Who?
Who the hell do you think? Who was running on the other side?
You think Kamala Harris?
I
wants
don't.
to-
You play these. You play these. This is why you invite me up here all the time, and I don't come, Parker. I appreciate you got a big following. I get your scheme going on, but you know what? Your little trick bullshit questions aren't working for me. That's why I don't come up here because you don't listen and you overtalk everybody.
What trick bullshit question?
You do. You play these little fucking mind games instead of letting people talk. You ask a question, we answer, and you know damn well what the hell we're talking about. They wanted to mandate electric cars. You know that, and now you're saying who said that? You know who the hell
they're
said
not,
that?
They're not mandating you to buy an electric car right now. No one's doing that. You're saying
They want to change our stoves over to electric stoves. Biden said it right on stage.
So
We
wants
don't
us
wanna
in the
do that.
future to adopt electric stoves, but there's no force for you right now to do that. No one's forcing
Right.
you right now or within the next
No,
few
I didn't
years.
say right now. That's right, because Trump's in office. So no, he's not going to mandate all that.
If
Thank
Biden,
God.
if Biden or Harris were in office, they still weren't going to do it.
Oh, why did you talk to them? They told you that?
No, nothing.
Because
in the
that's what they were
policies
saying.
indicated
That's what
that.
they ran on in their rallies,
it's
and
not.
that's
No,
what
it's
Biden said many a times. I watch every single thing.
No, you don't.
The economy, food
Julie,
prices.
can Hey, Steve, we'll talk in a second. Julie, can you name me two Trump economic policies?
He was scared to bet me on that, if you recall.
Can you ask? Can you answer, Julie? What are 2
I'll just
Trump
give you
economic policies?
I'll give you simple ones. On his policies, if you were on his site because you're the smart one, you would have read that he's proposing no taxes on tips, no taxes on Social Security.
So that would make Social Security insolvent within 5 years, and then no tax on tip is something that also Kamala Harris is
Social Security isn't going anywhere. I'm on disability. It isn't going anywhere. Stop fear mongering, Parker. Stop it. You're fear mongering.
I'm not fear mongering. I'm telling you that
You do. You run this panel on fear mongering and want everyone to believe what you think is right, and it's wrong. And so many of you platforms do that, and it's wrong. People need to go to the whitehouse.gov. They go on government.gov. Don't read the newspapers. Don't watch the media. Go to the actual websites and read shit. There is no Project 2025. Get that shit out of your
he
damn
put multiple
head.
people in Project 2025 on his administration. So like that
Oh
is
my
one thing.
God,
Secondly, as it relates
Parker.
to this, what is Agenda 47?
Parker, why don't you answer some questions?
Well, I'm asking you some, and you're not answering anything.
What do you think? What do you
question?
think about Kamala saying? Can I ask
Kamala.
you a question for once?
Kamala, go for it.
Can I ask you a question? When they asked Kamala, is there anything you would do different in the Biden administration? She had the perfect opportunity, and I know she didn't want to throw him under the bus. I get it. Okay. She had the perfect opportunity to say one damn thing. Like, we could have done this better. Just be a little bit honest with the people. But she went and said, not a thing comes to mind. That don't disturb you? Seriously? Come
I
on.
mean, obviously, I would like for her to answer differently because I do think that there are things that they could have done better under the Biden-Harris administration. But I don't think that's anywhere near comparable to Trump literally getting asked a question about January 6th, right? Saying, oh would you have done anything
God.
differently on January
Stop
6th?
it.
Parker for the
Okay,
L.
what about
So getting asked a question about January 6th, would you have done anything differently on January 6th? Right? And him saying that he wouldn't have done anything differently. So this whole argument you have in terms of, the Biden administration, she didn't want to do anything differently. You could run the same argument against Trump as it relates to the context of January 6th.
Okay, so let me ask you this. For months, are you going to pardon your son? Nope, ain't going to do it. And now, don't get me wrong. I have a little bit of issue with everybody jumping on him about stuff because of his age. I get he wants to see the rest of. He's got a leg and a half in the grave. We all know that, and I know he wants to spend his days with his son. I give him that. But for him to sit there and say, "No, I'm not gonna," he should have said, "I don't know. I haven't decided that yet." But over and over, it was a big no. Jean Perrier, whatever the hell her name is, absolutely not. He puts the country over anything, blah, 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 blah. And what did he do? And who else is he going to do it to? We all know. And why does he have a blanket to 2014? What do we not know between 2014 and 2016 that we don't know about? Because the gun charges went back to only 2016. And he went back to 2014. We know he's going to pardon Liz Cheney and all his brother and God only knows who else and whatever else charges they have that we don't know about yet, because we don't know about the stuff from 2014 to 2016, right?
Okay. Are you just have an issue with him wanting to pardon Hunter Biden? I mean, I could say I disagree with that.
No, I just told you I feel bad because he's old. I mean, the guy is going to be not here much longer. We all know that. And I get why he did that. My problem is that he could have said all this time, "I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's see what happens." But he straight up said over and over, absolutely not.
Hey, Julie,
he's
can I
not
speak
doing that.
or no?
Yeah.
Okay. One, chat, everyone who's in the chat, can people tell people to swipe out and swipe back in? There's nothing I can do about the fact that they're experiencing lag. It's not a lag on my behalf for anyone in the chat who's up here. No one's lagging up here. And then in terms of the particular claims that Biden was making, I agree that they're contradictory. I agree that he lied. Right? I don't
sad.
I don't dispute that. Can I please finish speaking, or do I need to mute you? Okay. So as it relates to this, I disagree with him doing that in particular. I don't think that he should have said that, oh, no one should be above the rule of law, and then specifically pardon his son. I don't think that's justified. I don't think that's legitimate. And I disagree with him doing that in particular. Now, do I think it's a massive issue given the current norms of what the Democrats and Republicans have done? No, this is expected. We expected this. Right, and Donald Trump has pardoned countless individuals and advocated for pardoning countless individuals that specifically, were significantly worse than anything you could.
Well, every president does.
Hunter Biden. No, not every president.
Yeah, every president does. They do, but most of them are already in have done time, and then they bring them out per se. But there's a little bit of a difference there. But yeah, I mean, I think it's I get, like I said, I get it with his age, and I don't know, I have mixed feelings about it, and we had a big discussion about it yesterday. If we did a thing on a panel about should presidents be able to pardon anybody, period, yes or no type of thing, and everybody just had that but in there, you still get back to that but thing, in his situation. If he was younger, if Joe Biden was younger, he was in his 50s and 60s and this happened, then it would be a hard no, this,
why
that,
are we,
and the
why
third.
are we
But
even talking about Biden?
Because I'm twisting it back on you, because you always twist shit around, so I'm doing it to you too.
Well, you have to give me something that's conceptually relevant. I'll give you an argument that's conceptually relevant. You're not really giving me anything here that's conceptually relevant.
Well, that's your
Deb, thank you for
opinion.
the $1. Jackson, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Davis,
thank you
so
guys
much.
for the
Appreciate
gifts down there.
Allie, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. For Common Julie L. Marie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Kira, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Kira. I appreciate Chantel. Thank you so much for the $5. And Sophia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you.
Are you still debating, Parker, or are you just kind of doing this where you ask people questions? Are you doing any debates at all anymore?
This is debating, Julie. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Well, I mean between people, not just like me between you and the next person between you, debate amongst each other with you. I guess is what I'm saying.
You mean get other people to join up with me?
No, the people on the panel where they get to talk with us type of thing.
They do. They're just both muted.
Oh, okay.
Like
How am I being rude? I'm not being rude.
Go for it, Mark.
I am not confused.
So when it comes to this whole like this pardon thing, obviously we knew that he was going to pardon his son. I agree with Julie with the lying factor, but that's actually not my main concern. The preemptive pardons that he plans on dishing out, that is exactly what we've been saying they've been doing for the last 8 years. They're using the judicial system as a weapon. How are you going to pardon people on things that they're not even remotely convicted on or charged with? You're literally giving people immunity. Why would the Democrats think that that's okay?
Yeah.
He's
also going to pardon Fossey too.
Didn't I argue that I disagreed with it? Like, did you guys like hear me at all? Like, are you guys?
No, I came in like 2 minutes before you invited me up.
I mean, I just said it while you were on the live.
No, you said you disagreed with the Hunter Biden pardon.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I'm talking about the
I disagree with them
pardons.
saying. I said I disagree explicitly with them saying no one's above the rule of law and then violating that. Like, I disagree with that.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah, he did say that.
Okay, so that's one. Two, as it relates to this, like, do you have a reason why you voted Trump?
Yeah, I mean, multiple reasons.
Go ahead.
Obviously, the border security issue, right? The fact that the economy was definitely better under Donald Trump. You're going to say, no, I could prove that with a .gov website.
What macro indicator indicates that?
So the fact that the deficit spending.
Deficit spending? So
Yes.
did you know that Trump signed off on more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration by far?
Incorrect. What he signed off on more, he spent more money, but do you understand like the equation how you get deficit spending?
So he signed off on more debt-related spending, yet you're arguing
No,
that
incorrect.
The Democrats
He spent more
what's your
money.
Source?
The treasury.gov.
So when you say treasury.gov, you're not giving a source for what they signed into law. You're just saying what happened under the administration, which actually there are specific debts that were signed into law under Trump that then were particularly actualized under the Biden-Harris administration, but not caused by the Biden-Harris administration. So we're going to reference things that they specifically caused.
Like name one.
Name one. So I specifically could reference the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, adding $1.9 trillion to the debt over 10 years, specifically signed into law by the Trump administration. But if we want to reference overall, it's $8.4 trillion. Do I need to mute you, sir? All right. So he overall added $8.4 trillion overall, $4.8 trillion non-COVID related for the Biden-Harris administration, $4.3 trillion overall, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
So $1.4 trillion was repatriated back into the United States from overseas underneath the specific act you just named.
What do you mean repatriated?
It means it was repatriated, bring back to the United States.
That's just not true. So
No,
give
it
me a
is
single
true.
source that
This is
indicates
from the
that.
whitehouse.archives.gov website.
Yeah, what you're doing is you're associating by the way, that's a partisan whitehouse.gov source, right? What you're referencing is the same thing as like going to the Biden-Harris administration White House archives, right? They give correlation causation fallacies, right? Things that just happened under the administration, not that were necessarily caused by them. Caitlin, think of the description. So
No, this
I would
literally-
ask you
under this
specifically
one,
for
it
like
says
an
it's
analysis. I would ask you specifically for like an analysis, right? That would indicate that this was caused by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Once again, this is specifically under the Tax Cut and Jobs Act.
Yeah, I'm asking you what analysis
Like
indicates.
if you go to the budget and you go to the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, and you go underneath that, right? It lists, yes, I'll give you a list of all the positive things. I guess one negative thing would be the drop in the 35% for business tax, which was the highest in all developed countries, down to 21. That's where you guys say that he was like for the 1%. But it also says underneath this that it's a $1.4 trillion repatriated back into the United States.
You still don't have any evidence that's specifically from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. You're just associating because that happened under the administration, it was caused by them. So I'm going to ask you again specifically, what particular analysis indicates that's because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Not just an association through a partisan White House archive source. What
Why is
is
it
the
partisan?
analysis? because it's written specifically by the Trump administration themselves, the same way the Biden-Harris administration specifically writes their whitehouse.archive. Okay, so I wouldn't go to a White House archive source because I know it's a partisan source. That's why the source I look for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that indicates there was only $10 billion added to the annual GDP and less than $2 billion added in federal revenues is specifically a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. So it's bipartisan, right? That's what's the type of sources that I look at. I don't like specifically partisan sources. Deb, thank you so much for the $1. And people are saying you're paid by the RNC. They said that you talked to Dean and admitted that.
Yeah, no. So I didn't admit that. That's just like, once again, your docile followers, right? What I said was that I actually was being endorsed by the RNC, but also by the Democratic Secretary of State in my state to run as a state rep. So I was getting endorsed by both.
So you've been endorsed by the Republican Convention.
I was being correct.
Okay.
And I decided not to go that route.
Okay.
So that's where the once again, like, the difference between you and Dean right now is Dean was muting me mid-sentence, so I couldn't say a total idea. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Does the RNC endorse state legislature candidates?
Yeah, like, so for instance, mine was the ticket of Law and Order, right?
Lindsay, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much. No, can you give me another example of a state legislature position that the RNC specifically endorsed?
Like, what do you mean?
Can you give me a specific example of a state legislature individual like
right now?
Yeah, or anytime.
I would assume pretty much anybody that runs as a Republican.
In the state legislature?
Like as a state rep?
Okay, here. I don't care. Do you want to just go to the reason why, in terms of the specific response, in terms of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Why don't we look at a nonpartisan source or a bipartisan source like the one I gave you from Harvard? That's an analysis on the estimated effect, specifically the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, rather than specifically referencing, right, just an association under the administration, right, from the White House archives.
Or I could find some.
That's the title, is the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform. Vastly different from what we're referencing because it's an effects of the TCGA, not just something that happened under the administration, because it's a bipartisan source, not a.
So how did that affect? So what effect? How did it cause that effect?
So again, you would specifically indicate that it caused an increase in specifically GDP because of an increased share of people having money, which increases demand, right? Which causes the economy to become bigger because it increases productive. I'm saying it's an overall bad thing, right? Because it was specifically only adding back end. I literally, there's nothing else I can do. It's TikTok.
Yeah. So it's a number.
Mm-hmm.
So by generating revenue, right? You take spending minus revenue and it equals deficit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So where does it state that the deficit was higher under Donald Trump, or the revenue was lower under Donald Trump, but the spending was higher?
The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget specifically indicates that the spending signed into law under the Trump administration led to more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration's spending signed into law. Does that make sense?
No, because at the end of the day, we're spending more. We're more in a deficit every year, even after COVID. than the 3 years prior to COVID under Donald Trump.
I understand.
So we're spending more right now than we were back then.
So what you're not taking into account is what was signed into law specifically by that administration, because debts that are being imposed under the Biden-Harris administration weren't necessarily signed into law by the Biden-Harris administration. They were debts signed into law by the Trump administration and then actualized under the Biden-Harris administration, right? Because the tax plan, for example, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is still in effect. So it's still causing debts, even though it's the Biden-Harris administration that's in office.
That's what I'm trying to ask. How's it causing debts?
Because it added $1.9 trillion to the annual debt, right? It's a tax policy that goes over 10 years.
In which way?
Dude, I just told you specifically, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicates this. It's through specifically the decrease in taxes without increasing expected revenues.
But they did increase expected revenues.
No, they didn't. Not
yes, with
comparative
the tariffs that Donald Trump put in place. That the Biden administration not only carried over, but actually added to.
Yeah, so again, in terms of tariffs that you're referencing, what you're not taking into account is that it is the case that we specifically already took that into account within the context of the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget analysis. I appreciate the description. And even taking that into account, they added $8.4 trillion overall debt-related spending, right? $4.8 trillion non-COVID related. And then for his expected plans, he's going to add $7.5 trillion to the annual GDP to the debt, right? Over 10 years, comparative to $3.5 trillion under Trump or under Harris.
Yeah, I want to know where they're getting these numbers from.
The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget is where you can get this information.
No, I get where you're getting it from. I understand where you're getting it from. I want to know where they're getting this information
yeah,
from.
and that's where you can find out specifically.
Yeah, I mean, but
through the
it sounds
Committee
like
for
they're just
Responsible
making a
Federal
guess,
Budget.
right?
No.
They don't know for sure.
They have a particular method of analysis that they specifically demonstrate to you based upon their campaign plans that they specifically elucidate on. You can read the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget analysis, right? It's not that difficult. Just look up Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. They show you the math. Like this isn't like this is like pretty basic information. They will establish this regardless, right, of the side. That's why like they're nonpartisan. That's why I like nonpartisan sources. I don't like the Budget House Committee, right, run by Republicans to be the source, or the White House like Gov source.
Nonpartisan?
What's up?
You consider like an institute like Harvard or something like another institute of higher learning a nonpartisan?
So like when I specifically gave you a paper from Harvard, I gave you a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. So I gave you bipartisanship. Push the pinch face. I didn't just give you a partisan source where it's only people on the left. I gave you a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. So a more broad analysis than just like a partisan source would give you.
And then I check up. I'm in that website, Trump's tax cut.
So you look up the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform. Yeah, and then while he's looking up, see if I think you wanted to make a point earlier.
Well, when was Harvard bipartisan ever?
Yeah, so the particular paper I just gave you specifically had a liberal and conservative economist.
From Harvard?
Yes.
Did you post that up here?
Yeah, the macroeconomic effect of this 2017 tax reform.
Yeah, it's not coming up.
It should be the first thing that comes up. Look up the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform.
Literally what I got typed in the box.
Yeah, and it should come up.
Didn't come up for me either.
Okay. Go to the Brookings, look up Brookings EDU after it, and then you can go on the Brookings article that links directly to it. There's a Brookings.edu article that specifically links to it, right? And you can find it through that mechanism.
Hey Parker, can I say something before I have to go?
The first thing that comes up are those two things.
Literally, the first thing that came up was for me was reversing Biden's executive action that could save up to $1.4 trillion. That's reversing something that Biden put up.
No, I'm not.
That's literally the
referencing anything
first thing
like
that came
Hey,
up to me.
Moderate. I'm not referencing anything like that. I specifically am referencing the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform. That's the first thing that comes up from. You can get it from jstor.org, or you can get it from Brookings.edu. It links you directly to it, right? And the people who wrote it, Jason Furman and Robert Barrow. Okay, the title is macroeconomic effects of the 2017 tax reform.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm
under
literally looking at it
Brookings. I
right
found
now
under
from the Brookings. I can give you the URL if you'd like. Do you want the URL?
No, I found it under Brookings. I just didn't find it under the.
You found
the
it. So
Committee of Responsible Federal Budget.
That's the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget is for the debt. If you want the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget in terms of the debt, you have to look up Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, Trump and Biden, the national debt, right? And then look up for the second one you want on the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, look up Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, Trump versus Harris campaign plans.
Parker, can I say something before I have to go?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that I do a ton of advocating for fentanyl.
You wanted to say?
Yeah, sorry, I had to take myself off mute here. So let me ask you this, Parker. What do you think the reason for the failing of the Harris Waltz campaign? I mean, what do you identify as the issues with their campaign and their massive loss?
It was not a massive loss. Do you think it was a massive loss? Do you think
college loss? Yeah, it was a beatdown. But I'm just asking you, why do you think
Trump lost massively in 2020?
No, I don't. I think that was a fraud campaign.
The popular vote margin for Trump losing in 2020 was greater than the popular vote margin that Harris lost by in this election. What was the reason that I think? Well, if you listen and you just act a little patiently,
you like to divert a little bit. Just answer the question. Why do you think?
I'm directly answering the question. You're just not patient.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So specifically, I think that they specifically lost because people attributed inflation to the incumbent president. So that's the reason why I think that incumbent parties particularly lost around the entire world, is because people attributed that to the incumbency.
You think that's the main reason?
I think that is the main reason.
You don't think it was because of your candidate and her qualifications?
No, I think her qualifications were great.
Really?
Yeah, I think that Donald Trump's qualifications were the ones that were lacking.
Well, he seemed to win in a landslide, so I'm not sure how you...
That's not a landslide, dude. Winning less than 50% of the vote and by the lowest popular vote margin won by in the last 20 years is not winning in a landslide.
He wasn't even expected to win the popular vote.
That's not a landslide just because he won the popular vote, weirdo.
It's a landslide in the electoral college. Would you agree or disagree?
I don't call it a landslide, no.
Interesting.
So
you
we
think,
go back to what you were
again,
saying,
2020 was a
I'm reading the
landslide
abstract
then.
of this article that you told me to read.
Mm-hmm.
It says over the next 10 years, we could expect a 4.7%
years. I'm referencing GDP. You're referencing productivity.
No, GDP. Like if you read the next sentence, 2019 provisions of law are made, if they're made permanent,
these numbers are
would be 4.7% for the long run.
4.8% for long run corporate productivity. Corporate productivity is different than specifically GDP.
Yes, and the GDP would be a 1.2% after the 10 years.
Yeah, that's if you're assuming a different level of productivity, right? If you specifically look at the first, right, particular, the long run, it says, right, as written, the long run increase in corporate productivity will be 2.5%, which translates to a 0.4% increase in GDP after 10 years.
Yeah, but if this was written in 2018, right?
You're not reading the full act.
No, I am. So like this was written in 2018, correct, Parker?
Yeah.
So
estimations. These are estimations of the effects.
So well, once again, they're saying if in 20 19, if these laws were made permanent,
so
these
what you're
numbers
not
would be a 4.7% for the long run corporate productivity, which is a pretty good number.
you're reading a different assumption, right? I'm referencing specifically, right? Like, for example, if we have an estimation for campaign plans specifically for the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget in terms of campaign plans for the future, right? Obviously, we're going to take like a central estimate, right? There could be estimates on the high end and on the low end, but we're typically going to look at the central estimate. Do you agree?
That's what I'm looking. I'm looking at the same.
No,
page
I am looking at the central estimate.
Yes, you're looking at the first part of it.
I'm looking at the central estimate.
Under abstract, right?
That's just one of the things you can look at it from.
So once again,
that's just an abstract of what is within the paper.
In productivity in the corporate versus while having a 0.4% increase in GDP, that's a positive thing.
So what you're not taking
when
into
your
account,
increase in productivity is higher than the increase in GDP, that's a positive thing for the economy.
No, what you're not understanding specifically is that in order to be able to get a $10 billion increase in GDP, which is 0.04% annual GDP increase, right? You have to spend $190 billion a year on debt-related spending, which is determined by the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. So it's not a worthwhile investment, right? If you're going to be putting most of the money into rich people. I would recommend, right, like a child tax credit, which when implemented in 2021 reduced child poverty by 50%. They didn't do that because we're talking about a $3,600 child tax credit.
He doubled the tax credit, Parker.
Hey, I understand that you're saying he took it from 1,000 to 2,000. What I'm telling you is the one that was implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan, which was through the Biden-Harris administration, which when implemented reduced child poverty by 40 to 50% because it increased the child tax credit to $3,600 through them being 5 years old, 3,000 through them being 18, which is what Kamala Harris was advocating for her next administration, for Congress to pass that in particular.
No, she was advocating for the first year. You get 6,000 for the first year.
Yeah, and then 3,600
I don't know if you know this, Parker.
And then 3,600 through them being 5 years old.
But the first year is not expensive.
What are you talking about? You understand that like that's going to be one of the most vital years specifically for
it is a vital year.
That's
absolutely.
Just starting out.
It's a vital year for the development of the child. Correct, but it's not the most expensive. Things get expensive, Parker, later on in life when they're doing extracurricular activity. They need school supplies, so on and so forth. Right. That's the difference between her plan of 6,000.
What she's trying to do is she's trying to start
bringing
off
it back down to the 3,000, and his plan of bringing it up to 5,000 all the way through the age of 18.
That's not what he advocated for. He had no
policy to bring it up to. That is exactly what him and JD Vance advocated for.
So you don't know what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
When it comes to the interview that you're referencing, where JD Vance said he would support a child tax credit going up to 3,000 to 4,000 to maybe even 5,000, that does not elucidate on a plan specifically up to 5,000. Actually, Donald Trump was specifically asked this question at the debate, and he said that he didn't discuss this with JD Vance. So you're just lying. You're saying that they have a plan specifically through them being 18 at $5,000 and that JD Vance and Donald Trump said that themselves. No, actually in the debates, Donald Trump said they never had that conversation and they didn't talk about that. And they never elucidated further on any type of child tax credit plan.
He also said that he's not opposed to it neither.
That's not saying that he supports it. Wait, you quite literally just lied. You said that he supported this and he had a plan.
He does support it. When you're not opposing it, it means
shut the fuck up.
Bullshit, Parker. You know you're full of shit on that.
You're an idiot too. Both of you are idiots. Okay? Right? He explicitly himself said, right, that he didn't talk to JD Vance about that and didn't have a particular position that he supported on it. And then you tried to rebrand it as he supported a policy that through 18 years old wanted it $5,000 for a child tax credit. You fucking liar. You're a total and utter liar. Complete joke. You have no intellectual backbone if you're going to sit there and stand on that point when it was proven wrong by your own fucking candidate. Zero intellectual backbone.
Why are you getting upset?
Because he's lying.
Not lying.
Yeah, I just described how you lied. So go ahead and gaslight the whole audience.
Why did AP make it write an article about the difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's child tax credit? I don't care about her name. She's fired.
You're going to say her name or I'll kick you from the live.
She's fired.
If you don't say her name correctly, I'll just kick you from the live.
She's fired.
If you don't say her name correctly, I'll kick you from the live.
This is how you
is
guys
that clear?
pivot.
What do you mean pivot? I told you,
You
the rules
called me
of my
names.
live.
You
Hey,
called
moderate,
me names, and I
moderate.
haven't called you anything.
What name did I call you?
A fucking idiot. Are you that delusional?
Is it true?
Chill, Parker.
Is it true? Is it true though? If I'm just, I call
you
ducks
could call me a
ducks.
derogatory name, but I can't say.
I call ducks ducks. Okay. When you
Parker,
say her name
chill.
incorrectly, that's not doing it correctly. Okay. I'm just correcting you on you doing it incorrectly. I correctly called you a fucking idiot. Okay. Now, if you want to give me an argument to say that something's applicable to Kamala Harris, go for it. But Kamala is her name. That's her correct name. And again, I correctly established you as an idiot.
Well, misfired Harris, right?
Okay.
And
Right.
Donald Trump, the AP wrote an article about the difference between their tax credits.
Okay. And what did AP say? What's the title of the AP News article?
Trump and Harris both support a bigger tax credit. But
That's the title?
which families should get it? That's the exact title.
Okay. Let's see. What year or what day was this? October 31st.
November 1st, 2024.
That was when it was revised. Updated here. Where does it say 5,000?
If you scan down below where it says like Chevy, on my screen it says Chevy Equinox. Trump's running mate Ohio JD Vance raised the possibility of increasing the child tax credit to $5,000 so that more parents could stay home with their children. In an interview on CBS Face the Nation, but some Republicans have been leery about expanding it to the parents who are not working outside the home.
Where does it say that he specifically supported it? You said that like it was said that Donald Trump supported this. All it did was say exactly what I said about JD Vance saying that he raised the possibility of supporting it from 3 to 4,000 to 5,000.
Election.
And then what I just told you specifically is that Donald Trump at the particular debates specifically indicated that he didn't talk to JD Vance about this and that he didn't support a particular policy like that.
So right above what I just read, it says former President Donald Trump doubled the amount of tax credit during his
You're talking about the
administration.
title? Where in the article does it say that?
Like I told you, like on my
No,
screen, it
the
says
article title is Trump and Harris both support a bigger child tax credit. When they say bigger child tax credit, what they're referencing is the
10.
one. What they're
The 10th
referencing.
paragraph.
What they're referencing is the $1,000 to $2,000 change, right within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That is a larger child tax credit than 1,000, but it is nowhere near the child tax credit that Kamala Harris is advocating for at 3,600 through them being 5 years old, 3,000 through them being 18, and $6,000 for the first year.
if they get it to 5,000 for all years, that's more than what she's advocating for.
That's not what Trump supported.
Talking about, dude.
And
If
this
he
is a
didn't
quote
support
from
it,
AP.
AP would have reported like.
This is
while
a quote
JD
from
Vance
AP.
said
Former
this, while JD Vance said this, Donald Trump does not support it.
This
It
is
would
a-
say that in this article.
You liar. Here's what AP specifically says. Former President Donald Trump doubled the amount of the child tax credit during his administration. His presidential campaign declined to provide specifics on his plans for the child tax credit, except he would weigh significantly increasing it. That's it. That's it.
Yes,
So
and then read the
you
next
said
paragraph.
specifically.
You liar. Read the next paragraph.
You read it.
It says Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator JD Vance, raised the possibility of increasing the child tax credit to $5,000 so that more parents could stay home with their children. In an interview on CBS Face the Nation, but some Republicans have been leery about expanding it to parents who are not working outside
Hey,
the
moderate.
home.
I'm sorry to break it to you. You already fucking read that.
Yes,
You already read that, and we
so what
already
do they mean
talked
by
about that.
significantly increasing?
We already talked about that.
What do they mean by significantly increasing, Parker?
So when you say way doing this, that's not the same thing as having a plan to do this. Do you understand the distinction?
Yeah, hers
between
was just a concept of a plan
weighing,
too,
doing
right?
this and having a plan to do
You
this?
realize her agenda was a concept of a plan too, right?
Wait, who actually said concepts of a plan?
Like a plan, concepts of a plan. It's all the same thing, Parker.
No, she actually had a specific plan. I gave you the specific plan. Trump
Yeah, what was the
weighing,
name of those policies?
Trump was weighing the increase of it. So the name of what policies?
The policies that she was going to implement in order to do this.
To do the child tax credit?
Yeah.
Yeah, the child tax credit, $5,000 or $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through the Ming 5 years old, $3,000 through the Ming 18.
Yeah,
That
what
is a
policy
specific
was she writing
provision.
to do that? What was the name of it?
That was the specific provision within the bill.
What's the name of the bill?
You understand they would have to put a bill together once the administration
Correct,
comes?
because it's a concept of a plan.
No, what you're not understanding is that this is a specific provision they would add to the bill. It's a plan. Donald Trump didn't have even a plan or even specific provisions, and that's why he said concepts of a plan. Do you understand the
because he's got to
distinction?
get in there and work and figure things out, right? You don't
Dude,
just. Say
I'm
things out
sorry to
your
break
ass.
it to you. I'm sorry to break it to you. You in the comment section were like, I destroyed Dean. He's scared to add me on. And you're a fucking idiot.
I'm not an idiot, dude.
You are an
calling
absolute
somebody-
dumbass.
So just like, for instance, I'll use the example, you calling a man that identifies as a woman doesn't necessarily make
So
him a
again,
woman.
so now are you Christian?
I'm Catholic.
Okay. So God the Father, is God the Father a man?
He's all. He's
What?
not, he's genderless.
He's genderless. So
Mm-hmm.
so something without the biology that represents that, you're going to use he him pronouns? Or are
He
you
doesn't
saying,
have a biology.
so he's non-binary?
No, he doesn't have he's not
So
a physical
are you saying
being.
are you saying God the Father
He's not a
is non
physical being.
So God the Father
Do
is
you know what
non-
the Holy Trinity is?
So yes, the God the Father is non-binary? Is that what you
No,
just
it's
said?
not that he's non-binary.
You said you said God the Father is genderless, which means he's non-binary.
We as human do not we do not withhold the knowledge to understand what he is, right?
Wait,
That's
so-
why
wait,
we never
wait,
get to
but
see
you
him in
just
his
claimed
true
knowledge.
form.
You just claimed knowledge. You just said God is genderless, right? Which means God is non-binary.
Sure. If that makes you feel better, Parker, I guess so.
So is God a they them?
No.
Wait, but that's what someone's pronouns are typically
He's
speaking
God.
when they're non-binary.
He's
So
God.
What are God's pronouns?
It's in a separate
God.
category, Parker.
What
God.
are
He's
God's
God.
that's
He's
not
God.
a pronoun.
He's your Lord. He's your God and Savior.
No, what are God's pronouns?
God.
God.
That's not a pronoun. So what are God's pronouns?
He doesn't apply
God.
to pronouns. He's
That's
God.
not those are not pronouns.
He
What are God's
identifies as
pronouns?
God.
That's not a pronoun. What are
He
God's
identifies
pronouns?
as God. I get that you like to promote.
That's not a
like,
pronoun. What are God's
you like
pronouns?
to-
He,
you like
him,
to
because in the
promote
Bible it's he, him.
evilness?
It's very explicit within the Bible. If you've actually read your own Bible,
No, Parker,
that he
it's very
specifically
explicit that
referred
you're-
to as
you
a
promote
he. He's a he within your own Bible. What you
Yes,
guys say,
because
look at the
once
Bible
again-
when it comes to every
once
other
again,
sin,
that's our
but you don't look at your own
interpretation.
Bible for God's
That's
fucking
the
pronouns.
human form
Parker, chill,
interpretation.
man.
Do you understand that?
I have to talk over him. I'm sorry, Steve-O, because he's just insufferable.
Yeah, but I mean, just calm down, man. You guys can have a
Okay,
rational,
don't worry. I'll just mute him every single time. Don't worry. I got you.
yeah, but just have a rational conversation.
I can't with irrational idiots.
I'm not irrational.
Yes, you are.
You calling me? I mean,
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $50 for Yay Pieces. Thank you so
Parker,
much. I
you-
appreciate it, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Can you get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Elizabeth.
do you realize by you promoting godless actions is actually considered
Cody,
evil?
thank you for the $1.75. Thank you so much. Okay, cry. I think having premarital sex is okay. Whine. Go run to your safe space because I think premarital sex is okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Like at the end of the day,
Cope,
it's not
incel.
for me
Cope,
to judge
incel.
you. It's God will judge you.
Just cope, incel.
God will judge you, right?
Cope, incel. I'm not going to be judged by a God that doesn't exist.
So what happens after you're unalived?
No one knows. If you claim to know, right, then I can claim to know that I'm going to be a Pokemon. I'm
So
gonna
you
be the
believe in
new Ash Ketchum.
nothingness?
I'm gonna be the very best that no one ever was. To catch them is my real test, and train them is my cause. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny. I teach you, you teach me. Pokemon.
Hey,
Pokemon,
moderate,
gotta
he'll
catch
mature.
'em all.
Moderate, he'll mature one of these days. One of these days.
Claire,
No,
thank
I
you,
really
$2.
don't
Thank you
think
so much.
he.
And I
he
bet you're
knows
still
what
gonna be
he's
watching my
doing,
live, Steve-O.
He's being a capitalistic person, which I'm not hating him for, right?
I am a capitalist, right?
Yeah,
I'm a
yeah.
social
So
Democrat.
like,
I'm sorry, you think
he's
we're so
tending
Marxist
to the
or
age group
something.
of the minds of the people that support him, Steve-O.
You mean the people who are older than I am? If
Yeah,
you're
just
older
because
than
you're
me,
older
wait,
doesn't
by the
mean
way,
your
by the
mind
way,
matured,
if
right?
you are older than me, I'm 22. Type 3 in the comment section.
Yeah, just because they're older doesn't mean they're more mature, right?
Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. That's clearly true with me versus you guys.
Not true at all.
Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for singing Pokemon.
You see how you make empty statements?
How is it empty?
Like, prove that I'm immature.
Prove that
am
you're
I
immature?
am I the one singing?
I mean,
Pokemon?
I don't have to prove it. This conversation already proved it. Everyone already has the
Like,
information.
where have
the
I
evidence.
been immature? When have I called you a name? When did I start singing?
That's not
Pokemon?
the only basis of immaturity. You know, it's immature.
shows
It's immature
immaturity.
to
It does,
You know what's immature? To vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman who
Yeah, there we
restricted
go,
women's
the
access
normal
to
stuff.
abortion.
Here we go.
That's what immaturity is.
Here
It's
we go.
immature to not support women's rights. It is immature to vote for a guy that bragged about walking into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. It is immature to vote for a guy that sent false slates of electors to electoral college cast Trump votes when he didn't
Here
win
we
to try
go.
to
Here we
illegally
go.
steal the election because he didn't like the election results. Right? It is immature to not believe the election results in 2020 and to think that it was rigged, or to think
Here
that
we
every
go.
case against Donald Trump is just lawfare. Right?
Here we
That's
go,
what's
brother.
immature. So until you can sit there and you can realize that what you do is immature on a daily basis, appreciate the cap, thank you so much. You are never going to mature yourself.
This came from the guy who just sang the Pokemon song. Okay.
Yeah, I sing the poke because I'm dealing with delusions. You guys.
What do you consider a delusion?
For example, believing that the climate is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Oh wait, I wonder who believes that.
Or believing that you're something that you're biologically not?
Yeah, so trans people never made the claim that they are biologically trans with gender dysphoria. There are people who are cis, who are not trans, they're biologically female and they are a woman, or they are biologically male and they're a man, who have gender dysphoria. Did you know that?
So what would be
apparently
their
you didn't know
gender
that because you're an
dysphoria
idiot.
If they're cis and they're a man and a woman.
What's up?
What is their gender dysphoria then?
Tori, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Gender dysphoria is going to be like the anxiety, depressions, and different types of negative impacts that result due to an incongruence between a gender and sex. Right now, this
So if
particular
they're cis-
incongruence, socially speaking, can be perceived or formed differently based upon having certain characteristics that aren't typically associated with the gender in which you particularly are. Right,
Parker,
the
if
gender
they're
in which you
cis-
are, right?
Parker,
Say
what's
you
with
are cis, you are a biologically female, and you are a woman, right? You might get specifically.
So where would your
right,
gender dysphoria come in
can
if you're cis?
I'm
Parker,
currently
what's with the
explaining that to
consistent
you.
name calling? Why do you keep calling this guy an idiot?
He is. He is. I just, again, I call spades spades and I call ducks ducks. I call idiots idiots. Okay? If you need a Kleenex, go run to your safe space, be a triggered snowflake, or you can acknowledge reality that he is a fucking idiot.
Once again,
Now ask
if
your
they're
question
cis-
again and I'll answer. Don't worry.
Yes, if they're cis, right?
Adriana, thank you so much for the $5.
Where does their gender dysphoria kick in?
Yes, I got you. So, for example, right, someone could have gender dysphoria if they are cis, right, and want to get a boob job, right, whether it means a breast reduction, right, or whether it means something else. That could specifically be their gender affirming care, right, as a biological female and as a woman, right? So again, it's just about specifically, right, your body representing specifically, right, what you represent in terms of identity or what you have commitments in accordance to. April, thank you so much for the $5 for calling Ducks Ducks. Thank you so much.
So, Parker, question for you.
Go ahead.
What is it going to take for the Democrats? What is it going to take for the Democrat 4 years of a lot of hard work to do? What do you think is the game plan? Who's your best candidate?
Well, I would prefer someone like an AOC. I think it means having plans that specifically are anti-establishment, progressive, have a shot for the future in terms of progressive economic policy, like specifically like access to healthcare, education, childcare, things like that. Advocating for make the other side call universal healthcare a radical policy when basically every industrialized nation around the world views that America is so exceptional, argue that America is not exceptional. That's why we can't have a universal healthcare
You
system.
admit that the-
Yet every country
So,
around
no,
the
we
world
can't have
that
a
is
socialist
industrialized has
universal
that.
healthcare system because of our lack of border control.
It's not
What you're talking about is
socialism.
the countries that do. They have a very strict, unless you're Canada.
You don't
or
think that
somebody that's
Europe has a
failing, right?
migration
you have
crisis?
a very strict population rule, right? You don't allow just anybody to migrate into your country and overload your system.
We don't do that right now.
We
And-
do.
No, we don't.
We do. Do you
No,
want
we
to see
don't.
the?
We don't have a process, right?
So we're
Right
not
now we have
overloaded?
So we do have an overloaded system in terms of judges, but that's because Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have increased the amount of judges, increased the amount of specifically agents, right, and increased the amount of people dealing with these particular systems that are currently overloaded.
Parker, what would we do as an American society in order to have free healthcare for everybody? How would our system be able to handle that? Not just financially.
How is our system right now? How is our system right now handling it? Because countries around the world have better health outcomes, spend half as much per capita, have lower levels of debt, right, related to medical services.
Name
right,
one.
And have, for example, Canada.
Yeah,
they
Canada's
lower per
is
capita.
doing
They have more
atrociously with
physicians
it.
per capita. Right, they have better health outcomes.
Canada's having a problem with their healthcare services being overloaded. It's taken people 8 months to be seen by a doctor.
That's not. There are Canadians in my chat right now that know you're fucking lying. Okay,
I'm
they know
not
you're
lying,
lying,
and I'm part of a socialist.
Typical.
Parker, that's
It
a
is not
fact.
typical. It is not
Parker,
typical
that's
for
a fact.
people. Listen, it is not typical for people who have to wait 8 months to get into the doctor's office.
That's
Now,
why
are
they
you
get
saying there are
rid of it.
certain types of things that exist where it could take 8 months? Right, I bet that is possible to some degree, but it is not a typical thing to have to wait 8 months. Now, are the wait times typically a little bit higher in places like this? Yes, they are. But what you're not taking into account is wait times for people in the United States that specifically cannot afford it. Wait times in this country for people that don't engage in preventative care, right? That specifically creates a system that's going to be out. Is that the productive capacity? That the productive capacity that the productive capacity that the productive capacity that the productive capacity the one for the United States. Listen. We're talking about per capita. Though.
Oh my God, dude. Canada's healthcare wait times hit 27.7 weeks in 2023, the longest record. That's literally the title of the study by Fraser
There's
Institute.
no study. There is no study.
Dude,
There's
that's
no study.
I can pull it up. You want me to show you on my screen?
What study? Yeah, show me the study.
Canada's healthcare wait time hits 27.7 weeks in 2023, the longest ever recorded. The study was done on December 7th, 2023 by Fraser Institute.
Okay, here, hold up. I clicked on the PDF. I found a PDF. Don't worry. Okay. So it shows the different areas, and it shows that. I'd have to look specifically how they
For
conducted
you guys in the
this.
chat that are saying that's better than nothing, you don't know what it's like to be part of a
So-
socialist medical system.
So hold up.
I was in the military. I know exactly
socialism.
what it's like to wait that long for.
Why is he so fucking annoying? Right? It's not socialism. One, two, as it relates to this. Right? Again, if you're going to relate to this, you have to be able to make a comparative analysis between right Canada and the United States in terms of wait times. And what I also said that you're not taking into account is specifically the United States wait times for people that don't get care because they cannot afford it. So you have to be able to take that into account. Okay, now please provide me anything that makes that comparative analysis.
I mean, I can't because they're on a
Here we
a
go.
federal health care plan in Canada.
Okay. So I see I have Statista right here that claims here this is in days. It doesn't it doesn't have Canada here, right? But specifically the United States, 21 days for general practitioner, 28 days for non-emergency surgery, which is essentially the same as a lot of other places. Like for example, Germany, 31 days for non-emergency surgery, 4 days for general practitioner. So it's pretty much the same for non-emergency
No,
surgery.
27 weeks and 28 days is not the same, Parker.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
You said 28 days.
Can you like shut the fuck up and listen? I told you the comparison was specifically here, Germany and the United States, and I explained it. So can you sit the
bring
fuck
up
down
Canada,
and be quiet? Jesus Christ, dude. Like, shut up. Listen. Just listen. Just listen. Fucking hell, man. I said Germany specifically. Germany 31, because they don't have Canada for some reason. I need to find Canada on this specifically. So for Germany, 31 days for non-emergency surgery, 4 for general practitioner. So it's significantly less in Germany, which has a greater healthcare system, a better healthcare system than we have here in the United States, right? And that's at 4 weeks for general practitioner, and for non-emergency surgery, 31 days. 4 days for general practitioner, 31 for non-emergency surgery. Again, for the United States, 21 for general practitioner, 28 for non-emergency surgery. And then the same thing we can look at for Switzerland. Switzerland, 2 for general practitioner, 28 for non-emergency surgery. I know you're just going to show me the Fraser thing again. What you're not understanding is that I can point to particular type systems. You're just referencing a one study specifically from Fraser, and I will look through it and I will check it out, and I'd love to see it. Right? I want to go through the full thing. What it doesn't do is a comparative analysis against other places around the world. Right? So if you're not doing a comparative analysis
what does
to other
Switzerland have that
places
we
around
don't
the
have?
world, what's up?
What does Switzerland do that we don't do?
So you can look at specifically the proportion of people that are particularly under insurance, under their system, right, in accordance with the government in terms of their socialized medicine. So there's a greater level of socialized medicine that exists in those particular countries that I mentioned, right? Like
Switzerland has
like
a
Germany.
harsher immigration law.
Wait, what harsher immigration law?
Like it's not, you can't just walk into Switzerland and be like, I want to be a citizen like you could here.
You can't even do that here.
You know what I'm talking? I'm not talking about literally, Parker.
You
like
understand?
it takes like 5 years to become a citizen over there. You could be married to somebody. It's still going to take you time. You're going to have to go through a process. Their immigration laws are a lot stricter than ours. So if you want something like you're talking about, Parker, then you have to have stricter like border policies.
So
and
you're not
immigration
actually
laws.
giving
Are you
me.
okay with that?
Can you give me a study that indicates that I would need stricter immigration laws in order to be able to do that? Because I don't see any good reason to indicate
You would
that.
have to control the
Actually,
population.
I would argue that you would actually have worse conditions for that. One, appreciate the chicken. Thank you so much. Because if you reduce the size of the U.S. economy, which would be implemented by having significantly harsher standards for immigration, right? That specifically would decrease our ability to be able to pay for this type of long term. Actually, immigration would help with things like Medicare, Medicaid, and our current socialized healthcare programs, particularly because it reduces the burden, right, on people who are younger, because there's going to be a greater portion of the population that is working. Right now, the average U.S. citizen has a lower labor force participation rate than people who immigrate into the country. If people who immigrate into the country have a higher labor force participation rate, that means they're paying into the system more than natural born U.S. citizens are.
In our instance, yes. But in the instance of free medical, that means there will be more people taken from the system also on the flip coin.
Absolutely.
But overall, they're actually providing more to the system than the average U.S. citizen because they have a higher labor force participation rate.
Once again, I'm talking about like they would.
Brian,
so like
thank you
if I
so
were-
much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Brian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. W Brian in the chat. W Brian.
So like for instance, like the average person like to have like go through birth, it's roughly about $23,000 in America, right? Your insurance picks up whatever it's going to pick up. But if you got universal health care, right? That person is not going to pay $23,000 into universal health care for that year. So there's going to be a burden, a deficit.
Wait, based. People don't have to pay for like $20,000 for birth? Based.
What do you mean?
So fucking based.
What do you mean?
So fucking based that people wouldn't have to pay $20,000 for pregnancy.
I'm old. I don't know what based means.
It means good. I'm happy people happy people that do not have to pay $20,000 to give birth.
Hey Parker, you're getting some echo here. Just FYI.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I'm not hearing it either.
I'm hearing some echo.
Oh, I do hear a little bit. I think that's moderate, probably.
Yep.
It's me?
Yeah, it might be you a little bit.
You want me to like airplane out?
I don't know what it is. It's not that big. It's kind of quiet.
Okay.
So Parker, quick question for you, man. What are your aspirations? I mean, what's next for you with this? You're 22, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Are you graduating here soon?
I already graduated.
So what's your aspirations? What do you want to do?
This.
Well, there's got to be something more than this. You're not going to sit on TikTok all day, rest of your life.
Well, this is the plan for now.
Are you looking to get into politics?
No.
No. So you're just going to be a TikTok star.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I believe in what I do.
Yeah. I don't disagree, man. If that's what you feel, then go for it. I think you have some higher objectives, but hey, we'll see. You're young.
I don't have any like higher objectives in this. I didn't have like any objectives coming on here originally. Like, it just randomly happened, and I'm gonna keep doing what I think is productive.
Where are you
That's
based
kinda
out
like
of?
my
Tell me
plan.
specifically, where are you based out of? What state?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles? Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, moderate. Anything else you got to say, man? Either of you got anything else you want to argue?
Moderate, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, he just left. I don't know why he just left. Evo, you got anything else you want to say?
No, man, I'm good. Always a pleasure talking with you, man. Have a
Appreciate
great
you.
night, and continue doing what you're doing. I like
Appreciate you.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Yo, MAGA, did you vote Trump?
Of course I voted Trump. Parker, do you see my picture?
Yeah, what's up?
Do you see what it is?
Mm-hmm.
It's you crying with the sad face. And that's what's going to happen tomorrow night around 8 p.m. Mountain Time when we release the video.
What video?
You already know. You know you didn't vote for Donald. You know you voted for Trump. You know you're not actually. You think this is a joke? You think this is a game? Parker isn't even.
You think I voted for Donald Trump?
You, Parker, or you, Dean, Harry, Sissy. It's not even your real name. You know Parker's not your real name.
Dude, this is actually hilarious, dude.
Chat.
You're trolling. You're totally trolling.
You've lied to everyone. You're following based.
Super. Thank you so much. You've trolled me before, man. Your voice. You gotta fix your voice.
Because we join and we tell you what's happening, and then you kick us because you get scared that we're gonna wake up your audience.
Dude, you literally.
We're waking up your audience, Parker.
One, I know for sure that Parker's my real name. Two, I know for sure that I voted for Kamala Harris. Three, I've heard your voice before in the past.
Yeah, you probably dream about me. You probably hear my voice in your dreams because I haunt you, Parker.
No, you actually probably hear my voice in your dreams because I'm literally your profile picture.
Yeah, it's you crying with the sad face.
You've also spent over 30 minutes in the live. How does it feel?
Good, because I've been waiting to get up here to let you and the chat know that.
Gucci, thank you so much for the subscription. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Laura, thank you so much for the hand art. Thank you. Jen, thank you so much for the hand art. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Did you vote Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Why so?
Well, because I thought he was going to be better for the housing market, knowing I'm probably going to get a house soon.
What's his housing affordability plan?
No, that's not why. It's because I thought he's going to be better.
Thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much.
The reason why I think he's going to be better for the housing is because he seems stricter on the immigrants, which would increase the demand of the housing.
Okay, so yeah, you mean decrease the demand? It would also decrease supply because It would also decrease supply because it reduces the productive capacity of our construction industry.
It reduces the productive capacity.
Yeah, you reduce the amount of people in the country, reduces the productive capacity of our construction industry. Shan, thank you so much for the star map. Thank you so much. So you're going to have less people to build houses. Shan, thank you so much for the star map.
I would actually
Michelle, thank you for the description.
I would actually disagree with you there because, as I'm sure you know, didn't you study economics?
Yeah.
Am I wrong? The housing's inelastic. It's inelastic in the short run, right? You can agree with that.
Yeah. What do you think inelastic means?
Inelastic means as price increases, quantity as the percent change in price increases, the percent change in demand doesn't go, or the percent change in supply doesn't go up as much. For
so somewhat, it's up to a particular point. So at what rate is it elastic versus inelastic? Which level up?
If it's above 1, if
you mean
if that makes sense.
You mean below 1?
For elastic it's above 1. For inelastic it's below 1.
Yeah, so then that means that the proportion in which you have a particular percentage change in price, there would be a lower percentage change in demand.
Or I'm talking about supply, because we're talking about that.
Push that mustache.
I'm talking about supply because
I don't see how inelastic would relate to this. I don't see how that was a relevant point to bring up. If anything, push the confetti. Go ahead.
Sorry, my point was that as price is going to increase, because price is going to increase through demand because there's more buyers buying houses with more immigrants. So as demand increases, price is going to increase. And since housing is inelastic, then in supply, since the supply of housing is inelastic, then more people are not going to. What was I going to say?
Wait, so what type of elasticity are you referencing? Are you referencing elasticity of demand?
No, I'm referencing elasticity of supply. But
okay, so you're saying that the percentage change in the level of supplied, given a particular percentage change in price, is going to be smaller than the percentage change in price? That's not irrelevant at all to what we're bringing up here. Yeah, so elasticity of supply is related to supply, not demand. Elasticity of supply is going to be for a particular percentage change in price. What is the particular percentage change in supply, supply?
No, okay, but my point is that because you agree.
Yeah, go ahead, Dean. He's going to cover me for a minute. The thing is, I just don't know if Dean knows this because it's specific economic stuff. So you might have to go for a different point with him while I'm not here.
We'll be fine.
Go ahead. I'll be back.
What's up, Michael? So let me get this straight. What's your argument? Lay it on me.
Yeah. So my argument is that I think that Donald Trump is going to be better for the housing markets and affordability for housing. And the reason why I think that is because I was talking with him. You know, he's green econ. Okay, it's because when you the housing market's inelastic, and he even admitted it. The housing for supply, the price elasticity of supply is inelastic for housing. So basically, what that means is as you increase price, if the percentage of price increase goes up more, the quantity and supply goes up less. So as more houses, as price increases, less houses are going to be built in comparison to how much prices. So the prices of housing will go up, and this is all going to be related because there's going to be a higher demand as more people come into the country. So there's going to be more of a demand to housing because Trump, I feel, would be stricter on immigration.
Okay, all right, but here's what you got to consider, right? I'd say that we shouldn't be focused on policy to drop the prices of housing by either getting rid of people in the consumer base or making the consumers worse off to drop the prices. It makes no sense. You know, you could take anything, not just houses. Let's just take cars. Oh, well, if we get rid of half of the potential consumer base of vehicles, well, then all of a sudden the price of vehicles will drop. right? But I don't think that's a good economic theory. And the reason that I say that is because immigration, right, especially immigrants who are able to buy houses, right, provide an absorbent amount of value into our economy, provide to our GDP. Fixes because that will definitely not work in the long run, considering the fact that we want more people in America that are better off. That is the ultimate goal, is to raise the standard of living for the maximum amount of people, right? And just saying that you want to decrease the prices of housing by getting rid of more people that are doing really well doesn't really make a whole lot of sense when we consider that long-term goal.
Okay, well, I see what you're saying.
By the way,
there.
Dean, thank you so much. You can leave whenever you'd like, by the way.
I am in a parking lot, so I'm going to go ahead and head off.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. V, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much, V. I appreciate it. W's for Dean in the comment section. W friend, W friend.
So the point he made was that he doesn't think it's basically a good idea to like fix the demand and supply problem, the pricing of housing, by deporting people who illegally came here, undocumented immigrants. That's basically his point. And the reason why I would disagree with what he just said is because, you have to agree that the people who come here illegally tend to be like less skilled than the average American. They tend to be like have less skilled labor. The point that you are making is that supply is going to increase over time in construction. The problem with that point you made there is that I feel like you have to be pretty skilled to be building houses.
Dean said that wasn't my point. Okay, so
okay,
so like let's get back to where we were talking about. The point that I would make is that we would have a reduction in the productive capacity of our economy if we decrease the labor force.
Right,
like,
and
that's just like an obvious point.
Yeah, that, like I said, but the people who are coming in illegally tend to be more unskilled than the people who are already in this country. So I feel like what's going to end up happening.
Unskilled at what?
Just in general, like they have less education.
Are they more or less likely to be bilingual?
They're probably more likely to be bilingual.
Is that a skill?
Well, what does that have to do with housing?
Is that a skill?
That is a skill.
Okay. Do a lot of people come to the country with specific knowledge as it relates to agriculture or construction, or specific knowledge as it relates to like crafts, right? Or like different types of things than you would say typically exist within the labor force within the United States as much?
Agriculture, maybe, but like honestly, I don't.
To say that it's only agriculture is insane.
But I would agree with agriculture. I don't know about construction. I don't know about like
what about cuisine? What about cuisine? What about food? Like would they specialize within food relating to their cultures?
Yes.
Okay, so so that would at least increase the productive capacity of different types of cuisine, because a lot of people, they buy different types of food in the United States than just, right, like people don't just eat burgers, right? People eat foods. They eat Mediterranean food. They'll eat Mexican food. They'll eat Japanese food. They'll eat Chinese food. So obviously, immigrants from all around the world would bring in different types of skill sets than already exist in the United States. So I think this idea of it just low skill is pretty insane. Now, may it be the case that they would have slightly less levels of education than what would exist in the United States? That could possibly be true. Now, does that indicate that's the only skill set? No. I think it's a very reductive way to look at it by saying that people coming to the country are low skill.
Well, when I mean low skill, I'm not meaning like I know that it sounds like I'm saying that they're unskilled and they're unproductive. That's not.
That's actually exactly what you said.
I know it's what I said, but that's not really what I meant. What I meant is that they're not trained to, like, you're trying to make the point that it's going to hurt our construction because the point people is going to make construction less productive.
Not just construction, but that will be part of it. Yeah.
That's what you said though. For
because you were bringing up housing, right? I'm not saying that's the only impact on the economy, but it is the main impact that would be relevant towards, right, like housing. right, in the United States. So you say, oh, a greater level of people in the country increases demand on houses. What I said is that actually it's a greater level of supply and demand, because it is the case that there's more people in the country, so there's a greater productive capacity and a greater demand. So it doesn't necessarily cause a price increase because it can just meet equilibrium.
Right, but
you'd have to be assuming that they're actually demanding more than they're producing.
Well, that's why I was saying why it's relevant for the supply of housing that's inelastic, because as I said earlier, as prices increasing, you don't think that's true? The percentage of quantity supply doesn't go as much as the percentage of price increasing. So I would think that demand's going to move more than supply. And also my point, saying they're unskilled, I was trying to really get at.
Wait, demand is going to move more than supply? What does that even fucking... Wait, okay.
Yes.
One, housing being inelastic does not mean that... I appreciate that. So actually your argument is that because housing is inelastic, right, in terms of the supply, which I don't even think is necessarily true in terms of the supply, right?
In the short run, it is, because as price increases with the demand of buyers increasing, the builders and the people trying to build these houses don't really.
Why would the housing supply be inelastic?
I'm trying to explain it. Yeah. So, like I said, I think it would be inelastic because as the price is going to increase, the builders in the short run don't really have time to build new houses. So that's why I would think would be inelastic. So
there's actually no evidence that it's like one or the other necessarily.
Well, like, you know how hard it is to build a house, like as soon as prices increase?
Yeah, but do you have any evidence that it's inelastic?
I mean, I don't have my computer on me, but if you want to look it up, like I'm just like, you don't think that's a fair assumption to make? Like, how is
it's not within the median. No.
What do you mean? It's not
so
within
the median elasticity is around 1.75.
Right. So it's not within
so I mean, you could make an assumption based on possibility, but it's not probable. That's my issue. It's a very low percentage that it's inelastic.
You think it's very low percentage in the short run that it's elastic?
No. According to what I'm looking at right now, if you look at the normal distribution, it's a very small portion of the percentiles. It's probably 20%, 30% max.
What's 30%?
I'm saying it's 30% likelihood that it's lower than 1.
30%?
Yeah.
In the short run?
That's what it looks like according to this. It's just in general. You can find this. The title is the declining elasticity of U.S. housing supply. So you are right that there's like a declining elasticity of it, but it's not like inelastic. So I don't think the same issue that you're referencing would actually occur.
So in other words, you're saying they can't really measure it.
There's estimates. There hasn't been any good evidence to indicate it's probable. And there's also just different levels of elasticity around the U.S.
All right. And the other thing I was going to say,
depending on your region. So what they did is they showed, based upon a map, the different levels of elasticity in, say, Southern California, right, versus in the Midwest. Like in the Midwest and the South, very high elasticity. In Southern California, it's like inelastic.
So you're saying it's inelastic in Southern California?
It's inelastic in Southern California, and in like some places in
So you're saying in cities it's inelastic, but rural.
Generally, like the coasts seem to be more. The coast, okay. And I mean, even you see even some in like Michigan and Wisconsin, some elasticity within like the big cities.
Yeah, I'll look that up for sure later. But also the other thing I didn't like about her was it
seems to be like big cities.
Yeah, look, well, I mean, in my head that made sense, but if it's 30% probable, I don't know. I probably have to look into it.
Yeah, I would say it's not as probable as what you would think. Yeah.
But then the other thing that didn't make sense to me, that didn't seem good for price of housing was what the 27, or how much was it? I have no idea, but the subsidy for first-time home buyers, because I honestly thought when that was proposed, that's going to just encourage the sellers to just raise the prices, because people are now, the people who are buying the houses now have a down payment support. Like the whole, what's the whole point of a down payment?
Here, I'll ask you this question. Would tariffs cause prices to go up?
With tariffs, yeah.
So Trump wanting to do a tariff on Canada, that's 25%. Would that cause prices of lumber to go up?
Yeah, but would
if
you think
prices of lumber are more expensive, does that incentivize or disincentivize the construction of housing?
Prices are more expensive, lumber, it's probably going to disincentivize the housing.
So you think right now, when there's already a housing crisis, we want to disincentivize the construction of housing?
Nah, I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, so like that's what Donald Trump's. Well, you think it's not a good idea, but we're a bit late on that one. Donald Trump is advocating for this already, 25% on Canada. Which, if it does get implemented, the maple syrup is fucked. The lumber is fucked. You think we're going to get the same level of production of that in the United States? I don't think so.
Well, what's being produced right now in the United States? How much is lumber being produced for right now?
Well,
like,
no, the issue is that the production of it is dependent upon the global market or the price of it. So if you have a reduction in imports of lumber, that causes the price even of lumber that's got from the United States or produced in the United States to be more expensive, because they can charge more for it because of greater demand. So
because we're putting.
So there would be a well higher price.
Wait, can you say that again? Sorry.
Yeah. So the reason why it would be a well higher price is because it is the case that there would be a lower supply of available lumber, which would cause the price to go up of even domestically produced lumber.
Okay, so you're saying there's going to be a lower supply, but do you think the tariffs could possibly incentivize a higher supply of lumber in the United States?
No, it would not produce a higher supply overall, but it would produce higher production specifically within the United States.
But like, don't you think more firms could get into the lumber industry if we put tariffs on Canada?
Yeah, but at a higher price here in the United States, because right now it's not being produced. And if it were the case that it would have existed in the United States and it would have been cheaper, well, then it would already exist within the market. The reason why it doesn't already exist within the market is because it got priced out according to Canadian lumber firms, right? Having better lumber, right? Having better distribution processes or some other part of the process, right? Made it more profitable.
Right. And I think you can't really argue that. Like, I would agree with is, although that the price of lumber is, yes, it is going to go up, but I'm saying, do you think it could be possible in the long run more firms will get into the lumber industry?
No, the price will not be lower. But will there be a greater level of production in the United States? Yes.
Yes,
but prices will still be higher.
Right, but I'm saying long run, do you think that like more firms will start to grow lumber in the United States?
Yes.
And then the prices could possibly drop even more if enough firms get into it, or be think
about it this way: prices right now are this level. With tariffs first implemented, they would be this level.
Right.
After a while, it would be around this level. Right. So it would be lower than the original level it raised to, but still higher than the level it is now.
Yeah. I mean,
and the reason is because if it were the case that the production in the United States was cheaper than this one, well, then it would already be selling in the market right there, and people would be buying it, right? But the reason why it doesn't exist within the market is because the price was somewhere above. So whatever that price was above is exactly what the production would be, right, in the long run, right?
Yeah.
So you're just trying to make this good more expensive to make this good more competitive.
Right. But the thing is also, yeah, I see what you're saying, but also you also have to take in consideration the externalities of all the jobs that would be provided with the new firms getting into the business.
Yeah, I take that into account. It still
United
decreases
States.
it still decreases the size of the U.S. economy, destroys export jobs in the United States, devalues the U.S. dollar because it disincentivizes trade with the United States, causes aids in our ails in our trade with countries around the world and more conflict, which can lead to trade wars, which will decrease the size of the U.S. economy even more. There can be retaliatory tariffs that would be negatively impactful to our economy. So yeah, overall, all right, increases price for American consumers, decreases size of U.S. economy, and hurts the American economy. That's not good economic policy. Basically every economist agrees on that.
All right, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. You said a million. Like you just give like 10 reasons.
Yeah,
So
it's because tariffs are really bad. The point that I typically bring up is that this is like something before Trump that was like commonly understood, right? Like people on the right wing, people on the left wing. I mean, like I learned that tariffs are bad from Milton Friedman within school.
yeah,
Right? That's when I learned that they're bad from. Even retaliatory tariffs, that they're bad as well. So, and you learn that from Free to Choose if you take economics classes and you have a certain professor that.
I think they're what he did before. But how I was just wondering, like, how was he tariffing these countries before?
Yeah, so when he was in office before, it was just hyper-specific tariffs. It wasn't like a tariff on an overall country. On an overall country. On an overall country. So it actually decreased tariffs. So it actually decreased tariffs. Now it's not hyper-specific. Now it's not hyper-specific. Things because he said this with Canada. He's already been elected.
Earlier, just so he could get people who are not as smart to vote for him because they're going to be like, oh, no income tax. So he could get the voters from there to vote for him.
Oh yeah, he is looking for dumb voters.
Kind of like
I mean,
how
that's
Joe
obvious.
Biden was saying that. Yeah, I know, but it's kind of like how Joe Biden was saying how he wasn't going to pardon his son. He wasn't going to pardon his son. I think that was so people would trust him and vote for him. But once the election's over, all of a sudden he pardons his son. I think that he was saying that so more people would vote for him and see him as a righteous man. Kind of like how Donald Trump is just saying this because he knows his audience is people who are not as intelligent. I'm not going to lie.
Okay. So yeah, so like
Yeah,
again,
that could be a possibility. It's
Catherine,
considering
thank
that
you
he
so
had
much for the $5.
considering he had hyper-specific tariffs in his previous.
So you think he was just saying,
organization.
I'm going to do tariffs just not as like a real thing, but just to like get dumb voters?
Honestly, like it's so unrealistic, like his policies. I think that's what it is because people are thinking that they're not going to have any tax. Because he said he's going to replace the income tax with tariffs. So that's
Okay, so
that's
he's
what I
just
think
a
he did.
liar. That doesn't mean like he's that. Then how do you trust anything he says? And for the people in the chat telling me to join here, I will join Harry here in a bit, y'all. I'm just gonna chill here for a little bit longer. Well, let's give Harry some time alone.
Yeah. So, what was I saying? I don't even remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, so I was saying that I honestly do think that he says things out of his ass. I don't think he's a great person, but I do think that he would be better for me compared to Kamala Harris as a president.
Yeah, but
And
like, why specifically?
Well, like I said, I was saying with the housing, and I don't think he's gonna put 25% tariffs on lumber.
But like, he didn't have a plan for housing. She had a plan specifically for housing. She specifically had a plan, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. It sounds like this would have helped you.
I don't think it would have helped me. You know why I don't think it would have helped me?
Why?
Because when you put a $25,000 tax credit, that's going to increase the expectations of the people selling the houses. Because now that So that would have actually hurt me as I'm paying off my mortgage. Because when you give people, what the whole point of a down payment is to prove that you could afford to pay off the house. So now that you're getting rid of a $25,000 way to prove that you could afford.
No,
to
you already
pay
have
the
to.
house.
You have to qualify. So once you qualify, then you get the $25,000 tax credit for
How do you have
first-time
to
homebuyers for
qualify?
homes. So it doesn't take away from the people who are qualifying. So people are still qualifying. It's just extra help for people who already qualify. And then in terms of this, it's specifically for new houses. So yes, it actually will cause the price to go up specifically for new houses. That's purposeful. It's in terms of demand, right? To particularly incentivize a greater level of production of houses.
Wait, so how did you say you have to qualify? I missed it.
Yeah, so it's qualifications are the same as they are now, right? It's just 25,000 to help with the down payment. It's not the full down payment,
right?
It
No, I
isn't
know
to do
that.
the whole thing, but it is to help with it. That's what the point of it is, and it also creates an incentive to produce more for producers, right? In places where people want to live. Kat, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Produce more houses in places where people want to live.
Yeah, and it offsets the negative impact of the price increase by ensuring that people have the subsidy, the $25,000 tax credit.
Right.
So essentially, it doesn't become less affordable, and there's a greater incentive to produce houses.
Well,
in places where people want to live, which then creates a larger supply of already built houses, which reduces the price on homes that have already been built. Because there's a greater supply of already built houses.
Okay, well, the first thing I would say to that is that you do agree that it's going to increase the expectation of people selling the houses, so they're going to increase their prices, firstly, right? Would you agree with that?
Wait, I just said that was purposeful.
So you're saying that was purposeful for the suppliers to build more houses?
Yes. Again, these are specifically for new homes. So
Okay.
it only increased the price for new homes. Already built homes would decrease in price because there's a greater supply of already built homes.
Oh, so if you're a first-time home buyer, you have to buy a new home. You can't buy
Yes,
an already
it's on a new home. It's not on an already built home.
so you can't buy like an apartment in like New York City.
Yeah. It's
It's
for
your first
new
home.
homes that
I
are being
didn't.
built.
I thought it was just all first-time home buyers.
No. First time home buyers for new homes.
Okay, that makes more sense then to me. I didn't realize that.
That's like a decent policy though to incentivize new building, right? Now
Yeah,
we could
but-
work with that policy. We could reform it. We can talk about what we want different from it because we're not going to get that specific one because Harris didn't get elected. But it's still a good idea, right? And like, what is the other housing affordability plan?
I think it's an okay idea. I like that. I like the fact that it's not only old houses. Like I like how she's not including old houses. I think that's smart. I think it's a smart thing she did. But I do think that it's like I said earlier with the elasticity. I think that even if price increases, the elasticity of supply is not going to go up as much. So that means that even if say percent increase of the new homes goes up by, let's say, 20%, the quantity supplied is not going to go up by 20%. It's going to go up by less because
A little bit less. So it's like the elasticity level that I saw within like those.
What did you say it was?
So for example, in the elasticity in like the Midwest, it's going to go up by more than one. So for each percentage increase in price, right, there's going to be an even greater percentage increase in quantity supplied. But yeah, for each percentage change in price, you'd have a slightly lower percentage change in quantity supplied, right, for areas that have an elasticity of supply for housing.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
So it just depends on the area. But like even then, the inelasticity is still like pretty close to one. It's not like it's extremely low. And even if it was low, it's like then you'd probably look at something else. Like if you have an increase in price due to the subsidy, that's not going to really help the supply of housing. You probably want to try some other policy. Here's the unjust. You would probably just be like directly building them, right? But if you have a pretty high elasticity, right, it's not inelastic, right, for the elasticity of supply, then you would want to do this particularly because it would cause an even greater level of quantity supply increase for just a small increase in price.
All right. So basically, what your point is that it's too close. Like it's so close, it doesn't even matter.
Here, I'll clarify. If the elasticity was 3, right, right in a particular area, if you increase the price by 10%, right, you would increase quantity supplied by 30%. If it's 3,
right. But why would it be 3? It wouldn't be 3. It'd be less than. It would be less than 1 in theory.
So if it, in areas that are inelastic, so if it were that scenario, right, 10% increase in price,
so it just depends.
There would be like say a 9% increase in quantity supplied. 9% increase in quantity supplied is still really good.
All right. Yeah, that's true, but you're still going to end up be paying more for the house, even if it's 9% increase, right?
Wait, say that one more time.
Even if it's a 9%, even though that's good, it's a 9% increase in quantity supplied. Wouldn't you still be paying for the more for the house if it's a 10% increase in price?
Only for new houses. Because again, the increase in demand is only for new houses. Yeah.
But,
so again, the houses that have already been built, those houses specifically would be less expensive because there's a greater supply of houses that are already built.
Right. So
can you hear me on this?
Even qualify for this 25,000 thing, they say would be beneficial to me. I'd have to buy a new house. The new houses would be more expensive than the old houses. So I don't even.
Old houses would be less expensive. Yep, old houses would be less expensive. It'd be easier for you to get a house.
It'd be because you're saying that more people will be attracted to old houses.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
No. What I'm saying is that there'd be a greater supply of old houses, right? Which essentially would make it better for you to get an old house.
There's more of an incentive to buy a new house. Is pretty much what you're saying.
So there's more. So essentially, if you look at the market, there's kind of more of an incentive to do both. There's more of an incentive to get new houses because you get the tax credit, and there's more of an incentive to get specifically like old houses because it is the case that the price is lower. Right, if the price is lower, you're going to want to buy it more, right?
Right, and so then, how long do you? And then,
can I interrupt for a second?
Okay.
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 29 years old.
Okay. Yeah, just J-Vac,
how old are you?
Give us 1 second. Michael and I are going to finish real quick, and then I'll get to you.
All right, so
understood, sir. Yep.
I understand where you're coming from, but like, for sure, I do think I honestly do think that you that's a good point. Like really, like thinking about it with the how the new houses are going to go up with that. Like it makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we also just like in the Democratic Party need to have these conversations more. All right, and it's also we only had 100 days to go over these policies. You know. If we only have 100 days to go over these policies, a lot of people are just not going to know, you know. And it's not even a fault on messaging; it's a fault on the fact that we just didn't have enough time.
I do think it's a fault. I think before you like propose a policy like that, I think that you should explain like the economic rationale behind it. Did Kamala Harris explain the economic rationale behind
these types of questions weren't asked to her? Now, could she have explained it? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if she knows this specifically. I don't think she needs to know this specifically. I just think that there needs to be the economic rationale given to voters.
Right.
So like if I were one of her advisors, I'd be like, make sure you make this point because a lot of people have this misunderstanding. But the thing is, you're only going to know that a lot of people have this misunderstanding if you're in a position where you're constantly like polling people and talking to people, which not many people are. And even top Democratic like elites and stuff and people who are in the party and the advisors, they're not like having conversations with people like I am. Like I'm talking to literally thousands of different people. You know, I have a different type of insight on what types of questions people are asking than probably most people even involved in politics have.
Right.
Just because of the nature of my conversations.
I bet, to be honest with you, like the average person isn't probably, you know, looking like I don't, including myself, like I'm honestly not reading every little thing about politics. Like I just kind of skim over the headlines. I read over the headlines and then
I get it, but you ask good questions. Like the tax credit questions you're asking are good. Like we need to ask those questions. We need to ask, wouldn't this technically increase the price? You're asking really good questions. Now, the issue that I typically would have is that a lot of people who are on the right, I don't think this is you, are only willing to apply that critical analysis to the other party. It's like that critical analysis totally fails when they're talking about their own party.
No, I understand that. Yeah, appreciate.
So as long as
you.
you're doing that, you're doing good, bro. You're asking for policies. You're looking for plans. Right? Just make sure you do it with your own side, because I don't think Trump had any of those policies.
Right, and that's why I think I'm going to study economics next year, college.
Yeah, because, you sound interested in it.
Yeah, it's just like you could apply it to like literally everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the degree is very useful. I mean, you can work in a bunch of different things. That's why I originally picked it, is because it's like you have a very broad aspect of what you could do. Now, I would talk to other people who are in economics, because I also have a different perspective, because I didn't go into jobs in fields right after. I got fucking lucky with this, right?
Yeah.
Right, this just randomly blew up.
Where'd you go to school, if you don't mind me asking?
I can't stay on TikTok.
All right,
I don't want to dox myself. But yeah, no, I appreciate you coming up. And just to let you know, it's not even some crazy school. You don't have to go to some crazy school. You don't have to go to some top university, right? Most people who go into classes, they don't learn a lot, right, in terms of the stuff that I'm even referencing, right? Like, they forget this type of stuff. So you'd be surprised. As long as you pay attention to your class and you involve yourself and go to all your classes and stuff, you're going to learn a lot.
Yeah. Did you go to a pretty good university? Can you say that?
I went to a pretty decent university. Not like a top university, but pretty decent.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thanks for having me up here.
I appreciate you coming up. All right. Yeah. So you said I don't have a job.
I did.
Why do you think that?
Well, you come over, I mean, with all due respect, and I do appreciate you bringing me on here to talk to me, but with all due respect, I have seen you on here quite a bit before the election and after the election, too. And it just makes me think that you do this quite a bit full time. I see you got 736,000 likes, and yeah, that's, I mean, respectable for someone on here, and it would make me assume that you do this full time and that you don't really have a hard job.
That is a job.
It is your job. Okay. Okay.
So what do you mean by hard job?
Well, it's not one that contains a lot of labor, does it?
I mean, does Donald Trump's position take a lot of labor? Has his position taken a lot of labor? Because he inherited his businesses.
The position of president is a pretty labor-intensive job, I would think. Probably more so than your job.
Really? So, like, Joe Biden's doing a lot of labor?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not disrespecting the seat of the presidency. I mean, I know Joe Biden has probably undergone a whole lot. He's undergone a whole lot of stress. I mean, the position of president is not easy by any means. I don't care who it is. You know, I have respect for whoever it is that's sitting in there.
So did Trump have like a hard job when he was doing The Apprentice?
Probably not, because, you know, he's pretty well off, right? He's a businessman, makes a lot of money, and
okay.
You know, obviously he was born into it. His father. I wouldn't think so. Would you?
Well, then why did you bring it up as a bad thing?
As what is a bad thing?
You were like, you don't have a hard job. It's like a bad thing, and you were like saying in the comment section that like I don't have like a job, and can you define a job?
I think for the common person who may not be as blessed as you are with this channel, a job is working, you know, getting up in the morning and getting ready to go to work, you know, a 9 to 5. I think that's most people in this country.
But define job that is not just applicable to 9 to 5s, because other people don't have 9 to 5s. Like, for example, some teachers don't work 9 to 5. So do they have a job? Or like some people who do night shifts.
Well, I meant,
do they have a job?
Oh, well, including those people as well.
Okay, so again, what's your
Is what
definition
I
that
meant.
that includes those people?
Probably any job that isn't your job. What you think your job is.
I'd love to
You
hear
know,
a
working
definition. What's your definition?
A job that is physically and or mentally or both intensive on.
So not only is that not a good definition of a job, right? Because you use job within it. But again, this is also like mentally intensive to some degree.
Well, mentally and physically intensive. So whatever, you know,
Mentally,
that
it
could be
doesn't, not necessarily
working at
physically,
Taco Bell
but
versus.
mentally.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would use both, right, to do a job, whether it be working at Taco Bell or at.
Okay, so does a therapist
you know,
have a
on
job?
the dock somewhere?
Does a therapist have a job?
Sure.
Why?
Well, that's mentally more so than physically, but yes.
So it's not both mental and
Mentally.
physical. It's mental in that circumstance. So then, what makes me not have a job then?
I'm not ruling. No, I'm not ruling out the physical aspect of it. I mean, they have to get up and probably go to an office and work in the office.
I'm in an
but
office.
it's.
And also, do you think that people can work from home?
Yeah, I believe they can.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then like
if their company if their
then
company
how does-
allows or
how does
if
your
they work for
definition not
themselves.
include me? Does it just have like an addendum to the definition that says without Parker? Without including Parker? Like what's the definition that doesn't include my job?
What is your job? Can you give me a title of what your job is?
Content creation, social media content creation.
Okay, and then when was this title created?
It depends. Are you referencing legally?
What year?
Are you referencing legally under my under
specifically.
like under
Well-
like an S corporation, or what are you referencing?
I suppose so, yeah. I guess I would lean that way.
Well, this year.
Oh, this year. Okay. So I guess it's a fairly new position. I guess I'm not very.
I was
you know what?
I was marked
I'm
as a
not
sole
very.
proprietor before. Danielle, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 for here's a paycheck for your non-job. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Danielle. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
And
I
Maggie,
guess,
thank you for the $3 since you're unemployed. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Kat, thank you for the $3. I'll be live all night.
I guess since it's a fairly new position that you're doing, that you're in, yeah, I guess there's no point in arguing that. Okay, well, what you're
you
doing
agree
is a
it's a
job,
job?
and
Okay. So you
Up
asked like
until
why
recently.
why am I not at a job? Appreciate the Brian, thank you for the potato. Like at like fucking 7:48 at night. Shay, thank you for the $1. What time is it for you?
it's 9:48 p.m.
You asked me at 9:48 p.m. why I'm not at a job. Even if I did have a 9 to 5, I would still be home right now and be able to be live.
Okay. I guess I take it back. I guess I come from an old school family that, you know, working a job means going out and busting your butt and then coming home and that sort of thing. So I guess I'm a little new and a little
I understand
ignorant of that.
It's a different type of job, but yet it's still like a job, right? And I think that the definition you use of a job in order to be able to describe it as not a job essentially removes and does not include so many things that we already consider jobs that it wouldn't make sense to do so.
Right.
Lawan, thank you so much. I
All
appreciate
right,
the
I
$5
guess
for
I-
working smarter, not harder. And Michelle, thank you for the $3.33. Thank you so much for sorry about not having a
Yeah.
job.
Okay.
Eviana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. But yeah, is there anything else you want to add or talk about?
Yeah,
thank you so much for the fireworks.
I
Thank you so
did
much, Meow.
support Trump.
Why so?
I did support Trump, and I guess I want to know now. You've spoken about tariffs in the past, and how you have spoken out against people who seem ignorant about what tariffs would do to the country and to the prices here in the States. And obviously, I am a little knowledgeable about what would happen. Yep, prices would go up. But I guess why? I mean, yeah, that would
by
be
the
a
way,
bad
thank you.
thing. But ultimately, I mean, don't we have to kind of bite the bullet at some point and eventually cut off ties with other countries that have been kind of taking advantage of us over the years? I mean, you can't
What
deny that.
countries?
Oh, like China and well, mostly China, but
Okay. So if we cut off ties, how are we going to get a majority of our manufactured products?
well, I guess why couldn't we
higher
why
prices
couldn't we bring the manufacturing? Well, wait a minute though. Well, why couldn't we bring the manufacturing back into this country? And I know what you're going to say. You're probably going to say something along the lines of, well, that would be a big expense, right?
Yeah, even if we did
Is that
bring back
something you would say?
manufacturing to the United States, it would still make it more expensive. Right, significantly more
But
expensive. So huge
to a
cost to
point-
American consumers.
Okay. Right. And I get that.
And the reason why
But
I say this is
it
because
would
insofar
to a
as that it's
point,
not
though, right?
desirable, the reason why I say is insofar as that it's not desirable is because people don't go out and buy it right now. Appreciate the hand art. If they cared more about the products being produced here in the United States, they would buy the products that were produced here in the United States. That's how the market works.
Okay.
So what you want to do is force people to buy those goods.
I guess not. I guess a lot of it has to
forcing them
do with
buy it by the usage of saying that I want to make these goods more expensive than the goods that are produced here in the United States artificially so that people buy the goods here in the United States.
But I mean, okay, so to a point, prices would be more expensive. But I mean, they wouldn't continue to rise, right?
So prices
would they?
Prices would rise, right? And the reason why they would continue to rise is because it is the case that it'd be higher than the position we are at now. But they would originally rise to a higher point and then dwindle down a little bit. Now, it wouldn't be to a lower point than it was originally. It'd still be to a way higher point. Like, this would be the price it is now. This is the price originally after, like, once the tariff is originally implemented. And then over time, it would go down to here. The price would still be higher than what it was here. Way higher than what it was here. It's just lower than what it was when it was originally in place in terms of the tariff.
Okay. I think, all right. Well,
Okay, all right. I appreciate you coming up, man.
yeah, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote Trump. Chat, the algorithm, I think, is cooked for both Harry and I. I'm looking at Harry's account. Harry's algorithm is cooked, dude. Today, I think he needs to hit a restart. Crystal, thank you for the $2.33. I think he needs to hit a restart. because I've noticed that it was working for him prior. Oh my God. Watch this. Liam, I heard you were on live with Santana and Good Trouble. Did you guys do another push-up contest?
I didn't do any push-ups, but the guys wanted to do some push-ups. They wanted to do some toxic masculinity, as you guys would call it, so... Anything to say about toxic masculinity and guys doing push-ups? Are you against that?
Am I against you doing push-ups?
No, you being part of all the guys doing push-ups and being toxic with their masculinity.
Can you tell me what toxic masculinity is?
Something you guys probably put on your background after the election.
No. What is toxic masculinity? Yeah.
Pushing women into the 4B movement, probably stuff like that.
No, I actually want like an actual definition. What is toxic masculinity?
Probably using your power and your mass, your strength to dominate over a weak
No, so this is not what toxic masculinity is.
There's a lot of different ways of saying what meant to be
Liam, if you're gonna
mental,
disagree
it
with
could be
toxic
physical.
masculinity, don't let it just be a buzzword, and actually go understand the literature on what toxic masculinity is referred to when people are actually saying that they disagree with toxic masculinity. Because there are things within toxic masculinity that negatively impact men. Like, I'll give you an example. The toxic masculinity, such as, right, saying real men don't cry, right, and denying men's emotions specifically, right, because it is the case in the face of masculinity, is toxic to men, negatively impacts men, and leads to disparate outcomes when it relates to self-unaliving rates, when it relates to self-expression in terms of violent behavior, right? Plenty of different things that negatively impact men, their livelihoods, and their families' livelihoods. Wow, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, I a lot of that I agree with, okay? But that wasn't even what I brought up. I said, is men doing push-ups, having push-up contests, toxic masculinity?
So I think that certain aspects within that could motivate you doing that could be built in toxic masculinity. But no, I don't think just doing push-ups and having a push-up contest would necessarily be toxic masculinity. Like, that's like a really weird way to frame it.
You think it would be cool if we had like a guy's push-up contest within all the creators, and it was just kind of hysterical, and all of the proceeds went to charity or something, and it really didn't have to be like a look at me, I'm the best creator. It was just more like people kind of looking at maybe they need to get in better shape and stuff. You think there could be any benefits to that, or it would turn into an egotistical?
Why would we do like push-ups, dude? Why wouldn't we do like something else? Like,
well, you could start with push-ups, and then we could have a debate.
Why would we do push-ups for charity? Why? I've done plenty of things for charity. I don't think push-up for charity is like. I mean, sure, right? Like we do it as like a joke within the context of these lives because it's a good way of like getting people to do something good, right? But like if I were to start a new like thing to do, I wouldn't just do that. I'd probably do something else.
If you, let's say that not me, but let's just say that you and some other MAGA supporter that you kind of like, oh God, it's that guy. Let's say that you did a push-up contest against this other guy, and he just doubled your number of push-ups, okay? Or you beat him, but let's just say that he beat you, but there was $10,000 that was made for the charity of either one of your choosing. So you're saying that you losing a contest, but $10,000 went to a charity of need. Would you be able to humble yourself and do that?
Yeah, I would love to do that. I don't think that the best way to raise money is to do push-ups though. Right? But like, would I do that? Would I lose in a push-up battle for $10,000 going to a charity? Absolutely.
That's badass.
Dude, I don't care about. I don't base that in my masculinity to win like a.
I applaud you for that. That's
like
awesome.
A push-up battle.
The reason I came up, I'm not going to take a shit ton of your time. Okay. One thing I wanted to talk to you about was, that four of the officials from BlackRock.
Oops. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my gosh, am I live?
Did you
That's
vote
crazy.
Trump?
I did.
How old are you?
I'm 21. This is
Okay.
crazy. I didn't
What's your
expect
birth year?
2002,
Okay, what month?
December.
What day in December?
The 29th?
Okay. Happy early birthday, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So why'd you vote Trump?
I just voted for him based off of my personal political philosophies because I support a smaller federal government, and I think that he's going to do that better than the Democratic Party. But I certainly do not.
A
follow
smaller
him.
federal government. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I don't support everything he does, though. I definitely don't, and I don't think he's a good person.
what is he going to do to make the federal government smaller?
I think he's going to downsize some of the, oh my gosh, like the groups, like,
Like less funding, like less spending.
yeah, and like lowering.
Did you know that when he signed into debt, more spending, 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. For the Biden-Harris administration, it was 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. And then if you want to reference the central estimates specifically for the next administration, it was 3.5 trillion over 10 years for the Harris administration, 7.5 trillion for Trump. That's his estimated campaign plans cost in terms of the debt over 10 years. So he's actually more big government.
So you're saying like debt would be more government.
Yeah, so there'd be more debt-related spending from Trump, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. And I'm talking signed into law, explicitly, not just happened under the administration.
Okay, I mean that's a fair argument. I guess I'm more concerned about, I guess not just like the debt, but I think that's a fair argument. I think he is better for the economy overall too. Obviously, like the president is not solely responsible for inflation or cost of goods. Like I'm very aware of that, but I don't think that Biden. I'm not pleased with how he ran the country, and I don't think that he did anything to help it.
Can you name one thing he did that was bad? One policy?
I guess I can't name a specific policy, but more just like his foreign policy and sending so much money overseas. I think that starting wars and
What war did he start?
you know what? That is a good point. I don't think he started one. I think he just didn't help to like.
Livy, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much, Livy.
I guess I'm thinking more about wars that started while he was in office. I guess that's a good point. It's not like causation, it's more like correlation.
Yeah, like
the
for
Ukraine,
example, there were
Russia.
65 service members that died in conflict under the
Yeah.
Trump administration comparative to the 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. There were more that died specifically under Trump's administration. Does that mean he's at fault?
Sorry, can you say those numbers one more time for me,
Yeah,
please?
65 service members died in conflict under the Trump administration, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. Does that mean we blame Trump for the greater level, the significantly greater level of people that died in conflict under his administration who are part of the military?
I would say no. Oh, so you're going based off American lives, I'm guessing.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I also don't think that those numbers would be marginally or like significantly different. from if-
65 and 16 isn't significantly different.
If you're comparing like from like a 300 million American perspective.
We're talking about people in the military. Wait, but do you think 65 is significantly more people, we're talking human beings, than 16?
It is a greater number, yes. I'm just saying from a statistic perspective.
Yeah, statistical perspective, it's multiple times greater value of people.
Yeah, in statistics though, just because a number is bigger than another number doesn't mean it's significantly bigger. Sometimes things are just by chance. But
Okay.
yes, I understand that 65
what
is
is
a bigger
65
number.
divided by 16?
I understand it's a bigger number. It's okay. I don't think this is the hill I want to die on, but if you want to keep talking about it, we can.
So, but if it's over 4 times more, 4.5 times more, why wouldn't you say that that's specifically like a lot more?
I am saying it is a greater number, yes. I'm just saying statistics can be a little bit more nuanced than that, just because.
Like what nuance exists? I've taken a statistics course. What
Yeah.
nuance?
Right, like P levels, right? Like significance levels. Like you need to know it's
The
significantly.
p-value and the
Yeah.
and the significance level?
like stuff like that. It needs to be less than 0.05 to know that it's not just by chance. But anyways, it's yes, 65 is a greater number.
Girl, why did you just say that?
Because I don't have the full statistics. Like you can run different statistical tests.
You would have a p-value on like a certain like thing that you ran. It wouldn't be like on a singular statistic. If I give you a singular data point, you don't get a p-value for that.
Yes, no, I understand. I understand what you're saying. It's fine.
Yeah, so you're talking about confidence levels for estimations. Like it would be for a certain estimate where you have a certain confidence interval where you're like 95% confident that the mean is going to fall within that particular interval.
Mm-hmm.
Like you want a 95% level of confidence.
Yeah, I'm talking about that, but
yeah, that's for like things that have more than just one data point, right? Well, more than just one data point.
yeah, one
That's
weird.
like for an entire sample.
Yeah, it's okay, and this isn't really the hill I want to die on. But yes, I'll agree with you that 65 is the greater number here.
Vastly greater, right?
I'm not gonna say vastly, but yes, it is greater. Sorry, I'm not gonna give it to you.
So, I'm sorry,
I
but
need
like
to see more of the data.
statistics class don't tell you that like it's not like a vastly different or not like based
Sorry,
on p-values.
I'm careful with my language with statistics, Parker. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you didn't even know what a p-value was.
I do know that's so mean. I do know what a p-value is.
Then you wouldn't have said that was applicable to a singular data point. You
It's
would have
not-
known that it's specifically in relation to like the interval for like a mean
There's more information.
of a data set.
It's okay. It's not you insulting a woman's intelligence.
Oh,
I'm just
come on.
kidding.
What is
I'm
this?
just kidding.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I'm just kidding.
Like, for example, Marjorie Taylor Greene is an idiot. And I think
Oh, I
everyone here
totally
agrees with
agree.
me.
She's crazy. And also, oh, you want to know something funny? Who's the newest Supreme Court justice that Trump did? Amy Coney Barrett. She went to the college I go to right now, and everyone hates her. Oh my gosh.
Are you liberal?
No, I used to be though.
I'm getting your kind of liberal vibes.
Well, I'm not a Republican, but I'm not a liberal. I voted for Trump.
So you're not
For-
Republican, but you voted for Trump. That's like an
Yeah.
insane view. Madeline, thank
Well,
you so
I'm
much
not
for pushing the
liberal,
dollar.
though. I'm not a Democrat or liberal. Like I said, I think the government is so corrupt. I think both parties are full of millionaires who don't care about any of us. And
Trump, billionaire, doesn't give a shit about you.
oh no, he doesn't. But neither does Biden or Kamala. And no. But hear this: like, if you look at every like recent president's net worth before they entered office and after, Trump's is the only one that decreased, which I think is first of all weird, but I think you have to take into account that like Democrats are also in it for the money. It's not just Trump.
What?
No?
Wait, so how was Kamala Harris in it for the money?
I mean, I guess I can't like. She didn't specifically say something. I just think all politicians are corrupt and in it for the money. I mean, you just look at how they use tax cut loopholes. Look at their net worth increases.
How
look
did
at
Kamala
they-
Harris use tax loopholes?
All senators and House of Representatives do.
Wait, no, she didn't. Wait, what tax loophole did she use?
I don't know a specific one. It's just like basic knowledge that rich people in America know how to work the tax system so they don't have to pay as much. And it's
Wait,
legal.
I have a question. Do you know who expired oat milk is?
It's you.
That's not me.
Right? Oh, no, I don't.
Well, you follow them. You're totally right left wing if you follow expired oat milk.
Oh my gosh, I'm not. I follow
There's
both
no
left
way
and
you
right-wing people.
There's no way you follow expired oat milk and
I
you
follow
are
both left
like a
and right
Trump
people.
supporter.
That's
That's
I'm not a
crazy.
Trump supporter. I'm not a Trump supporter.
They're literally clips of me and Dean.
I know, but I'm not a Trump supporter. I voted for him, but I'm not like
You
one of
that
those
you,
people
that means you, dude. Okay, like that's such a crazy fucking thing to say. That's such a crazy
no,
thing
I'm
to
like
say.
I'm like like in the middle.
Wait, so
like,
I have a question. Would you vote?
Kamala
You're in the
Harris.
middle. You're in the middle. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I guess I did, right? So yeah.
You would?
I
Would
mean,
would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Oh gosh.
Push the front rows.
Hope not. I would hope not, but if I had to pick between two evils and one policy set was going to benefit me more, I'd have to vote for the policies.
So you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
I would not be happy about it, but if the policies were better, then yeah. Did you know Biden was accused of sexual assault as well? And so were other Democratic presidents.
We're not referencing just an accusal, right? We're referencing held civilly liable.
Yeah, and I know those are different things. To me, it's a little bit hypocritical to not hear Democrats talk about very serious sexual allegations that are done against Democratic.
Wait, which one against Joe Biden?
Dr. Tara Reid in the 90s.
Yeah, so did you know that Tara Reid specifically fled to Russia, right, after perjuring herself in court?
It's crazy.
Fled to Russia after perjuring herself in court. If there was perjury within the context of the E. Jean Carroll case, do you realize how far Republicans would have gone with that to say that it was false? Right, but because that exists within the context of the case with Tara Reid, right, you guys then won't acknowledge it.
I personally don't think the Russia things are
Vinny, think of the glowing jellyfish. And also for you to say that you don't care about that we didn't care about the allegations when you voted for someone that has over 26 allegations of sexual misconduct or rape. Appreciate the hint art. Is actually preposterous, especially when he's also been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
No,
that's actually preposterous for you to be as hypocritical as that.
I don't think it's hypocritical for me to point out that both parties have sexual predators in them.
Oh, so wait, you do believe that Trump's a sexual predator?
I do, yeah.
So you would
I'm not
vote
denying
for,
that. I don't blindly
wait, so is Kamala Harris a sexual predator?
I'm not personally aware that Kamala has any sexual allegations.
Okay, so if Kamala Harris is not a sexual predator and Donald Trump is a sexual predator, why did you vote for the sexual predator?
Because I'm not voting for who's a sexual predator or not. I'm voting for political policy.
Isn't that relevant towards the policy that they would support?
I was not given reason to believe that his...
So if someone is a sexual predator, you're telling me that's not going to affect the value they place on people?
It definitely could, but based off his first term, I didn't see it happen, no.
Really? When he gave massive tax breaks for rich people at the expense of poor people?
Oh my gosh. I don't see how that would be related to being a sexual predator, the tax cuts, but...
Really? Or restricting women's access to abortion? Right? Feeling like it's okay to sexually assault women.
Wait,
right? Feeling like it's okay to held civilly liable of sexually assaulting women. He put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which restricted women's access to abortion. Over 9 states specifically, right, don't have grape exceptions. Three more than the 9, so 12 overall, right, have bans, right, that exceed after 6 to 8 weeks. So you can get it up to 6 to 8 weeks within 3 states.
Okay,
if you are assaulted, which a lot of people will figure out after that point.
Yeah.
Gabriella, I appreciate the $1.
Okay, so you're talking about the Supreme Court justices. Okay, I mean, that's fair.
Sarah, thank you so much for the $5 for begging us for gifts, Parker. I got you, don't worry.
I'm not a grifter. Oh my gosh. I swear I was a leftist before though, but now I'm like more in the middle.
A leftist? What is a leftist?
I basically just believed everything like Bernie Sanders was, which by the way, I think Bernie Sanders is probably the sole politician in all of the United States government who's actually a good person and doesn't have...
One, that's not what a leftist is necessarily. 2, Bernie, how can you go from Bernie to Trump? That's just not making sense to me. The math isn't math. Huh?
Yeah, no, I still think he's a good person.
Who did Bernie support?
He supported Kamala, but you saw the statement he said about how the Democratic Party is abandoning the lower class, right?
Yeah, that's totally fine. He still says that the Democrats are better. Do you agree?
That Bernie thinks that? Yeah. But
Bernie has vast disagreements, but he still disagrees with them.
Yeah, I mean, I was more like a Bernie supporter when I was in high school. Now I just kind of realized that when you go into the real world, using those socialist policies just doesn't hold up.
Can you define socialism?
No. I can't give you a textbook definition. I'm sorry, but
Just give me anything.
okay. Well, socialism is right when the federal government has more control over like the economy, laws.
No.
No. Socialism
No.
doesn't have
Socialism is
more
when the workers
over
control
that.
the means of production.
I guess according to Karl Marx, but I haven't seen that play out yet in history. If it does, that'd be great.
It hasn't. It hasn't.
No, it
Workers-
hasn't.
The
I don't
workers
think
haven't
it's
controlled
going
the
to.
means of production,
I
and
think it goes against human
to a full
nature.
extent. Anyway, when you say human nature, I think you don't even know what you're arguing when you say that. How does it go
Nature?
against human nature?
Oh, well, I think inherently, like, humans are just selfish and they have their own personal interests in mind. So I just don't think that, like, the collective socialist society would ever work, especially.
How does the fact that people are self-interested debunk socialism?
Because someone whose self-interest isn't going to want to pour in all of their income and taxes to a random person across the country who has like a completely different belief system than them.
Well, don't we already have systems right now that lead to people paying taxes? And in countries around the world where they have higher taxes than we do here in the United States, people are actually happier with their systems.
Well, those are
than what
countries that
people
are
here in the United
smaller.
States.
Those are countries that are. I'm
But
assuming
that doesn't change whether or not this is true. Right. What I'm just saying is that like the way that you're portraying self-interest there isn't really like the good argument. So now one thing you could argue, which is derivative of the point that you're trying to argue, is that you don't have the necessary or proper incentives to produce, right, the required productive services in the economy in order to be able to have fully functioning markets and systems to the degree that we would like. You could argue that. But to argue like that we couldn't have a system that would work, I don't think is true. We just wouldn't have the levels of efficiencies that we have right now
Yeah,
with certain types of productive services.
I just don't
We
think
could absolutely have a system that is like, say, workers control the means of production. We have just straight mandated co-ops, right? We have co-ops. You can't have any other type of business structure, right? That could totally exist. But but it would be less efficient, right? You could argue that because you're forcing a particular economic or productive structure.
Okay. I mean, I'm genuinely open to a capitalist economy that has socialist like nets or
Social safety
aspects of
nets.
it.
So
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
that's liberalism.
Yeah, I'm definitely open to that. Like I'm not I really try to like not be closed-minded on any of my political beliefs.
You being a liberal doesn't mean that you're like not closed-minded.
I didn't say that. That's okay.
Okay. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
Not really. Just I just want people to know that both parties have real people who have like real morals, and just be careful not to demonize the other side or generalize, because we're all like real hardworking Americans, and I don't think we should be divided by government elitists who are trying to keep us divided. And I hope everyone has a good day.
Chantel, think of the dollar. This girl was on Good Troubles pretending to be a flat earther and told them at the end it was fake.
Me?
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
I haven't been on anything. I wish. Bro,
You
making
wish?
an influencer.
Really?
I wish I
Ashley,
were
think of the
rich.
$5. Bro, she thinks that if you go on a TikTok live, you're just immediately rich, dude. That's crazy. That's actually insane. Yo, Meow, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much, Meow. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Love you. I love y'all. I love y'all. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Ashley. Did you vote Trump, Jack?
I did, yeah.
Susan, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much, Susan. I appreciate that. Thank you. Why'd you vote Trump?
Hey, Jack, turn it down a little bit. Sorry, what'd you say?
Why'd you vote Trump? Push the coffee.
Hold on, wait. Say that one more time.
Why'd you vote Trump?
I just liked his policy better.
What policy?
I agreed with his economic policy more, mainly because of I believe Kamala's economic policy was projected to decrease the long-run GDP by 0.2%, and
according to what analysis?
Taxfoundation.org.
Okay, so taxfoundation.org. Tell me the title.
Let me get to my computer. Give me one
Did you already have this conversation with Dean, by the way?
I did, yeah, earlier today.
What did he say?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You guys had a conversation, right?
Yeah, no, we were talking about something.
But you don't remember the conversation?
I don't, not really. Hold on, I got this little Google
You just had it today, though.
I did, yeah.
So why should I have a conversation with you if you're not going to remember it?
Dude, no. I'll remember it with you.
Why with me and not Dean?
Oh, shit, dude, I don't know. I just want to see, your response. Run a couple things by you. I watch your live.
But like, if you don't remember his, how are you going to remember mine?
Cause, dude, you're so intelligent, and
so Dean's not.
No, he's actually pretty intelligent too.
No. Wait, so Dean isn't intelligent?
No, I think he is. If I had to say, I feel like you might be if you all took an IQ test, you might score a little higher. Just if I had to guess, but
what makes you think that?
He's smart.
Bug, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Bug. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. What makes you think that? Thank you so much.
I mean, I would just say between talking to both of you, I feel like you and more just listening to your shit. I feel like you're just you I don't even know how to describe it. You just follow more coherent logic and shit. I feel like, I don't know.
More coherent how so?
Dude, I don't know how to describe it to you. I don't feel like it's really too relevant.
Okay, all right. So what do you want to hear about?
Well, I want to hear what you have to say about the.
Yeah, I would have to see what policies they're looking at. I'd have to look at the analysis. From what I've seen from every place I've looked, right, Trump's plans would be worse for the economy in terms of GDP growth and stuff like that.
All right, so
I would love to see what aspect of her plans would cause a decline in the GDP.
It takes a lot of the stuff that she ran on and had on her website and stuff she had on paper, but then also a lot of stuff that she just spoke about verbally. Just at rallies.
Yeah, like what things specifically? So that
there's so much in it here. Let me just give you the title. It's Kamala Harris tax plan ideas, details, and analysis. So do all your viewers just watch Dean too? Because they all were. I saw them all in the chat. They were this guy was on Dean.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. And y'all know Harry Sisson, right?
Hold on, let me see. Yes, I'm friends with Harry.
That's cool. Yeah, I got on his live one time.
What are your thoughts about him? Is he smarter than Dean?
Dude, I don't know. I mean, he's good at he's got a good broadcast personality. You know what I mean? He definitely has a good personality for this type of media.
Oh, it's what's it called? It's a Republican source.
Well, I mean, it's Tax Foundation. You could say that they're conservative, but it's really just fiscal.
Aren't they a right-wing think tank?
I wouldn't say a right-wing think tank. I'd say just, if anything, they lean conservative.
Because every other analysis I've seen has shown the opposite.
I mean, you could say that, I guess. What do you go off of? I think Dean said Goldman Sachs. I don't find that to be too fucking centrist, honestly.
If anything, they're right-leaning. I would take them as centrist. They argued that Harris's plan is just slightly better. I mean, if you want to look at left-wing ones are going to claim way better for Trump. But I don't see where they get that there'd be an increase in the long-run GDP under Trump. That's a really dumb position if there's tariffs. Let me see what the assumptions they have on tariffs.
Going off the tariffs, it's based on bringing manufacturing back. They're taking from the last time that he implemented tariffs. I think, what was it with the chips in San Antonio or something? Can't recall off the top of my head, but there was something about they started the largest initiative with manufacturing.
They don't even have tariffs taken into account.
Well,
yeah, there's nowhere they even talk about tariffs.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read every word of it, but I feel like
No, I'm looking at all of they wait, actually here we go. Imposing they didn't put it within their they detailed it. Let me see.
it says that they estimate to the proposal to impose a
I do
universal
see it. I do
20%
see
tariff.
it. Yeah. An additional 50% on China. Yeah, I'd have to look through the rest of theirs.
So they do say that shrinks
they're changing
long-run economic
TCA.
output by
Their
1.3%.
TCGA estimates are wrong.
What? How do you figure?
Because it is the case that I have an analysis that indicates it's 0.04% a year. They have it at 0.6% for a year.
That's another thing. Like I don't
insane.
understand the whole slander against the TCJA. I get that like people want to say a lot of the cuts went to.
Oh no! Look up the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform. Yo, Peanut Butter, can you just join the live? You're talking a lot in the comment section. Peanut Butter, please just accept the request. I've sent you like fucking 10 invites, dude. Please accept it.
From what source?
Sorry, for what?
Like what website? It's pulling up Brookings and Harvard Kennedy School.
Oh yeah, the yeah, it should be on Brookings.
Brookings. Let me see.
It should have the paper. It links to the paper. It's from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. I look for bipartisan sources, and they specifically give 0.04%. You can find it in the abstract. They give other numbers. I'm just referencing the central.
Got you. Okay. I mean, it's a long article. Obviously, I'm not going to read it.
Yeah.
No,
I know.
I'll
But the point I'm looking for is like, or that I'm going to demonstrate here is that when I look for like a particular like paper, I'm looking for specifically like a bipartisan or a nonpartisan source.
Yeah, I agree. That's sort of what I aim to look for as well. I'm not sure where I even got these tax foundation articles, but I didn't find them to be too right leaning. But I definitely do see the bias a little bit. Another thing I wanted to ask you about is what did you think about the unrealized gains taxes?
Unrealized, they didn't even run on unrealized. That was a Biden proposal from the past.
That wasn't run on at all.
Yeah, no, I don't think she mentioned that at all. I think some like news reports reported on it because of Biden's tax proposal, but she didn't like run on that. Never heard her run on that.
That's interesting. I mean, I wouldn't.
She also has different policies from Biden. Like, for example, Biden wanted to do the top capital gains tax rate at like 44.6, whereas specifically Trump, what's it called? Or Biden, Harris wanted to do 28 long run capital gains top percent.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it should be done at all personally, but I think it has at higher percentages. I think it definitely does have a negative effect, but that's obviously not something I'm going to debate about if it's not something that you would say she ran on. I don't really know, man. Guess that's about it. I kind of just align with him more on some social stuff, and it's like, for example, what do you think about the Supreme Court ruling with gender affirming care? What's your?
I don't know what's gonna happen there. Is there
where do you stand on it?
I don't even know what the case is about.
It's just gender affirming care for minors.
I think I've heard that the case is specifically it's in Tennessee, and it's hyper specifically restricting access to gender affirming care only if it's for like gender reassignment purposes. So if it's like specifically a biological female who is getting gender affirming care, it's legal. But if they're biologically female and they're like, say, a man, then they can't get it. So it's like only discriminating against trans people. It's not specifically for minors. Susan, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So it's only restricting it for trans people.
Right. Because I mean, wouldn't gender to transgender people in all circumstances
and to not trans people. You know, there are people who are cis who get like gender affirming care as well.
Well, I mean, would something like a testosterone treatment just be categorized as gender affirming care?
It depends. It depends on the circumstance. It depends if it's marked by the person getting it. But people who are not trans absolutely do get gender affirming care.
Right. But I don't think that's included in this.
It is. That's at least from what I've heard.
Interesting. Okay, I'd have to look into that more. I don't think so. Honestly, what I've seen from it is literally just off of CNN.
No, I don't want to get rid of gender affirming care for minors in terms of puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy after specific. So once you're like 16, you can get HRT under current laws. And then for puberty blockers, it's determined by doctors prior to that point. All of this determined is doctors and parents. Susan, thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you so much. Thank you, W. Susan. And the reason why I'm okay with it is because cis kids, people who are not trans, already get puberty blockers and hormone stuff before are around those ages anyway. So like, I don't see why we'd have a policy that only restricts trans people from getting it.
I just take issue with the circumstances where maybe like absolutely like children experience gender dysphoria, like that is definitely going to happen in some cases. But I think there's also a lot of cases where, like, for example, my parents enrolled me in ballet with my sister because when I was really young, she went and did ballet and I liked dancing with her at home. So they went and put me in the ballet with her.
No one's thinking that because like a boy does ballet that they're trans. That's not the idea.
No, understood. Like I hated ballet is what I'm saying. Like I went and just tried it once, but like my parents didn't. I just think that like I've seen circumstances, and maybe it's just shit posted online that's true or not, but I've seen a lot of stuff posted about like circumstances where there's literal videos of parents that their children was their child was interested in this or that of sort of the opposite gender, and they somehow took that to the level of their child is the opposite sex, and they let them transition.
So that's just that. So it's not just like going to be a kid does one thing, right? Like a boy does one feminine thing, and they're like, oh my gosh, we're gonna associate them to be like a girl now. That's not what typically happens. Also, like, I think you're just hearing specific things on social media. That's not a common thing for people to do. If anything, in most circumstances, people won't call it that, even if it is, because of societal stigmas associated with it. So I actually think that the stigma is the other way around, where people are less likely to acknowledge the fact that a kid is trans because, right, there's such a, cis normativity, which essentially means that, like, like the idea that you should be cis.
Right. And do you disagree with that that's not?
No, I don't think you should be cis. I think it's morally neutral.
You should be, but that's sort of the what's the word? I don't know why I'm blanking on that. Like that's the normal, and that's the norm.
So most people are not trans, yeah, but I don't see how most people not being trans means anything. Most people don't have hazel eyes. I have hazel eyes. Most people don't have the name Parker. I have the name Parker.
Right, but why does I don't understand why that's relevant? Like
it's a social construct. Most people don't have it yet. I still have it.
Right, but isn't there a difference? Because like I mean, going to social constructs wouldn't.
Tyrone, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Tyrone.
Like that's a deviance in society, correct?
It's also like a deviance from society that I have the name Parker. Under your view, I mean, you're just saying something that's unlikely to occur. Push the head mustache. What do you mean by unlikely? So you could say the same thing about people who are left-handed. It's a smaller proportion of people in society.
Well, it's a trend now that didn't exist 100 years ago.
A trend? No, trans people did exist 100 years ago, and it's not like new. Like I don't see where you got that from.
And to be clear, I'm not taking issue with transgender people at all. I was simply just bringing this up because it was one, something that's relevant in the Supreme Court today, and it's also something that Trump has spoke about. And
yeah, I think his views on it are insane. Like he wants to ban trans people from the military. I'd love to hear the argument for that.
Banning trans people from the military.
Yeah, like why? Like what's the reason except for bigotry?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. You've honestly stumped me with that one. I'm really sitting here with no clue, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's just like literally just a hate on trans people. Like, there's no reason to ban trans people from the military.
I
think Americans are Americans. If you
people
want
are the leading fighting force in the world, but
what's up, dogs?
It's an unnecessary. Sorry, it's really cold here. It's an unnecessary distraction to the most important, lethal fighting force in the world.
How are trans people a distraction? Are you saying trans people are so interesting that they're such a distraction? So should we also ban phones because they're a distraction?
I don't see how that is a one-to-one.
Hey,
I'm glad that you're freezing that.
I just heard what Dog said. That exact line was used
for why we shouldn't desegregate the military, because it'd be an unnecessary distraction. Like, I'm not kidding you. That line was used in the 40s and 50s for why we should not desegregate within the military. So what he just said applies also to black people within the military, which
When
is
there is
why it's a
desegregation.
fucking ridiculous argument.
It's a phrase that's not super specific and apply it to a lot of things. So
No, I'm saying
I don't
that's
know
what
you're
they
trying to do with
said.
that.
They said desegregating the military would be an unnecessary distraction and cause a decreased morale among the military. That was one of the main arguments for why we should not.
Right, but that doesn't invalidate what I said just because they use
Well,
it.
actually, it does, because
Just because they use similar
a
logic to
bullshit
do a racist thing doesn't mean that.
Someone who's trans does not cause somebody to be like, oh my God, they're trans. Now I just can't fight within the military. Now all of a sudden my entire morale is just gone. That's not how.
Everyone tap the screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, y'all.
Yeah,
Before I
have
go
you
join Harry.
met
I'm tapping the screen.
people that are part of the military? Or are you like an anti-military person yourself?
No, I have military people in my family. I never served in the military, but I know trans people, and not once in my life did I go, oh my God, they're trans. Oh my God, I can't live my life. I can't do anything I want to do. I go, oh, you're trans? Okay, cool. And then I move on with my life. And I would guess most military people also feel that way. They're not obsessing over the fact that someone is trans. Trump doesn't want it because he thinks that it's a burden on the overall military to like have to give them care and stuff. And all the generals have said no, that's not the case. Why would we restrict people who want to give the ultimate sacrifice to this country when our military right now is losing soldiers? We are in a negative balance in terms of our soldier quotas. Why would we want to keep people out when there are literally tens of thousands of soldiers currently in the military who are transgender, and they are fighting for the country that is telling them they don't matter? Make that make sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would love to know where you heard that every single general said it would not be a distraction or a burden on them.
Because when Biden removed the rule from the first-term administration, all the generals said, yes, we are in support of that. Why? Because when I fight alongside a transgender person, that person wants to protect me, and I want to protect them, and they are there to do the job. Nothing about them being there it is causing an issue with the military. And right now, generals want to keep the military at ready standard, and because we have a decreased quota, why do we want to remove? Because Trump would literally remove about 14 to 20,000 people from the military by this ban, meaning that our military would lose 20,000 people who have a commitment to protecting the very country that is denying them rights, that is denying them care, that is telling them that they are something other than what they should be. So they are the ones who are the most patriots out of all of us, because they're willing to fight for a country that really doesn't have their back.
Yeah, that number of 20,000 isn't true, but I get your point. That's interesting. What I would say to that is another reason why they might not want trans people in the military is because one thing that the military tests for and cares a lot about is mental health. Because if they have people that are depressed or suicidal or whatever you say on TikTok, that's a major burden.
So if trans people pass all of the necessary criteria that everyone else passes, why should they be restricted? That's like the issue.
Well, this isn't a hot take, and you're gonna act like I'm saying something crazy, but trans people, due to a lot of reasons, and I feel for them, are at the highest risk, of all people groups in America for whatever you say on TikTok. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay, whatever you say, suicide.
Matt, can you read? Can you?
Are you denying that?
Say that again. Say that one more time.
Saying unalive themselves.
No, I get that. Sorry, I just didn't. I just stopped.
I know what he's saying. But
I zoned out.
But the reason why that more often than not, trans individuals are at higher rates of unaliving themselves is because society and people will not allow them to a transition to what they feel that they should be. Once you allow them to transition, then that rate of feeling depressed, of feeling anxious, all that will then decrease, which is why
it has shown no correlation between them transitioning before or after the unalivement rates going down.
You're citing a study.
Wait, you're not. You're lying.
And that study is a vast outlier. You can talk to any trans person, look at any modern study on the rates of unaliving yourself after you transition, and the rates of depression, anxiety, all that stuff go way down, right? And most people within the military, we have not seen a high unaliving rate amongst transgender soldiers. We haven't seen it because we have had transgender soldiers within the military for years now, and it's not as if people are just like unaliving themselves off the bat. Because I would actually guess cisgender soldiers are actually much more likely now to actually.
Yeah, that's just a random guess you're just throwing out to make your point, and I get it. I do the same thing sometimes when I don't have facts because I'm not like someone that memorizes all these things like Parker does. But also, if I get kicked off here, I'm on 2%. I'm not running.
Yeah, we can just end it here. Appreciate you coming on, man.
All right. I think it's Parker.
Appreciate you. All right.
Parker, why?
Oh, fuck. I just kicked the wrong person. Whatever. We're just going to go join Harry. We'll just go join Harry right now. Everyone, tap the screen. Let's actually try to get to 1 million before we join Harry. Can we get to 1 million before we go to join Harry? And then we'll go join Harry, Jason, Spam Parker, Raid, Spam Love, and Parker. Push that mustache. People are attacking Dean? Wait, what do you mean? Is Dean even live? Also, by the way, people went to my girlfriend saying that there were some guests flirting with me. That's really funny. That's really fucking funny. Push the fast crown. Thank you so much. What are people hating on Dean for, chat? Is Dean live? Oh, he is live. He's just on someone random live. Okay, we're gonna go join Harry. Look up Harry, Jason, Spam Parker, Raid, Spam Love, and Parker, everyone. Harry, Jason, Spam Parker, Raid, Spam Love, and Parker, everyone. Harry, Jason, Spam Parker, Raid, Spam Love, and Parker, y'all. Everyone go there right now. I'm gonna be there in a second. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much, Robert. Love y'all so much.